and we might just see that history repeat itself.
Taking a look at the bomb stats then, records 1 and 2 for TSM. Like you mentioned, Dan, rightly, a 3-0 record for Optic Gaming. First versus 9th in the league. So when you have a map mode combination, when you need something to show signs of life, when you want your best map mode to show up in Game 3, that just isn't coming to fruition for TSM.
And I'll be honest, I think this could be any map mode for Game 3. And I think Optic are just in such fine form at the moment, and TSM sadly on that downward trend. It's so difficult as a player to pick yourself up when you're in this position. You've just lost 5 matches on the bounce, 5 maps in a row, excuse me. And you're about to be looking at being eliminated from the competition. This is how the elimination bracket has looked thus far. Of course, Optic Gaming 2-0 against TSM right now. But on the upper hand, it's FaZe Clan waiting in that grand final. Could this be the tournament for FaZe Clan? All the talk about Rebellion, Optic Gaming, who's the best, who's going to take this one? Well, FaZe have answered any critics and also demonstrated that they may be a powerful force, the powerful force in this tournament.
It's funny you mentioned that. The conversations around the teams, it was always Optic and Rebellion, they look really good. And then people were talking about another team who was SSG, they're not looking so great, they're not looking so hot. FaZe Clan didn't even enter the conversation. Well, they're inserting themselves in the conversation now. They're in the grand finals. And these two teams have had stark contrasting competitions so far. Both, though, have gone through the brackets with a big club and have just been bonking teams that are put in front of them.
Speaking of bonking teams, Legend and Renegade have been doing it as well. Both of them destroying their opposition. It's very hard to try and come back into a series, come back into a game, let alone when you have 2 players firing like these two are. You could say that for any 4 of these Optic members. If anyone has a slight off series, there's always someone else to pick it up for them, and that's why they are one of the very best, if not the very best, certainly from what we saw in Arlington. But fist bumps all around as map 3 is starting to get loaded here. Is there anything left in the tank from TSM? Or is it going to be history repeating itself as they go back-to-back 0-3s to fall out of the tournament here on Sunday?
Optic Gaming have been like mercenaries, hired guns, ruthless to any team put in front of them. Now putting TSM to the sword. They're on the back foot, they're on the ropes. And just one haymaker away from complete elimination from the tournament. Can they bob and weave? Can they get the head movement going? Can they throw something back of themselves? Jab, jab, duck and weave. It's time now, or your competition, your tournament run, as impressive as it was,
selling it.
I'm not even sure Optic need a haymaker, just a little poke, and we might see TSM fall out of this one. That's how good Optic have been so far. That's how flawless they've been on this elimination bracket run as we are underway. Snipers galore. Can Torlik be the one that just elevates TSM and gives them something, some form of life in this series? Gives the fans something to believe in that maybe you can take down Optic, maybe you can get back into this series.
Rook utilising the overshield. Fortunately, though, teammates are falling down around him, and now he's isolated.
Optic's got
All
this
4
all
goals
day.
of the team from Optic Gaming were pointed
It
in
won't
his
even be
direction.
close.
Such was the communication, such was the threat he posed in the armory. TSM's threat has been dealt with here. And now Optic Gaming can push forward themselves. They've got a couple of sniper rifles to play with. And you know, when I say play with it, Dan, that means nothing but pain for TSM.
I think TSM maybe will be a bit frustrated that they weren't able to capitalize on having both sniper rifles there. And if it was me going against Optic and I was able to gain their snipe, I would certainly be wasting that ammo. Even the very best do it against their greatest enemies in opposition because they know it's so deadly in their hands as Formal just sends that bomb towards the base. TSM on the back foot a little bit. Optic are able to get some kills their way, but there is a good position from Druk.
Nice.
Really have to manipulate the map in a certain way here to try and just have the elevation over your opponents to get the jump on them.
The bomb has been juggled, been pushed forward. Legend and Bound are in the respawn screen, so numbers advantage now favoring TSM. Manny gets another kill. Formal will equal the odds. Bound's coming off the respawn. Manny reluctant to push this bomb up the steps and hesitating just a touch.
I've seen that a few times from TSM where they'll throw a grenade prematurely when actually they could probably just get the kill with the bandit. And they find themselves getting caught with their pants down a little bit because they're in the grenade animation. Just little tiny mistakes here and there.
tiny nuances to Halo. You think if you just keep your bandit up, you can keep putting damage down, but when you're in that grenade animation, like Dan rightfully says, you just take damage for free, particularly if that grenade's not going to find its intended target. Druk gets another overshield, but did he really? Because it's completely gone.
Optic just all calling him out and making sure that overshield does not get away. Overshield depleted, and overshield not going to be a part of this next passenger play. We do know that bomb on Fortress can be very, like a big stalemate at times between two teams, as it's difficult to get the bomb across. Very heavy, the bomb as well. You try and juggle it, but it does take some time to get it all the way across to the other side of the map. So you might have had 4 dead, you start moving the bomb, but everyone's up before you've even got there. It does require multiple rounds of slays before you can actually get an arm.
It can be a grueler, but again, the bomb's on the move. Talik pressuring the spawns now. Tosses the sniper off the map. We don't mind that. Again, Optic Gaming, anytime they lose that first wave of slays, they play defense, they clear TSM out.
Chance maybe to arm this one though. You can see Legend was moving it. It does get reset, gets tossed off, so
How do you get beat?
we'll just be right back to square one for these two. You'll see a lot of that this game, of when that bomb does get into the danger area, just trying to take it to somewhere where you can toss it off quickly. Even if you are behind, if you are struggling on slays.
Bomb now starting to move the wrong way if you're a TSM fan. Couple of kills will relieve a little bit of pressure though. Soul Snipe gets another. Edging down towards Arches. He'll be loving it. Right now. You know the next bomb plan's going to be so pivotal in this series. You feel TSM have got to get it. And hope and pray they can hold on to the lead. Because if Optic Gaming get the first plant, then the world is their oyster. They can play it any which way they want.
Yeah, this will be series over if they get the first plan. I think we know that. TSM had overshield for a second there, but Optic were just waiting for them, ambushing them from above. TSM just sadly walked into so much gunfire from Optic Gaming that the overshield was once again negated. It's a good game plan from Optic, to be honest. They're not throwing too much resources towards getting the overshield and then taking a fight and then going 3 or 4 down. Instead, they're just making sure they call out the overshield, because you can deplete it so fast as long as at least 2 of you are looking at it.
There's 2 ways to look at this as well. Is that TSM playing very well here. They're getting the bomb into Optic Gaming's base consistently. The issue is, when they do, they don't even look like they can get the plant. And you know if the script flips, Optic Gaming will punish them. It will be clinical. TSM have got to find a way to get the bomb in that zone and start putting some plants in.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
But 3 go down for them. And again, we're going to have this
Emotions.
Talk
You
about
have a
grueling,
great
how grueling this
motherfucking stream, baby.
bomb on Fortress can be. Just
I'm
takes
like
stamina,
zoned
takes
out.
resilience. TSM are going to have to show that in abundance.
Really have to brute force your way into the enemy base.
See this for the
Maybe that's
Rocket
what
League
Optic are going
tournament.
to try and do here. They're going to go for a little slight different approach, moving the bomb on the right-hand side towards their opposition tower. 3 are going to be dead on the side of TS.
See what we got over here.
First killer will score the first goal of the game as the ultimate.
Oh yeah, the Ultimates are Evo
Team
sucks.
Evo, and it's a good kickoff again for the Ultimates. LJ cooking. The reset is contested, but Chronic is there for the shot. Relating wave with a heroic.
Yeah, boring stuff there. This is actually
Gets
exciting.
another.
Formal's a beast on Optic
Legend
Gaming.
though, he brought the bomb front base. Like you
Such
say,
a beast, dude.
that
And
thing's
Optic
heavy.
alone is
Takes a
just
while to move. Takes a while to
usually
shift.
a goated team.
But an overshield now for Bound. The bomb is being armed. We spoke about how clinical they can be. 2 go down for TSM. Bound's moving in now. Manny in the spiral staircase. He should get taken care of and does. Danger not cleared now for TSM. Still a lot of work to do. Talik trying to close distance. Will get the kill and doesn't get traded. But the problem is, he's the last man alive for his team now. Only for a moment though.
This is going to be the best chance for Optic Gaming. They've got 3 dead several times here. They're very firmly in the base of TSM. A little bit like rugby, to be honest. Passing the bomb back, someone else grabs it, and then someone grabs it again, but I think the bomb just reset.
Objective incoming.
So even though Optic were certainly in the ascendancy there and tried as they might to get into the TSM base, you can really see when one team just backs off and
come
plays
on.
defense, it's so
They haven't shown
hard to get
Formal
that
much.
arm.
I don't know why.
Continue to slay out for Talik. Double kill.
Remaining.
We're on this map mode. Always seen a siege in my mind. I just get Lord of the Rings music in my head. We're just waiting for one player to run in with the bomb and
I
explode.
missed the commentator, Chris
Open this
talking.
game completely up. Take him down, Legolas! Do go down for Optic Gaming. And again, Halo being played on the right side of the court. You're a TSM fan. Another round of slays required though. Bomb still hasn't been moved, but slow snipe getting comfortable behind enemy lines. Down in the basement. Engagements happening around bottom middle. TSM getting the better of it again. Just need to get their hands on the bomb. 4 minutes on the clock now. They look the more dangerous. They are threatening more. That's good for TSM.
However, I will say that
Bomb taken.
TSM, how many times can you kind of put your back to the wall and defend when Optic do start to gain control here? All it takes is that one more dead at exactly the same time for Optic to truly set up around your base, and you feel like this game's going to be over. So TSM almost need to make sure they are sending one player around as like a flanker at all times. Otherwise, you are just going to fall into that same trap from Optic Gaming. Someone to disrupt what Optic are trying to set up. 3 dead again for TSM. But again, not the worst thing. Just having that one player to survive to give the question mark to Optic Gaming as where are they? So they start to look for them. Druck now goes down. Manny was alive. Formal gets shut down as well. Bomb gets thrown back out. TSM are defending again here.
Bomb down in the courtyard. 3 members are down for a moment for TSM as well. Bounds in the basement. He gets cleared out again. Optic Gaming now is starting to pose a little bit more of a threat. They're starting to ask a few more questions. They're starting to turn the screw.
So many grenades just being tossed towards that planting area as well. And the sniper now in the hands of Manny. It looks like TSM have been able to hold off yet another push here, but the bomb is still in a dangerous area. Remember, they can just wait 10 seconds and it will reset. Manny arguably doesn't even need to toss this one out because it could be risky, could be putting his life in jeopardy.
Bomb reset.
There you go, another reset. 2 minutes and 38 left on the clock here. TSM are holding on right now, not just to this game, but to this tournament.
2 members of Optic Gaming converge after Legend lost his life to the sniper rifle player. And he goes down. 1v1 here, it's not pretty between Bound and Druck. Both opting to stay alive for now. We're going to re-engage. Druck hoping his teammates would help, and they did. They made sure Bound didn't get his shields back. 1 ticket damage was enough just to stop the recharge. Renegade closed the distance over towards the basement as well. Bomb is still down in a neutral position though. It's Druck now that can have a heavy influence on what way this next few moments start to swing. Now we head to the final 2 minutes mark. 1 bomb plant should be enough here.
Legend does fall. Druck is in a pretty advanced position here, but needs to stay alive and needs help. Overshield's just popped as well. Looks like TSM were able to grab it, and now they can maybe start moving this bomb, but you can see Formal's in a position to be a nuisance, but he also falls. This is going to be TSM's best opportunity to take some control.
Here they come then. Siege tactics being deployed once more. But again, Optic Gaming hold the line. 2 go down for TSM every single time. Optic are put in that position. They get the opening pick, they get the double kill, and they push themselves back out again.
Well, TSM have thrown everything at that one, and now Optic Gaming are going to wrestle back control and start to move this bomb as well. Bomb gets passed off between them. And they know they need to focus on Slays, but again, it's Soul Snipe who's able to get behind enemy lines, but Renegade's also going to be there for a double of his own.
Renegade needs to be shut down. Currently sitting at 21, 10 and 18. Pretty consistent game from him. Formal gets a kill on Talik elsewhere, and now, see the play call has been, Renegade's trying to get behind enemy lines. Be a nuisance. Be a real issue, a thorn in the side. Make TSM turn around. Starting to apply pressure to those spawners now. Manny down to no shields. Pretty routine kill. Make it a double. Perfect shots from Renegade.
30 seconds.
3 go down now. The Renegade Master pushes forward towards the armory. Applying pressure to those fresh spawners once more. Legend's there. This could be the moment. Here and now. Bomb being armed. The fuse is half lit. Dropping in the 1v1 engagement. All 4 dead for TSM. Formal with hands on bomb. It's planted. Kaboom.
That's going to be the game, surely, for Optic Gaming. The series, the grand final. 14 seconds for TSM to try and push this bomb across. There's not going to be time
10
here.
seconds.
You give up the
They're just
game
too
a
good.
chance, you give them a moment, a sliver of hope, they'll make you pay. They get the bomb plant, they have the overshield. This game is done and dusted. This series is over. A clean sweep on the main stage. 3-0.
Optic Gaming go into the grand finals where they have a matchup that you will not want to miss.
All right, well that was an easy 3-0. I cannot believe they gave it up at the very end of the game, dude. Like, come on, man.
Towards FaZe.
If the barometer is who's looking the more likely to win the grand finals and you want to use TSM as the comparison, we are no closer to finding out. This one's going to be...
Escape the indoors with
50-40 Slayer recharge and finally getting that plant in on neutral bomb. TSM sent home, Optic Gaming marching on.
Even though TSM were close in that final last game, it just felt like they were holding on a little bit, Lottie.
They certainly were indeed. I will say I am happy with how TSM came back and rebutted a little bit from the cold start they had against FaZe. We saw a little bit more life from them. So that's promising, right? Optic Gaming, though, just a whole different level of fish here. I mean, it's just unbelievable stuff. They are not to be stopped at this point in time, especially with TSM coming out cold the way that they had. I was hoping for maybe something to clutch onto, excuse the pun, but clutch. You know, how are you feeling about that series overall?
Don't hold on to me. Not if you're TSM right now, and that's just a tough loss, right? The way that their Sundays have gone in the past rears their ugly head here once again in Dallas, and they're going to be kicking themselves. Heads are going to be down for a little bit, but they should be proud of the way they played overall this weekend. A lot of great Halo, just unfortunate that they weren't able to get the ball rolling today, but I think that that's testament to our grand finals setup because FaZe, they have looked on point all weekend long, and now Optic Gaming from the elimination bracket once again have found themselves with a ticket to the grand finals.
Obviously, this is very familiar territory for these guys. You know, what happened on KCP at the World Championships, you know, what happened to teams like Pure, who have the potential to go the distance. And we get into this championship Sunday, and it just seems to be too much. And it's funny because I think any other given day, and for example, they've done this before against Optic Gaming. You've seen the series rewind. They've taken them down. But it's some reason, a championship Sunday brings out the best of some players and can honestly lock up others, and it's so interesting to see how that works and how some of those players can try and get over that hump that is a championship Sunday and embrace that pressure, embrace that illustrious feeling that is going on a main stage and playing for your tournament, playing for that trophy. And shows it's just something that is still missing from these guys on TSM.
Yeah, they just seem to freeze on the Sunday and they don't find whatever form they were in on the Friday and Saturday. But I think perspective's very important here for me. It's easy for us to say, oh, TSM, you made it to the grand finals and you didn't make it happen, or excuse me, winners in the England finals, you didn't make it happen again. But perspective, last event you were top 12, you're now top 3. That is a huge gap
100%.
that you have just made, and you're only together a short while. The sky's the limit for this team as things are looking up.
You're so right there. It's funny because I feel like I can be a little bit harsh at times on some of these teams just because of how much I believe in them and their capability and what I've seen. And it's funny, especially with TSM, I have to remind myself, and I'm sure everyone else is at home, that they have just made a change. It's been 2 years since Manny has come onto this roster to create this full force that is this friendship group. And they have picked up where they've left off, but clearly have some work to do. And you're right there, Shuz. You know, I'm kind of talking about them as if they've been like this the entire time, and you know they've always been together because it feels that way.
And
especially seeing them.
You'd be forgiven for thinking that because you
Yeah.
see those 4 players and they were underperforming for so long that
Right.
you expect them to be in this top 4, top 6 conversation a lot more consistently. But like we say, it was top 12 last event, top 3, something to hang your hat on, something to work on.
Again, similar to FaZe, Dan, we're looking at the stats here. Firepower missing heavily on the side of TSM. I will say Soul Snipe, though, throughout that series, kept things together. He was continuing to try and push the boundaries as much as he possibly could, create some openings. I was really impressed there. And honestly, I would say every single one of them stepped up from what we saw from FaZe. How are you feeling right now about TSM, the rest of their journey this season, and really what they can hold on to coming off the back of, unfortunately, this loss here in the Elim Finals?
I think I would like to see a TSM versus Rebellion matchup to try and, like, maybe a third-place playoff at this event, honestly, because I feel like it's almost unfair Rebellion didn't get that chance, and maybe TSM would give it a good opportunity for them to try and just show what they're made of, because a 0-3-0-3, they just go out so flat after such an exciting tournament. It's such a shame for them, but I think that they have plenty to build on. Jersey's completely right, such amazing improvements from top 12 to top 3, but let's be honest, Optic are just a better team. FaZe are just a better team, and for good reason. They have been practicing more, they have more chemistry as well, because they've been able to have just the previous event and the previous experience through scrims and stuff, whereas on the side of TSM, they've had to make those changes, they've had to try and work on things yet again. I think they'll be back in the next event, and I'm excited to see what they offer there.
I'm very excited. It's funny, isn't it, with some of these tournaments so far this season, with how the bracket has gone, and it's gone very, very upside down at times. Certainly this one for sure. But you are left wondering those things exactly, Gaskin. What would it be like if they played this team? What would happen in those moments? For example, last event, it was SSG and FaZe, right? It was that battle, like, who's the true third, who's the true fourth, etc., so on and so forth. And I think we're also left with a lot of questions here for Shopify Rebellion and how they would also do against some of these Titans who are really turning up here today as well. So lots of questions. Hopefully, furthermore in this season, lots of answers coming our way as well. But we do have a grand final set in stone now. Let's take a look at the brackets and see the journey of some of these teams. And again, Optic Gaming with that clean run through the elimination bracket. You can't predict this stuff. This is just, it's insane that I'm staring at the same bracket for Optic Gaming as last event, and then they went on to win the entire thing. Starting from round 1 here, Wes, they really do catch fire. These guys just need, I think they just need as much Halo as possible at this point.
Yeah, you guys are asking questions still left to be unanswered, and the big one is can anyone actually knock Optic Gaming out of a tournament? So far this year, the answer has been no, and there has been plenty of opportunity and chances for Optic's back against the wall to be knocked out, but they are as resilient as any team I have ever seen, and when they catch fire, watch out, because they are on a mission once again.
And the question might be for Optic Gaming, is that where their main motivation comes from? Are they just a much better team when their back is against the wall, when they have no more chances? Because when we've seen them play like that, they've been flawless.
They certainly have indeed. I said it yesterday, I coined the term that they are the cockroach of the HCS, and rightfully so, and I will say it's not the best term to possibly use for Optic Gaming.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
We'll
make it sexier.
You can't kill them, you can't get them out. Exactly, no matter what you do, how much you tear them down, they just get right back up again, and back to work they go, and they find themselves again in another grand final. And this team was built for one thing, and that's to lift trophies, and we'll have to find out if they can do just that against FaZe. I do want to say though, folks, before we head to break, I want to give a massive shout, and I need you boys to help me here, for an exceptional historic moment in Halo. Command Station won the FFA, the first ever female to win an FFA on LAN. I just want to say I got chills even thinking about it, but in gaming in general between male and females, and it's just incredible to see that gap close ever so slightly. And Command Station, you know, absolute hero in my eyes, so I'm so proud and well done.
And you think about the history of the FFA and the players we found through FFA that have found themselves on the main stage competing on the biggest and best teams. I'm just saying, maybe the writing's on the wall there, and if you are one of those squads that's looking to try and break into top 8, top 6, top 4, you look at FFA winners, so we'll see how far she goes.
I mean, it's a story as old as time. Hard work pays off. Command Station is a grinder, and she's put in so much work. It's no surprise she has this level of success. But I think the big thing here is you look at Halo Infinite and all the barriers that have been set up as far as Europeans placings-wise, as far as input-based being the most important. We see mouse and keyboard break into the top 6, and now we see a woman winning FFA. There are no such things as barriers. If you work hard enough, I think any wall is breakable. And I think that that's just an awesome mindset that continues to be proven right. Thank you, Halo Infinite, and thank you, Command Station, for doing not just the women, but the entire video game scene, competitive video game scene, justice with the performance this weekend.
Absolutely, and honestly, I think the next one for me is exactly what you said, Gaskin. Hopefully to find a woman as talented as Command Station on a team. I mean, last shot, that's how he got his breakthrough. He won the FFA, and he was phenomenal individual talent. I hope to see that happen at some point in the not so distant future.
Yeah, I think it's important to note as well, this hasn't been like an overnight success for Command Station. Like Wes said, she's been grinding day in, day out. Maybe opportunities can come her way now. Winning that FFA, she's been in finals time and time again, but finally able to get the job done. So massive shout out and inspiration, Man Station.
Huge, huge shout out. Congratulations once again. I hope everybody is getting so happy about that one, because huge breakthrough for all of us here in gaming. Well, folks, that's going to do it from the desk for now. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, it is indeed your grand final, and it has been set. FaZe versus Optic, battling it out once again on the main stage. This is a tale as old as time as between these two orgs, and I can't wait to see who comes out on top. Stick with us, folks. We'll be back right after the break.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
I don't know if either of us do.
Yeah, we're kind of humble. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, we're humble kings out here. Neither of
I'm
us.
gonna say Jesse actually.
All right.
Say Jesse. I'll say Jesse. 'Cause
Like if we're comparing the two, it'd probably be yeah.
Jesse gets kind of like toxic. I don't know.
I'd probably say you. Wait,
I mean, it depends. Like in events, yeah, for trash talk more, but like.
Do you mean in game chat, like in matchmaking?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I get so angry when I play matchmaking sometimes.
This guy right here. Shit, this guy.
No one really. Yeah. Maybe me, but not really.
Probably me.
That's harder.
Actually, it is. Hey, I'm.
A little bit better than they did yesterday, but also I think Gen G also had to play a little better than they did yesterday.
Oh, these guys are locked.
Yeah, locked in, man. Locked in. We got Melon over here. This guy's gonna make me want to eat some freaking watermelon, man. What the hell? Alright guys, so yeah, I'll be running it like, I mean I've run it for way too long today, but I'll run it until you know, Panic and Rosie get a third, you know? Once they get third, then yeah, we're chilling. Alright, Shib, stop trolling and roll everyone this next game. Let's go, man.
Bro, brain freezes actually like kill me. I swear, I lose like a year off of every brain freeze.
In what? Wait, sorry, I didn't even hear. The volume was loud. Sorry.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Hello DreamHack and hello Halo fans from all across the globe, and I hope you're all tuning in because this is going to be a killer of a championship Sunday. We do have our grand finals happening very shortly here at DreamHack, but before we get started we need to make sure all of the players are ready to go. That main stage is locked in and loaded, so why not bring one of our favorite people on to the sofa, I was going to say desk, to talk about a few little things. Richie Hines, hello, welcome to Championship Sunday. How you doing?
They're whistling for you.
They are.
That's crazy.
You got some
Appreciate that.
fans.
I get no
Yeah,
whistles.
it's been a great tournament so far. Lots of crazy upsets
Insane.
today. I think it's not even noon. We're ready for grand finals. Pretty exciting times. But yeah, let's talk some S&D extraction.
All right, so what have you got in store for us? What's been going on in your world, Richie?
Yeah, so Halo Studios has partnered with Forge Hub for an S&D extraction map contest, and we've gotten almost 50 submissions thanks to all the Forges
There's
out
a lot
there
of maps.
for all the hard work. $20,000 in prizing.
Okay.
And we got top 10 winners that we can get
Top
to.
10 winners. All right, let's get to it. I mean, I'm excited to find out. So we're going to go for number 5 first, right, Richie?
That's right.
Okay.
All right.
So,
yes.
Without further ado.
Without further ado.
Who is the
We're doing this
5th
live.
position? We are doing this live, folks, so just got to bear with us.
Number
5th
5,
position.
Abrasion by Extra Dot. Wes, what do you think about this map?
Honestly, love it. It reminds me of Rat Race, obviously, and the aesthetics, obviously Halo 3 themed. The retakes on this map were specifically difficult, so I'm very interested to see the usage of Shroud, the usage of all these different equipment that you're able to have in order to retake some of the situations. But love the Rat Race remake that Abrasion is.
Love it.
Congratulations to Extra Dot.
Huge
4th, we have
congratulations.
Access Code by Unknown Emerald.
Access Code. Access Code was actually one of my favorites. Once again, the aesthetics, the greenery, the scarab, even in that, just different.
Ooh.
The difference in the sights is what really stuck out to me on this map.
I love this one, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, the
I
aesthetics
think this
are
is
pretty,
gorgeous.
pretty vibrant. I'm liking it too. Up at 3rd, we will have Mortar by Cat Ratatat.
Okay, let's see it. 3rd place. Congratulations, guys.
Mortar. This was one L-Town was popping off on, so big shout out to him back at the studio. But a lot of opportunity for just like close combat range like fights. So love the idea that this is going to be its own like unique recipe when it comes to the S&D mode.
This is reminding me of like old school CS maps a little bit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
It's giving that vibe. Love that. Congratulations, guys.
At 2nd place, we have Hollowed by the one and only Zaddy Hammer.
This was actually our smallest map, and it played the fastest, but it was so interesting to see the strategy develop right off the breaks. You're able to pretty quickly get some sight lines, so how do you play based off that information was something key for this one specifically, but we really enjoyed this one as well. Obviously, 2nd place is pretty good.
Congratulations, 2nd place. I've got to say, I'm all for a little bit of a fast-paced map. Why not? We have some incredibly fast-paced, kind of like tweaky kind of players here. I would love to see what they would do on that map.
That's going to be the bound specialty right there.
It certainly will be. Okay, so without further ado, Richie Hines, 1st
Yes.
place goes to.
Congratulations to our 1st place winner, ADSR with the map name Ashore.
Here you have it, folks. Wes, tell us about this one.
All right, so this one has a man cannon on it, and we obviously saw the man cannon very early on, and we thought we'd start by trolling, because how many man cannons have you seen in competitive Halo or in any like ranked form? Well, actually, it plays so well. I love this one. The sight lines are so perfect as far as long-range combat opportunities, if you want to try and force that, as well as being able to get close up and personal if you're able to close those distances. But I think that this, by far, was my favorite of the experience, and I love the idea that it actually got 1st place because I wasn't personally a voter, so I was very concerned as where this would fall, but loved the hell out of playing this, and I can't wait for the public to see it.
Yeah, this is crazy. I'm not going to lie. Aesthetics alone, unbelievable. Love the name as well. But this looks like it is very promising in terms of gameplay. I mean, I can imagine sniping on this map. This is terrifying to me. I mean, if you are picking up snipes and buying them in Extraction S&D, like that is terrifying to me. To have that lift there, it just, oh, I can imagine some of the things that's going to happen.
You just wait till you get hit by the 4-man CIT man cannon strat in the first round, and all of a sudden you don't know what just happened to you. But it's high risk, high reward, obviously. But just the aesthetics of this map, the rotations, the lanes, they're just so perfectly well done that I think it really made it to where it is in first place.
I also saw like inside the warehouse section there was like here it is there on A, little clamber. Can you clamber up that and that little peek through there?
That's an initial spawn for the attacking side. So yes, you can get up there for some deep sight lines, but you can't do a ton of work from there. You're going to have to advance on the map, especially when you're on offense, in order to get that extraction point initiated.
Fantastic stuff. Heinz, how impressive are all of these maps? I mean, just unbelievable stuff. Every single person here who made that list, just work put in.
We know how much time it takes to create a Forge map, and these guys put pedal to the metal the last few months, and it shows the aesthetics are great, gameplay is great, like Wes is saying. Super excited to see these come to fruition. Just congratulations to all our Forgers. Yeah, congratulations to the top 10. You got some cash money on you, but honestly, with all of the maps that we had to go through, it was a overhaul of workload for the team, and just a big shout out to everybody in the community that participated, and hopefully you're able to continue to build things like this. And it was an awesome opportunity for us to see how the community would respond to a competition like this, and you guys knocked it out of the park. So big shout out to all the Forgers out there. Thank you guys for your hard work. Congratulations especially to the top 10.
Congratulations indeed, and congrats to ADSR. Incredible stuff, first place. Richie, thank you so very much. And remember, S&D Extraction is coming this summer, so you have all of this to look forward to. I'm so excited to see how this one is going to be playing. You're very excited, I know. I'm
very excited.
Amazing stuff. Let's get into the rest of the business for today, which of course is your grand final. And we have two very impressive teams on that main stage. It's FaZe versus Optic. Let's meet your grand finalists. Well, here you have it, folks. The last two standing on that main stage, FaZe versus Optic. A tale as old as time. These two orgs have been battling it out on many a stage in many a different game. And it all comes down to this here at DreamHack for your HCS Open. On one side, you've got FaZe, who have really done it to that bracket. No matter what came their way, they managed to get all the way through so clean, so calm, so collected. And Optic Gaming, well, they just love a challenge. I'm convinced it has to be elimination round 1, all the way back through to a grand final. Unbelievable stuff, and I think they're gonna have to dig deep here. I think both teams are gonna have to find the very best of themselves on that main stage to get this job done. My biggest question to you, Wes, is we just had 2 3-0s. That was a tough start to our championship Sunday. And it wasn't something we were used to. I might have cursed it, because I said we'd had 8 so far in the entire weekend.
I didn't say it for a reason.
We had 8 at Arlington, and I thought we were going to see plenty more, and I just absolutely cursed us all.
Don't worry, Dan cursed it. He said, he said both of his series would be 3-0s last night.
Oh.
It's Gaskin's fault.
Oh, it's him.
Yeah.
Forget it. I'm fine.
You're clear.
100%. Let's talk about Optic Gaming. They got another big mountain to climb here. This is going to have to be 2 best of 7s that are won by them in order to get this done. Optic have done this before. They have that in the bank. That is great, all well and good, but it is a different team they're coming across, and also a team that they lost to previously. So when they're going up against FaZe, what do you need to see out of Optic Gaming, or have you seen it already today that they need to switch up in order to face them once again?
I've seen it already today. I saw it in Arlington. Nothing gives me a doubt that Optic will compete for this championship, will make this a series and push this to a second best of 7. This green wall team, I mean, what can we say that we haven't already said? Because this script has already been given to us back at the first major, and it's once again here in Dallas that Optic have caught fire. And I'm looking at how quickly is this first series, because I need to see FaZe play great in the biggest moment of their tournament lives.
I will say one thing that I have noticed difference maker-wise is Legend on set. Quieter the past 2 days. Today, unbelievable turnout from this guy. He has been a force on every single map, in every single chance he has got. And that for me is what scares me the most, I think, for any competition against Optic, because Legend is on one today. And like, if that man is doing what he does best, it's very difficult to stop.
I think when you talk about players and you talk about consistency, what level they tend to play at, I feel like Legend's floor is so high that when you see him playing at his best, it stands out so much. Like, and he does a lot of it without power weapons. He does a lot of it just moving around the map and using that bandit and being such a force. It's the individual fights. It's so rare that you see him lose them. He's so good at choosing if he has the advantage to continue with that fight or disengaging to look elsewhere if he doesn't have that shield advantage. He's just played some phenomenal Halo today, barely making a mistake, but he's going to have to continue to do that if Optic want to win here.
And as we look at their road to the finals, let's not forget, it looks awfully similar to Arlington in terms of getting better and better as the weekend is going on. Take a look, lots of 2-3s, 3-2s, 3-1s as we go, but then today, as you said, Lottie, 3-0 and 3-0.
We talk about Legend and the MVP performance he's already kicked off today with, but don't forget, he was last year's MVP for the season, best player in the world, and he had been fairly quiet throughout the first event. It was Renegade that was really known to be the MVP of Arlington, and how dominant of a performance that was. But that's what makes this Optic roster so scary, is that they have 4 guys that at any point in time, they can be the best player in the server against any team in the world. And if you even look back at the last series, Formal had 3,000 damage more than anyone else in the server. So Formal also kicking off Sunday with at a very high level. Everyone on Optic seems to be catching stride as Optic did back at the first major, just in time for a second opportunity.
Wes, I want to ask you, because often we see a kind of rotation of who's popping off when, on what series, what map, etc. And obviously all 4 of these guys are capable of it. Sometimes what we don't talk about is what happens if there is a particular individual to have a quieter game. We've seen that Legend can have quieter-ish games, going positive, no problem at all, but everything is fine and falling into place because he's got the other guys backing it all up. Is there somebody on Optic that can't have a quiet game? Is there somebody you think has to be playing their A game at all times in order for this roster to do what they do best?
I think this roster is at its best when Renegade is at the helm of the ship, and Renegade has to have another great MVP style of a grand finals for this team to really push this to a second best of 7. Look no further than this man on screen. When he is on fire, great things happen for Optic. Even when the other members of Optic are quiet, Renegade still can be loud enough to get the job done almost by himself in that regard. So I'm looking at him to say, hey, can you find some consistency here? Because FaZe, on the other side, have been consistently great all weekend long. So this is greatness versus greatness in the grand finals.
Let's talk about the other team here. We've got FaZe. And exactly as you said, Wes, greatness coming from every single angle as you look at this team, even to the coach. Some big things have been happening on this roster and step-ups are being made. And I think they need to be on that mark, the exact same level they've been at all weekend long to compete against some of those guys on Optic Gaming. And Bravo, I just want to ask you about some of the individual talent that we have on this team. You know, it's really important that they step up to the mark. Who would you have right now, your eye on FaZe, to really kind of be that outstanding shiner, like a Renegade, like a Legend, etc., to really try and counteract what they're going to be delivering?
Yeah, to be honest, it's one man and one man only. It's Suppressed, his first ever grand finals appearance. You can tell it means a lot to him, right? How long has this man grinded? How long has he worked for this moment? How long has he watched trophies be hoisted over the years? Now this man on your screen, in his first ever grand finals appearance, you can even tell maybe a little bit of trepidation there on the side of the stage, and he's ready to go. Ready to hoist a trophy from the winner's side of the bracket. That'll be the task ahead of him.
Indeed, they do have that advantage. They have a lovely, lovely cushion of that one entire series. They have to get it done in one, and that is it, folks. Here you can see their mode records and ranks right now, and it's looking pretty good. You know, I think in Oddball, fourth going against probably the best team that we do have in Oddball is a little bit scary for them. Same with Neutral Bomb. And that Strongholds is a bit of an outlier for them as well. Wes, what have you noticed about their Strongholds and the issues there?
The Strongholds are so topsy-turvy. It's just that style of mode that once control is gotten, how long can that team keep control? The big thing for me is how quickly can FaZe get off of these bad situations, these spawn traps that they get put in, because Optic will put you in a blender if they get full map control with power weapons and whatnot. They will split spawn you. They will force you to, like, situational Halo is going to be so difficult in those moments that when you're on your back feet, you're going to have to respond with greatness and make an individual play to at least subdue some of the pressure that Optic are going to be thrown at you. So a lot of responsibility thrown on everybody as an individual. Hey, you're not going to have help this life. Can you get me one?
One thing I want to highlight about those FaZe records as well is the certain type of game types that they have the most success on are the ones where they're setup orientated. You have the Slayers, where it's a very simple objective. It's play for kills. King of the Hill and CTF as well. It's the ones where you have to be a little bit more of a unit flowing around the map, where they lost records started to kind of go against them a little bit in comparison to those other game types. So taking a look at this particular grand final, this first best of 7, you have a King of the Hill to start. Good news for FaZe. Then you have a Slayer game 2, where they've had so much success. They've been the best Slayer team here at the event. So I keep saying about how you don't get a better opportunity than this for FaZe to win a grand finals. You're coming from the winner's side. You have to win one of 2 series, and seeing 2 game types at the start here that favor you in the records you have so far has got to fill them with confidence.
Looking for a hot start, honestly, on both sides of that stage today. Cannot wait to get into this, folks. DreamHack, this is the moment you've been waiting for. The trophy is on the line. Our 2 teams are ready to go. FaZe versus Optic. Your grand final starts right now.
Well, a weekend that has been full of surprises may have one more in store here as we approach our grand finals here at DreamHack. It has been an incredible tournament, like I mentioned, full of game 5s, full of upsets, and the 2 teams that are on our main stage right now have different stories they want to conclude. For Optic Gaming, it's about going back-to-back. It's about a second elimination bracket run that results in a championship. But for FaZe, it's a first grand final of this season and a first chance to lift that trophy.
Packed house all weekend long here at DreamHack, and of course the grand finals are no exception. For Optic Gaming, it's a chance to erase the entire history of the tournament. That is all people will remember if Optic Gaming can take these series. However, if FaZe takes it, it is historic. It changes the course of the season. And their year, without a doubt, only one of those stories will prevail at the end of this grand final.
Both teams coming into this grand finals with perfect results in their previous matches, but you're gonna have to be more than perfect. You're gonna have to be exceptional to lift the trophy here in Dallas. As we start off with our first game of the series, King of the Hill on recharge. And looking at the map records, like I said, Andy, this one, FaZe will like the look of.
Trades to open things up here, and as we said, Suppressed, his first ever grand finals appearance. A household name in professional Halo, but now finds himself with an opportunity to take home a trophy. Let's see what he and the rest of FaZe Clan can do here in game number 1.
First camo you saw was burned bottom middle, so no real impact for that. Suppressed, though, already having an impact here on the map. He's looking for a triple, but he's only going to find the double. 3 dead, though. For Optic Gaming, Legend finds himself as last alive, but trying to control these spawns in and around the pipes where that first one's going to be.
Legend, that's what he does. Look at that in a 1v2 momentarily. Somehow sneaks away without even trading the kill. 2 dead here for FaZe.
It's a frustrating moment here for FaZe because last alive, Legend gets the kill, doesn't get traded, then re-engages, contributes to a second kill, and now Optic have control of this hill.
Kind of feels like we're just a continuation of his streak off of that first series of the day, doesn't it? Legend just being as tricky as you would expect, and they keep 3 in the death screen for FaZe. 50% of the progress here on the first hill. Renegade still alive here, also being a nuisance, bottom blue.
Yeah, Renegade just on the flank from spawners at the moment. Mortal's got a shock rifle as well, and he's putting that to use. Penguin could not get anywhere near the hill before his head was removed. It's 2v2 at the moment, but last 2 players from FaZe are a long way away from that hill, and Optic are far closer to it. They will get that first hill on the board. They're up by 1.
Not wasting any time, and Formal also not wasting any time. Looks for a second head eventually. Will be forced to retreat, but has a lot of covering fire and teammates pushing up as well to help out the cause. It's 3 dead for FaZe yet again.
Yeah, Optic looking like they haven't missed a beat here. Those kills falling at just the right time, not just to win the rotation towards this next hill, but also that camo is coming up bottom middle. Renegade has it in his possession. The first power-up is going to be influential on this game. The second camo will be picked up here by Optic.
Notice Renegade playing front of hill so he can make plays like this.
Just got a double, by the way.
Look at this. Oh my, 3 dead right away. Suppresses the last player alive in tower, and he's forced to go all the way back to elevator. This will be continued time. Love the way the Renegade plays the front of that hill and dips out right away when the pressure comes.
Now looking to close in on 2 suppressed as well. Bounty's going to get that kill, and now all of FaZe are trapped on the long ball. Renegade has free reign to move in and pick up the most simple double that a player of his ability can ask for.
They've already crossed the 20 kill mark here, just outslaying heavily and only moments away from getting the second hill as well. This has been clinical from Optic Gaming.
This has been dominant from Optic Gaming. FaZe really haven't had an opportunity to step inside of that hill. It's another simple double kill for Renegade, and off the back of the kills, it's a second hill for Optic. They're already up by 2.
Unreal start. That's some of the 2 fastest souls we've ever seen in a grand finals, without a doubt. 4 were dead for Optic though, so now an opportunity perhaps for FaZe to get back in the game.
Now we have to see FaZe exercise an element of control that we've yet to see. Shots like that from Suppressed will certainly help them in this situation, and also collecting a shock rifle will help them in these fights. Bound is last alive, so FaZe have done a great job here as he's taken down as well to get control of this hill and starts to put Optic on the back foot.
Back-to-back 4 deads there, and you talk about a player's first appearance in the grand finals. How about Suppressed already 8 and 4 in this game here?
Trippy not quite connecting with those shots onto his former teammate, of course, in Formal, and that's going to allow Optic to at least break into the pipes. Penguin, though, he's going to get a double. Penguin opening the map up as Valkade will come in, and Optic Gaming find themselves 4 dead. So even though there was a bit of a shock in the arena to the way that FaZe was slowly getting into this game, now they've woken up a little bit, and this should be their hill.
Yeah, really impressive there. Another 3 back-to-back 4 deads, and FaZe answers back with a very impressive sequence of their own.
2 dead now for FaZe, though. You can see the Formal in the feed is going to make Trippy have to survive on his own for just a few seconds here. Tries to challenge for this camo, but not going to be able to. Optic Gaming will get their 3rd pickup of the camo, and the 2nd time they can put it to use here.
Oh, look at this as well. A little bit of a tricky scenario there with teammates. Has to try to stay alive with the camo. This will be important. And manages to just navigate and tiptoe in between the raindrops to stay alive. Pressure coming in here from Suppressed. He manages to stay alive yet again.
Yeah, I like that aggression, though, from Suppressed. I like the fact that he's trying to take the fight to Optic Gaming here on this hill. Not make it comfortable. Keep them on their toes. As Formal still alive with this camo here.
3 nades, quick drop, 3 dead. Last guy's Trippy. You can bet he's going to make sure this one gets erased. He's got help as well.
Help's going to come. Formal still recognizing the most important thing here is hill time. Let your teammate play off of your damage. He can have the kill. You'll take the time. Valkade's last alive. And Optic might be about to go 3-1 up here.
They have the timing on the rotates beautifully done there, trading out those kills in long haul. They knew that Legend had to fly in, and if he did, Formal would have to get the next kill on the domino effect. But it's perfectly executed here.
I mean, we've seen some pretty slow games that have finished 1-0, 2-1, whatever it might be, but we've still got 3 minutes of the game clock here to play with, as Optic will step in and be able to secure this 3rd hill. They're up 3-1, and so much time left still to play on this hill as we move towards bottom mid.
Certainly a moment there where Optic probably could have even baited time if they had wanted to, but you could tell they're playing no-nonsense Halo right now. They said, let's just get the last few seconds. Don't even worry about baiting here, even though we have 2 dead. Let's just keep going here, because they are absolutely rolling and patrolling at 3-1.
Trippy trying to challenge Bound here. Bound is giving him problems, but Trippy has last alive, will at least get 1 kill, but inside of that hill, again, is Optic Gaming. Standing there, collecting time, forcing the game in their favor. Trippy will get the beat down, puts the Shroud down just to survive a little bit longer. He knows there's some pressure coming through the Shroud, and Valkade's going to be there to help his teammate out. It's 2 dead here for Optic, numbers heavily in the favor of FaZe.
Good timing, last player alive is gold. This should be an easy FaZe camo. Trippy will pop, and now, with 2:21 left, as you had mentioned, Mark. Still a lot of game clock to play with.
Enemy team took the kill.
He gets hit by that grenade though. Legend took out Penguin. Almost gave the position of Trippy away. As Optic will manage to get 2 kills on the board and force FaZe onto the back foot. Trippy trying to stay alive with this camo and influence this game, but a lot of pressure being put onto him at the moment.
Yeah, this Legend's also just being an absolute pain. He's going to go bottom blue. Just continuing to poke around and look for that camo. And by the time they do all this, camo's already out. It's a really nice camo management and camo counter from Optic Gaming. Take a look, 2 players bottom middle. They keep a player at battery's angle to shut down the camo option. And it's a really nice neutralization there of the power-up.
And how frustrating it is to play against Optic. You're seeing it from the point of view of Trippy there. You know, he broke about 3 or 4 shields, but none of the kills get picked up. He's doing everything he can to put Optic under pressure in those gunfights, but just the help, the bait and switching from Optic too strong in those situations, and now they're 60% of the way to closing it out game number 1.
You get the feeling that Optic only has one speed on this championship Sunday. The speed at which they went through the matches earlier today were unbelievable, both of their series. And now they're bringing that right into the grand finals as well.
16 and 11 for Renegade, 15 and 9 for Formal. The man on your screen gets the beat down, doesn't connect with the shock this time around. FaZe have some numbers. Now, let's think about this for a second here. Still plenty of time left on the game clock, like we mentioned, and 3-2 feels like a very different game here if FaZe can close out this bottom middle hill. They have taken a lead. They still have to secure and win this next gunfight if they want to make this 3-2.
Big moment indeed. A lot of game clock, as we said. All going to come down to this second hill. 2 dead for FaZe, though. Not going to be easy here.
Okay, he's going to be left on his own as well. Okay, wins a big fight, but Legend is there to trade it out. Trippy goes in for the trade. 4 dead, though, on the side of FaZe, and Optic will step back into this hill.
Oh, they're flying, and they're going right to Trippy's spot. This is a risky push. They're all ending this push here.
It's really risky. They have to. They have to try and force it. They can't let Optic take this last bit of time. They have to keep contesting this bottom middle hill, as we have a 2v2 on the map right now.
This is a big 1v2 now. Trippy was the only player alive for just a second.
Help comes in from the respawner though. Trippy gets his kill onto Formal. Suppress now off the respawn. He's able to pressurize Renegade in this tower, and FaZe are inside that hill once more.
Here they come. Suppress so well off of gold here. Only a few more takes before they get the second hill.
Formal finds 1. Flank now comes in from Renegade. He gets the call out. That's 2 players weak. It's 3 dead here for FaZe. Trippy last alive has to make a hero play onto this hill. Not going to be able to. Optic will step in, and Optic will be up by 1.
And FaZe doing everything they can with repeated gold spawns to try to fly at the bottom middle hill, but as you can see, easier said than done. Being forced time and time again to keep their teammate alive, and they're able to do it over the course of 2 spawn cycles, but they were no match for Optic's early game. Those opening 3 hills were dominant.
Very, very impressive start from Optic, continuing the momentum that we just saw from their win against TSM in that elimination bracket final. Now they have to keep this momentum going. FaZe started to work their way back into that game. It could have been a very different final minute or 2 had they secured what was a hotly contested bottom middle hill. But Optic, as we've seen so many times in this tournament, the big moments are the ones that they've come out on top of.
Formal 22 and 11 with just shy of 5,500 damage to lead the lobby in just about every category. That's the Championship Sunday Formal you tend to get. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, starting off with the man himself.
Yeah, I mean, the first hill was brilliant. Again, a great life from Legend as last alive was what propelled Optic to be able to get a lot of control on the map and secure that first hill. Renegade, again, a great game from him. Wes was saying before the series got underway, if you want one player to be popping off on your team, if you're Optic Gaming, you're probably looking at Renegade to be that guy, and in game 1 certainly didn't disappoint.
He did not at all. At that point in the game, he was 14 and 9. Here he's already gotten to 16 kill mark as well, so right up there with Formal throughout the majority of the game. And as we said, even though we saw FaZe with several camos and several opportunities to take control of the game, Optic did so well to trade out every single kill. That's another example of doing exactly what they needed to on the map.
These final moments here, you can see that the spawns were staggered on both sides, so everyone was kind of scrapping and trying to push towards this hill, but just a little bit of patience here from Renegade. Takes it off angle, gets the nice simple double kill to force FaZe out of that hill. The rest of Optic spawn close enough to just get inside of it, get those last few scrap seconds and make sure that that victory is secured. 4-1, the win here for Optic on game number 1. And just to remind you, this was a game type that FaZe would have favored going into this series. King of the Hill they've been pretty good at, but one thing they've been extremely good at is Slayer, which we find ourselves going towards now in game number 2.
Take a look at some of the matches so far. The grand final record between these map sets, of course, everything prior to this grand final. Slayer Solitude, as we had mentioned earlier, heavily in favor of FaZe Clan at 3-0. Optic Gaming 4-3, so they've seen their fair share of losses on this map. FaZe right now comes an opportunity for them to tie up the series.
Yeah, FaZe are going to have to show something in the objectives, but if they're going to get the chance to do so, they need to secure these Slayers. 50 kills to win here. We know the camo is going to be a big influence on how these kills start to fall, as well as that shock rifle, which everybody is going to want to get their hands on. Now, if FaZe do get it in their hands, Andy, I want to see them use it. Put it to use. Don't try and keep it out of the hands of Optic. Try and take some heads.
We've seen Optic find some success this weekend, despite the 4-3 record overall. Find some success in this exact map game type, and especially on this map as well. We saw them earlier putting together amazing pieces for some serious wins. It's Formal with an opening camo, 2 dead each side.
Penguin up on S3. Formal knows that he doesn't want to give away his position by firing his gun, so it takes a few extra moments, just takes a beat. Let's wait for the help from Bound to arrive. But Penguin spot him out here. Trippy will get taken down in that fight, but does take Formal down with him. Or FaZe certainly do with a combination of players. And Suppress with that repulse wins a big individual fight. Bound will go down as well, even though he had the shot. As Trippy secures the double kill, it's FaZe with a no lead. As Trippy goes down, but Foul's got that shock rifle now.
That really has been the theme so often this season. Before you can even get the sentence out that the team has taken the lead, it's often tied right back up. How about that camo deny from FaZe? Penguin equalized it from S4 really nicely to keep this game now all knotted up.
Look how aggressively FaZe were pushing, by the way, onto those respawners from Optic. It's 2 dead on the side of Optic. It's a 10-9 lead here for FaZe. And I think that's an encouraging sign for FaZe. We've been a little bit critical sometimes about how sometimes they can play a bit slow or slow to recognize when they have advantages on the map, but that showed that when they do feel like they have those, they're not going to be afraid to push it.
Everything going to slow down for just a second before this KO. You thought. Suppress hits a beautiful shot to top mid. Eventually will be taken down 3 falls, so Falcon is your only player alive at a tricky piece of timing as he will fall with camo coming up top mid here in 10 seconds. About one more battle before that camo can be grabbed.
Trippy already weak down on the dip, but Trippy with perfect shots onto Renegade will remind him that you've got to be perfect in your own shots to win some of these fights. Falcade comes through and wins a big fight himself. Legend does not put that shock rifle to use. With the pace of this game, Andy.
I'm telling you, Optic's got 1 speed today, and it is fly at your opponent as fast as possible, and so far it's also been as efficient as possible, because despite the speed, they've also played nearly perfect. They go up by 1 here with a camo grab as well.
Another camo goes here to Optic, which means bullets can be fired, and FaZe find themselves 3 dead. It's a 4-kill advantage with camo still in the hands of the Frenchman. Sabri now jumps up to top middle. Does his best UAV impressions. He looks all the way around the map here to try and spot out the members of FaZe Clan.
1 down, they need to play this carefully. Shot coming up at 10 as well. Let's get into a listen here in the comms on Optic Gaming.
No, one dealer. That's working. Go, one shot. Top side. There's 2 at side. The hotel scam. Yeah, there's one here behind me, bro. Watch out benches, guys. I heard benches. Yeah, I'm going back to John. I know. Going try. Very weak for guy. I go on. Top. He can be. You're big. Up. Yeah, let's come in. We're gonna have shock. Slip. Nice, man. Drop right. Remember. Is there one shot? Just left. One shot. 2 deck. Last 2 next. No one's pushers. I think that's shock. I think shock's pushers. Spend deep. Go nest. Go nest. There's one shotgun left. Break. And jump right. I died. Jump right. Solo. He's going solo. Mike. I think he's U-turn. Watch fighter. Death came in U-turn. Nothing U-turn. Blue. Nothing U-turn. What's gonna be like snake bite? Ammo on 15, guys. I can lift enemy. Yeah, go. He might push my blue. Yo, push suppress. Push suppress. One's on snake bite too. One shot push suppress absolute. And snake bite weak. One shot. One shot. Do that, guys. Camo. Fires on me. Stay alive, John. One shot. Trade. Enemy glasses. Somebody. Can I get it? Keep moving, guys. U-turn. Glass also weak. Can't go for this yet. They're baiting. I can't wait. Trippy. One shot on the awning. And show the weak. It's a great flank bound. Great flank bound. Inside the stairs. You turn them side, one shot. Alone set up. No one's working. It's okay. Two players.
Wow, the listening phase into a lead though, and Penguin picking up the camo here for FaZe. The first time we've seen it in their control for quite some time.
Wow, Bound last player alive. It's a huge play from Bound. 3 were dead for Optic. And he lifts on the camo player to take the 1v1, and then the help eventually comes from the loop glass and poster spawners to keep this game within 1.
Tie game, 34 apiece. Legend with the kill onto Falcated. Renegade will make sure this game stays tied up as well. Penguin will get that kill though, and as we enter the back end of this game, FaZe have an advantage, but it is just 1 kill. This game can change very, very quickly, especially with Legends flying into the hotel to finish off that damage.
Renegade yet again, by the way, 11 and 8 in this game as well, in a game that they're tied up. Who continues to perform? There's been questions asked of how long can he do this? He's keeping it up still.
Suppress being aggressive on the damage bottom middle, gets that kill. Again, a 1 kill advantage here for FaZe. Looks for the kill onto Legend, a difficult angle to take that fight from a Legend. Will win it to tie the game back up again. Big 1v1 inside of Yard is going to be won this time by Trippy. Penguin and Formal now in their own 1v1, and Penguin will win that one. And the double kill will keep FaZe in the most slender lead possible.
This is going to get so dicey with these trades. Teams are going to maybe even slow things down just a bit, because this is really getting to the danger zone in terms of the final stretch of the game. FaZe still up now by 2.
I would say the pace of this game has been electric on both sides. As Penguin gets another kill. Help coming in from Trippy at just the right time. Formal desperately trying to scarper in, but it's a 2v2 split. I think Formal recognized brilliantly there. He didn't have the time to push in on that as the spawners were coming in. Also knowing the camo's coming up means now it will be 3 dead for FaZe. Formal alive as everybody else from Optic picks up the kills, and Optic are now in the lead by 2.
How well was that handled by Optic Gaming in the 2v2? Formal also dodges all of the grenades around Pillar, stays alive, does not shoot Trippy to make sure he maintains camo, and now they're up here 47, 48 to 43.
3 dead here for FaZe. This could be the home stretch for Optic Gaming. Formal with the beat down. The trade comes in from Renegade to put them 1 away from closing out game number 2.
Unreal. How good have they been in the Slayer late game? Time and time again, they pull away from a tied game in the mid-40s. 1 kill to go.
They got FaZe trapped here. Suppress gets 1, but Formal trades it out with a sticky grenade. And it will be Optic Gaming who pick up the win here in the Slayer and are already up by 2 in this series.
I saw a movie awfully similar to this one not too long ago.
Not too far from here either.
It's true, about 19 miles from this exact arena, and only about 5 weeks ago, if that. Optic Gaming takes the first 2 games yet again of Grand Final number 1. As a formal chant erupts in the building, and for good reason. Optic Gaming take it 50 to 45. And Mark, how good have Optic Gaming been in the Slayer late game? It feels like every game that we've seen in these game 2s, these game 5s, take a look at the damage as well, has gone to essentially a tie game at 40. Across the entire arena, Optic Gaming part of so many of those, and they just have unbelievable ice in the late game to close it out.
Yeah, and remember, this is FaZe, who have been number 1 ranked in Slayers so far this tournament, so they certainly have not been any slouches when it comes to this particular game type. There's a lot of moments in it from Optic as well where you felt like a few kills got away from them. Big individual fights being won with no shielded players, like this one from Penguin. Yeah. But I'd love to talk about the decision from Formal. Right at the end here, it's a 2v2, he gets damage onto a player, but the call obviously comes that camo is up. We have mid-map control. If he pushes in and tries to kill that player that he's done damage to,
Pillar, yeah.
He's probably pushing into spawners, he gives away a death, and he risks giving up mid-map control as well. So just having that big picture in your head, so important for those close game situations. I think Formal really needs to be credited with the decisions that were made in that play.
If you're just joining us here in the arena or online, first of all, welcome to another grand final that's shaping up to be quite a series. Optic Gaming has once again taken games 1 and 2 just like they did in Arlington to try to reset the bracket. And they've looked dominant in doing so. However, it's worth noting, we haven't talked about it yet because games 1 and 2 were rightfully such a focus. Games 3 and 4 are both new game types that Optic themselves would tell you are not their strongest game types. It's Neutral Bomb Aquarius and CTF Origin. So despite the fact that FaZe Clan has now dealt their first loss of the season on Slayer Solitude, they have a chance to mentally reset and lock in for 2 of the newer game types of the series.
And just a reminder as well, it's an extended series here, a best of 7, but in the grand finals, because FaZe have come from that winner's bracket, Optic Gaming not only have to win this series in front of us, but have to win a second best of 7 should they reset the bracket. FaZe only need to win one of these series to be crowned champion. So FaZe have to keep that in mind here, because Optic, the pace they're playing at and the ruthlessness that they're showing right now, FaZe need to make this series feel a bit longer. Make this series go the distance, knowing that if they put Optic under pressure, Optic can't afford to make mistakes in these series.
Take a look here. Optic Gaming, even though they would tell you themselves, and you might have heard on the Optic podcast, that they are not a good bomb team. I tell you what, the grand finals
to me.
Grand finals at Arlington, as well as this graphic, tell me that they're actually quite good at a lot of the new game types, despite the fact that they keep saying they're not too strong on them. 2-0 over Gen G on Fortress, we saw that one. A 1-0 win over Shopify and TSM, and also another 2-0 over Envy. 3 of those are on Aquarius, and guess what? We're headed there next in this exact game type. So you're hoping that FaZe instead goes for previous records and hasn't seen that graphic, because that could be a heartbreaking one. But I tell you what, one thing that's so interesting about this Optic Gaming roster is whenever we have gone to a grand finals where there's a reset potential, you have to think about the fatigue of a team. I'll come back to that, though, because I do want to look at the game types that are coming up in the series.
Yeah, and I mean, it falls into, it's one thing to hear from Optic that they don't think they're great on the new game types.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just speaking to how good they think they are at the other game types, because that record right there, 4-1, is pretty impressive when it comes to Aquarius, Neutral Bomb. And you look at the FaZe side, it's 2-2. So Optic have a chance here to go up 3 in the series. That record for FaZe, probably one of the weaker ones they have across the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think looking at a 4-1 record and a 2-1 record to 2 even records on both of the next 2 game types, which could be the series deciding game types for Optic Gaming. Certainly even more reasons for the Green Wall to be excited about what is to come here. Just to finish that earlier thought, with some teams, when you look at a grand final and reset potential, you have to ask yourselves, and we do, of course, of casters, what is the stamina and what is the endurance of these players, right? Because when you think about how difficult it is to do back-to-back best-of-7 series and win them both, throughout history, there have been players that have kind of longer endurance, a lot of veteran experience, etc. With Optic Gaming, you never wonder. You're thinking they are so locked in and ready to play 14 games if they need to, without a doubt. And it shows once again, it's a very, very strong opening from Optic Gaming.
Certainly is. I mean, this is why they win championships, right? And just something to highlight as well. We're talking about how Optic are looking to go back-to-back as an organization here with the wins. Well, for Bound and Legend, this would be 5 events in a row that they would win, if I'm not mistaken. With the 5-peat. How many players in Halo history have managed to pull that off?
Very few. I think you're looking at, I know it was discussed also on with Maniac and APG, and Lethal as well. You're looking at, you know, an Ogre roster, certainly. Some type of STK 3D FB roster, I'm sure, has done 5 in a row. I'll just leave it at that, though. It's probably the Ogres and friends, plus maybe 1 or 2 players here or there. It is a very rare achievement.
Certainly a very select group of players. And I'm sure for the Halo Championship Series as well, and a lot of the North American players probably thinking, where did Legends spawn from? Because, you know, a lot of, historically, the European teams haven't been able to go on to win championships, haven't been able to get towards the grand finals. Legends spawns in. And I've talked about his story a lot. He gets the opportunity to join Space Station, wins a World Championship, wins multiple events, season MVP. Now he's going into a bracket of a player who could win 5 events in a row. It's an incredible rise. Unbelievable.
Some people play through the high ping. He was raised by the high ping.
Molded by it.
This man did the equivalent of playing with a batting weight on for his entire career and realized, hey, I might be pretty good at this game. And of course got so good, essentially, that the world could not ignore him. And now he finds himself not only on a World Championship roster, but now, as you say, a potential to win 5 events straight. Now under the Optic Gaming banner, and it would, of course, be a back-to-back for Optic if they can do it here, but there's a whole lot more Halo yet to play if we want to have that conversation. We're 2-0 in favor of Optic Gaming over FaZe Clan. Neutral Bomb Aquarius, an opportunity for FaZe to get back into this series.
One thing that FaZe aren't afraid to do here in Aquarius as well is grind out these results. We've seen them win Aqua Flags in LAN tournaments 1-0. We've seen them grind out 1-0 bomb victories. But Neutral Bomb has been a pretty happy hunting ground for these 2 players in particular. Bound and Foreman on your screen. Both of them over a 1.3 KD and over 2 kills per minute, first and second in the stats.
Not too bad. If you want to have two players ready to lock into a bomb game, how about the two top ranked overall and kills in the game type across all maps here at Dallas, and Bounce starting things off with a little bit of a world star.
Certainly is, and who's the man who helps him stay alive in that situation? Number one, Formal. With some shots across map, and Formal's just perfected another player, so early pressure for FaZe here being felt. All of them trapped in the back of their base, and that bomb is being thrown towards their courtyard.
Have you ever seen a team on a Championship Sunday play every single game type this fast, the way that they are? I mean, look at the unbelievable perfect opening, and they already have a spawn trap, essentially 30 seconds in.
Biding their time. FaZe can't move. FaZe can't leave. FaZe are getting hunted down. That's 3 dead. Faust dead as well. 4 dead. The perfect opening here for Optic Gaming. This could be a picture-perfect playbook opening. They have planted the bomb within the first 2 plays of the game. That is unbelievable from Optic.
They outslay 8-2 and get an immediate arm within the first 50 seconds of a neutral bomb game. Now you start to understand why we just saw that stat card on the screen and what this team is capable of here.
I'm in shock at what I've just seen. It's 3 dead again here. And it might be 4 dead. Trippy's no shields in the courtyard. He'll go down as well. FaZe can't spawn at the moment, let alone think about getting that bomb. It's another one here for Formal, surely, but Suppressed at least gets 1 kill. Formal had a little bit of a smile on his face there, having lost that one.
Yeah, Suppressed maybe buys a tiny bit of time here for FaZe, but as we said, you really cannot overstate just how insane this opening and the series and the day has been for Optic Gaming. I think we're all wondering if FaZe is going to get back into the series at any point, but it is not looking like this game type will be the one just yet.
I wonder if FaZe can get out of their base at the moment, let alone back into the series. I don't think we've seen anyone from FaZe on the Optic side of the map, let alone the bomb. Another kill gets picked up here for Optics. It's going to be 3v3 momentarily, but Renegade with yet another. The bomb's still progressing towards the FaZe base. FaZe are in the blender of all blenders at the moment, and finally Trippy with an individual win might give them a route out.
The biggest win, certainly not easy to win those peak shot battles against Baum when he has that peak advantage, but still after all of that carnage, it's going to be Renegade coming away with the camo, and things will slow down for just a second.
Well, finally FaZe will get across halfway on the map. They want to know what the other side of the map does look like, and they're finally starting to find that out. But with the camo in the hands of Renegade here, and him spying out and pinging frantically where he's spying FaZe members, Optic might be looking to collapse onto this, and they're already moving the bomb and progressing the bomb back onto the FaZe side of the map.
Look at this, ready, as you said, Renegade slow playing it for just a second, but decides to shoot, stays alive in the connector for as long as he can. Now it's 4 dead, 2 alive for FaZe, so we'll see if they can start to advance the bomb here.
Really important here for FaZe that FaZe make something of this situation, right? They have been absolutely pummeled for the first couple of minutes in this game, but the score is just 1-0. Now that they get that 4 dead, they can do to Optic what Optic did to them. 1 kill gets picked up early here by Suppressed, but the flank coming in from Formal gives them 2 kills.
Formal either went connector or car 1 to get behind him there. It's a really nice push in the end to help them get out of their base. Really nicely done as the team was otherwise trapped.
Look at this as well, just controlling the objective, controlling the bomb, forcing FaZe to turn around. Stop thinking about spawn killing and worry about what Formal's doing with that bomb.
And Optic up to their usual tricks. Bomb gonna sit car 1, they're very happy with that one. Now with the 1 bomb cushion, they'll go back to slaying.
One was so sneaky. Trippy's completely lost him, and Trippy is gonna pay for it as well. 2 dead here on the side of FaZe. Suppressed is trying to overextend towards top middle, but that camo coming up as well with numbers on the map and the bomb. Back close to this FaZe base. You gotta start to worry and feel that FaZe might be in a little bit of trouble here. 2 dead, camo coming up, bomb almost in the base. Optic are looking for blood here.
Getting flashbacks at Colossus matchmaking on Halo 2 launch week with the amount of noob combo I'm seeing from Formal here. Just absolutely green gunning anybody that walks in the base.
Swing and a miss, but connects with the bandit. Formal gets another one as well. It's 3 dead, Penguin last alive. Bomb is on the spot. Penguin has to go huge. And Penguin does do exactly that. He keeps FaZe down by just 1 as the dominoes start to fall towards Optic. Maybe looking for that second arm.
Bomb gets spotted out again. Eagle Eyes coming in from FaZe repeatedly with the camo. It hasn't made the difference on the overall scoreboard, but time and time again, they seem to be shutting down the camo pretty well. Maybe a moment to breathe here for just a second. As quickly as we say that, though, it's 2 dead for each side, so FaZe will have to off this respawn now as they do get their 3rd kill. Traded out, though, for a momentary 1v1, but to try to commentate this action requires keeping up with every single play. Finally, the last 8 kills. Traded out, essentially, and maybe a moment for FaZe to breathe and reset. Let's not forget, they are still only down here 1-0, and despite the fact that Optic Gaming has 2 players on 12 and now Renegade at 13 kills, it is still just a 1-bomb game.
Shots from Formal, by the way, suppressed. Taken down, Formal comes out of that first battle and re-engages in a second one to get that double kill. FaZe 2 dead once again. But I think it's really important just to highlight here, even though Optic have been dominant, even though you feel like FaZe have lost 90% of this game so far, it's still the 1 bomb difference between the 2 teams, but that might be about to change as Suppressed is last alive and Optic are arming that bomb once again.
One player rapping right now. Suppress is the only hope if they're going to get this stop. We'll see if he can. No, he's taken down. That bomb will go as well. And Optic Gaming needs no invitation. 3 dead for FaZe. Several will fall on Optic, however. It's really just all kills being traded out. Optic, very impressive. Let's not forget, there's been times where we've seen them overslay in bomb games pretty often coming up to this event. It seems like now, as soon as every piece of the puzzle is in place, they make sure the bomb is there too.
Yeah, they're bringing that bomb with them every time that they get a couple of kills. They're progressing it up the map. They are putting pressure on FaZe to not just call out where Optic members are playing on the map, but where that bomb is progressing as well. Legend just looking to make sure there's no overextenders here from FaZe. Now he wraps back towards top pink. Trippy finds 1 kill though. Penguin going to be double teamed on the bottom of the pink tower as Renegade gets yet another camo here for Optic Gaming.
And as things now go to 2-0 here, we can look at Formal stat line at 19, 10, and 6. Leading the entire game in kills. 1 shy of the assist leader. Suppress has 11 on the other side. And only 6 deaths in the game, leading in that category as well. When you talk about a man showing up on Championship Sunday, it's Formal. 3 dead yet again for FaZe.
Renegade taking on Falcade. Falcade wins the fight, but immediately Bound is there to trade that one out. Gotta keep an eye on where this bomb is at the moment. Sure, it's still down bottom middle, but it might start progressing towards the FaZe base once again here as Bound on our screens picks up a couple of kills, gets a beat down as well, and now FaZe find themselves 3 dead, and yes, indeed, look how quick and efficient Optic Gaming are. Immediately after the kills are picked up, the bomb's already being armed here.
Might have to drop and shoot here. Formal knows it, but a lot of players coming in through the pink door. Very weak. He picks up a double. More pressure still coming in from the pink side, however. This might be a FaZe clearing out here, 2v2 on the map.
Yeah, nobody just close enough to Formal there to help him out after picking up that double to block off the final 2 players who were trying to rotate in to clear that bomb out from FaZe. So, unfortunately for Optic, 1 player maybe just fell at the wrong time to leave Formal a little bit isolated, but again, even in that situation, Formal coming out of that situation with a double kill with 2 dead, you'll take it all day.
Love that play from Bound, even though he could have gotten camo 1 second later. Instead, he drops to help out with kills on both sides of the shroom stairs. It's 2 dead yet again. Val might not be long for this world. It's a staggered 4 dead. He picks up the last kill as well.
Bound starting to introduce himself to this game as well as another camo goes to Optic. FaZe have got to sort this out. They have lost pretty much every single power-up so far in this game, which is making it very, very difficult to get kills on the board, let alone get that bomb anywhere near the Optic base.
The Legend plays this so wisely. Make sure he's not in the sight line whatsoever. The patience to make sure he doesn't accidentally drop down. Picks up a double as well. And now with just 3:39 left, you feel like it's just a few extra moments here for Optic Gaming to just continue slaying. 3 dead yet again.
How many times have we said that? 3, 4 dead for FaZe. Too many if you're a FaZe fan. It's the only real answer you can give to that. Formal with another kill, 22 and 9. Formal on this game at the moment. Penguin will add another kill. Or should I say death to the tally here for Formal as Trippy will find 2. Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead.
Remarkable Formal now with that last string of plays, leading in every single category and has a bomb arm to his name. You cannot say enough about what that man is doing here in this grand final, specifically in this game.
Chance here for FaZe though. They've got that bomb towards the base. They've got 3 dead as well. Falcade, even though FaZe have been pummeled for the majority of this game, are going to get an arm on the board here, and it's 2-1 with time still left in this game. There is life, there is a chance, there is something for FaZe to hold on to.
And you wonder, with the stat lines on the screen, every single member of FaZe negative here, and the numbers that we just discussed at length on Optic Gaming, how on earth is this a 2-1 game? And with 2:40 left, there's still a little bit of game time to play with.
FaZe showing that if they get the opportunity to get the bomb in the base, if they get the opportunity off the 4 dead, they know how to get the job done. And finally, Penguin will grab a power-up for them as well. It's 2 dead on the side of Optic. Penguin takes the 1v1 and wins it against Legend.
2 dead here on a minor man advantage. FaZe know they need to start moving this bomb, and that's exactly what they do.
Bomb taken.
Penguin doesn't really want to be the player with this bomb in his hands with the camo. He wants to be the one influencing the fights. He's the one who wants to take the individual where he has that first shot advantage. All of Optic trapped in the back of the base. 2 minutes left in this game. The camo disappears.
They're going to have heard that as well from Shroomstairs. The push has to come now.
The threat sensor goes in here. That's going to give away all the positions of Optic Gaming, who are just waiting and hoping their grenades will connect. But it looks like damage advantage is FaZe's again.
Only 1 kill though. Still a lot of work to do on the arm.
Yeah. Renegade gets 1 though. That's going to slow down the push here from FaZe, but Falcated will clean up another. Legend, inside of the gen, will get the trade, and that trade is massive. For Optic Gaming, they can now get that bomb away.
And that cost a lot of time there. FaZe put a lot of energy, a lot of eggs into that basket. You have to wonder about the play call. Trippy hoping the damage might come in, but all of his camo dissipates holding the bomb top util.
I think the frustration there, and you couldn't understand why FaZe had to play that the way that they did. Optic coming off spawn for them like they're gonna have nades. They're gonna have 2 nades each, which they can bank into anyone who tries to push from FaZe. And FaZe having just come into that situation, winning fights probably don't have the same amount of utility to use. So they have to try and wait those nades out from Optic. And eventually we're forced to make the play. Optic defend, and FaZe still chase the game.
And you're right, and those pre-nades paid off. They've delayed a lot of time here. 47 seconds left on the clock. 3 will fall, however, from Optic Gaming Legend. Last player live bottom middle, and he will be taken down.
Okay.
41 seconds left. Here comes the FaZe push. It has to happen now.
Oh, that is a huge grenade coming in from Bound though, because that's on the bomb carrier. That slows the bomb progress down. 2 dead aside. 27 seconds left on this game clock for FaZe to pull off a miracle.
Falcated was hoping it'd be a free camo, but now him and Suppress are both in trouble. One of them should be able to get this camo, but they have to fly right now.
15 seconds left. 2v2 on the map. Penguin throws that one out into the courtyard, somehow stays alive. Trippy's there as well, but Renegade, he'll find 1. He looks for 2. Renegade gets 2, shuts the game down, and puts Optic Gaming 3 up in the series.
What a game from Optic Gaming. And I cannot wait to pull these stats back up, because if I'm not mistaken, Formal not only had the amount of kills that he had, I believe he was 1 assist away from having more assists than anyone on FaZe having kills, which is something I don't think I've ever said in a Halo tournament, let alone a grand final. Let me double check that. Formal goes 28 and 17 with 20 assists. Yes, 1 shy of suppressed 21 kills, and I cannot remember the last time I've seen something like this in a grand final.
A KDA of 17.7 for Formal.
Do you see how on the right side of your screen, some of those numbers are not like the others?
Yes. 2-1 the final score. FaZe do get that bomb planted and had Optic under pressure and an opportunity maybe to tie that game up, but the first 60% of the game, this is what we were seeing. It was just FaZe completely getting mauled in the back of their base.
And they barely got out a few times. It felt like they suppressed, for example, pushing out and winning battles that he shouldn't have won. That was the only way they got out, was winning 1v1s where they managed to kind of win from a disadvantageous situation. And I tell you what, an interesting game for a number of reasons, but most importantly, for the sake of the series, it's another Optic Gaming win, but things got close.
Even Formal knew that Optic were playing well, by the way, because usually if Formal loses that fight, he is furious.
Right,
but I think
he already had so much to be happy about before that.
Having just blended FaZe for the first 2 minutes of the game, he's like, okay, you can have 1. But I just want to take a second and give you the opportunity to break down just how brilliant the opening was for Optic Gaming. They get 3-4 dead, and then they set up perfectly with the full coverage of the map to spawn kill FaZe.
It really was. Also, plays like this, we got to take a moment. Look at how Sabri plays that so well, because especially anyone who's played a lot of, Halo long enough, as well as Halo Infinite long enough, you come down for that melee, all of a sudden it's a wacky angle, and you've gotten back whacked, and there's the wrong metal in the feed that you don't think should be there. But I couldn't agree more. It was just the poking and prodding from Optic Gaming, the way they kept FaZe 2 dead for so long, has paved the way for a, so far, green wall across the series layout. They're 1 game away from sending us to a best-of-7, and this has been one of the fastest championship Sundays we've seen so far, and it continues to be fast. Take a look here at the CTF matchup at Dallas so far.
FaZe, perfect. Optic Gaming, not so much. Average margin of the win as well in CTFs. Very, very impressive from FaZe. But those stats, you've got to take into account what's probably going through the heads of the players on the stage right now. It's a very different feeling if this was a 0-0 series and we're going into CTF as game number 1, right? Because FaZe have just been battered. It's as simple as that. Battered in that last game. Even though it ended up 2-1, so much of the time is spent on the respawn screen that it's difficult to get your head into the next game and forget about how that last game felt. So first flag cap here could be really influential on if we see another game of Halo, or if we reset the bracket here and go to a second best of 7.
Look at Trippy's stats so far as well. 1.54 CTF KD, as well as 6 caps. 10 steals, big numbers from him. So far outclassing Renegade, but it's been a different story so far this series. FaZe needs to be ready to play at a blistering pace in this game, but they also have to watch out. That is a very, very two-sided sword if you think about the opposite side of that blade. If they play this too fast and lose control of their base, they could see themselves on the receiving end of a double cap with the speed at which Optic Gaming is playing today.
Yeah, that's the level of Halo we're talking about on Coliseum cap to the flag. You go 4 dead, and either team has rockets and a sniper rifle, there's a good chance you're going to lose 2 flags. That's how good teams can be when it comes to this particular game type, which I have to say, I love being back in the suite of game types we have for the HCS this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's provided a lot of, as we said, new action across the new game modes and new challenges, and so far, Optic Gaming talking about how that wasn't their strong suit, and Slayers weren't their strong suit, and you could tell probably the Arlington elimination bracket run and this elimination bracket run has had something to do with it, but they have certainly brushed up on a lot of these game types. As you can see, it's all smiles on the face of Optic Gaming so far, and for good reason.
It's all smiles for Optic, apart from Legend.
Look at
Legend is
hand warmer in
looking
hand.
at his monitor as if he's going to kill everything on the
He
server.
actually has been.
Which is what he does.
Yeah, that's what he's been doing, keeping the hands warm as well, and that man is focused.
So you guys stop enjoying yourselves. We've got a game to win here.
Love it from Legend. It has absolutely shown in the gameplay. Love the discipline that we've seen from him time and time again. How about, as we have a moment before this game starts, about his gameplay on that King of the Hill Solitude? It has been a different level of thoughtful, intentional gameplay, and you could tell with Legend's expression right now, it's because this man is absolutely locked in.
He's got the look of a man who's annoyed that he's not playing Halo.
Yeah.
Because he spent so
It's
much
like,
of his
I
life
thought the game was
playing
going to
Halo.
start.
Yeah. Can we just play more? What do I do between games of Halo?
He goes, there's one more game in the series, and I want it to start right now.
Well, CTF Origin is where we're going to be heading. If we do get to a next game, though, it is going to be Slayer Streets, where FaZe will go back to that Slayer record. Even though they didn't get that win on the board in game number 2, they can rely on the fact that they know they're pretty good at the game type. And then it's Streets 2, and it looks very, very different. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on if FaZe can take this one. This is the leaders when it comes to kills and KD for Optic Gaming in this grand final. That's a 1.44 and a 1.49, respectively, for Formal and Renegade. But the damage diff, very notable. Formal is shooting everything.
Everything. And how about 52 kills apiece? That is a wild stat line. When you talk about kind of spreading the work across an all-star God squad like this, the fact that they would each have 52 kills apiece, pretty wild to see time and time again just how much Optic Gaming, each member, doing their part so far on another elimination bracket run so far.
It's interesting when we talk about Optic, and we've sort of discussed it a lot. It's like, oh, one player feels a bit quiet. It's like, there's only so many kills to go around. Like, if one player gets plus 30,
well,
like,
exactly.
nobody else can. Like, you could look at that and go, well, are Legend and Bound playing well? Look at their POVs. They're playing insane. Everybody's playing insane. And it's
that's how you get
it's adding up to map wins, right? And it's adding up to the domination that we're seeing.
I mean, sitting backstage, to be honest, you and I, between the first series and coming back on to grand finals, it felt like no time at all. And I'm sure everyone here in the arena, as well as everyone watching at home, is thinking the same thing. That this has been one of the overall fastest championship Sundays so far, and that is largely because of the speed at which Optic Gaming has won their games and their series today so far. We just saw the FaZe Clan boys, and you have to think, even without even thinking of where this series goes, they need some games on the board here just to stay alive, I would think, overall in terms of morale in the grand final.
Need to find something. Need to dig deep here. Find a little bit of, maybe you need that conversation that's like, make someone laugh, puts a smile on their face, just breaks the ice a little bit, because it's been a difficult series for FaZe to find something to laugh about so far. But one game on the board, and things will start to feel a little bit different for them. We are now ready to go to CTF Origin. DreamHack, we having a good time out here in this grand final? That's what we like to hear.
packed house yet again, and guess what? No surprise, as the grand final goes, we are standing room only all the way to the back of the venue. Welcome to the grand finals here. If you're just joining us, 3-0 for Optic Gaming. They look to close out the grand final number 1 here. And if they do so, they will force us to a... the rush comes in.
Hey, FaZe!
FaZe Clan wants to stop them to finish that thought from sending us to a second best of 7. But for FaZe Clan to win, we haven't said it just yet, but it needs to be said. They will need to reverse sweep with 4 wins straight to close out the title in just 1 game.
Well, if you're worried about FaZe not being on the same page, I think that opening strategy maybe changes that as they all 3 players just fly in G-slide towards the Optic members who are weak. It's 3 dead on either side at the moment, but the first spawners will be out for Optic. Bound is looking for that sniper rifle at the moment, not sure where it has fallen. He does manage to collect it. Legend has rockets, Bound has sniper. FaZe, not a situation you want to be in here.
Let's see what Legend does. Only 1 rocket to play with, though, but you can bet he'll put it to use, and of course he does. He takes up the kill. Tries to stay alive in cave, but not an easy thing to do. But when you're moving like this, you get your shields back.
Yeah, he's also got the thrust, so he can reach out. He can give himself a second to get out of a sticky situation. No more to play with, though, but still comes out of that fight with his life. 3 dead for FaZe. Finally, Suppressed puts him in the grave.
Finally taken down, an absolute back and forth, just brutal exchange of kills off the opening. Really no advantage just yet, despite the fact that you had Legend staying alive much longer than he should have in his opponent's cave. Here comes the push yet again.
Legend's got the sniper rifle now. So off the spawn, he finds a couple of bullets to have some fun with. 2 more left in the chamber for the Frenchman here.
Jeez.
There's 1 body shot. It's 3 dead again for FaZe. 2 off the respawn. Legend's got 1 bullet, but boy, can he put this to use.
See what he does here from the elbow. They have a lot of pressure coming in from both the elbow as well as the diving board. Gonna meet some opponents here. Does not connect, however. That will likely buy FaZe a moment to push out of their base.
Trying to clear out Renegade, who's still in their cave at the moment. They managed to do so. 25 seconds or so until those rockets pop up on the map as well. Suppress playing the rocket street and trying to pin Optic back as they spawn on the elbow.
And as we said, it feels like it's a rare moment when FaZe has a second to breathe in any of these game types, and we generally never say that. Halo Infinite, yes, a fast-paced Halo title, but generally there's a little bit more time for play calling here. That has not been the case for FaZe. They're 3 dead again.
Suppress just came off spawn as well in the cave. It's a little bit of a staggered 4 dead situation for them. And again, they're having to play on the back foot. Not a lot of progress up the map for FaZe at the moment. It's kind of a repeat of the opening that we saw in the previous game. But they just can't find the necessary kills to get up the map. They're 3 dead again here. Trippy lost alive.
See what Trippy can do, and Suppress off the spawn very luckily takes out Formal. That will once again give them just a bit of space, and that's an important trade as 4 will fall for Optic Gaming.
Renegade first off the respawn on the elbow, and finally FaZe can get onto the Optic side of the map. But Renegade off the respawn wins his fight.
Keep an eye on those rocks. Thrust up as well, so
first spawner gets 2.
Renegade does get the thrust, but I believe it's a rocket grab. Yes, from the side of FaZe. No, not yet. Trippy was up the rocket ramp, but he's forced back down due to a snipe presence coming in from Optic.
So split across the map at the moment. You have FaZe having to play on this rocket side because of the pressure and the sniper rifle that's in the hands of this man. A little bit of a rare miss coming in from Legend with this weapon. Falcated is going to just try and bide some time, play his life. Suppressed is going to find another one, and now the shots become more difficult for Legend as FaZe will pressurize him. And the flag starts to move. And even though he gets the body shot, Penguin gets that flag out.
2 still dead for Optic Gaming. 3v1. Formal's the last player alive, and Suppress finally gets the rockets. Lots of elbow presence here. Legend split spawns, though. How does Suppress play this?
Will he connect with this rocket? Trippy will with the bullet from the sniper rifle. The flag is still down. Optic will have to force their way forward. Trippy can't connect this time around. Renegade's moving in to try and get the return, and I'm pretty sure they're going to do it. So a scary moment here for Optic Gaming, but they do send that flag back home.
Certainly, and you could say for the first time this series, FaZe Clan showing up in a big way. That's 3 dead now for Optic, and the pressure continues.
FaZe starting to find a little bit of chemistry here. Killing spree for Trippy, 5 kills in a row. And they're going to have to summon Big Game Trip at this point, because this is Trippy. He's just struggling to find a little bit of momentum at the moment. As are the rest of his FaZe Clan teammates. 3-0 the series score at the moment. Still tied up in this game. No real moment moments where that objective has moved and we felt like there's an opportunity for that flag to be completely run back.
Yeah, absolutely. Big trades here coming in. Finally, 2 dead for both sides. And as we said, FaZe putting up their best fight yet. Let's see how the comms are on the side of Optic Gaming, how they're going to finally break this FaZe wall.
Watch our trench. Grass one also. Watch our trench.
Dead, 2 dead. We have help, he's weak. 3 dead.
Let's go, one more. Could be outside.
He's double.
Ready, I'm looking for him. Where is he?
He just needed this.
Ready.
We have rockets pushing elbow. We have rockets.
One side.
We'll kill that guy.
Got one.
One side. One side, guys.
We have rockets or flag, just trying to live.
There's our flag. One's on flag. Tripping.
Looks like cave. One's
on flag, guys. Careful.
Where they are. They're maze weak, fell.
Blue maze. Watch out, blue maze.
Triple maze fell, absolute. Grass one, blue silver. You guys grass both one. Blue BR1, John. Still blue, John. Go back.
Okay.
One shot.
Yo, blue Sigi. One blue Sigi on you. Every last guy. Nice, good shit.
Flags one.
Nice, good shit.
The window.
Watch the window, press.
Cyber.
Out the comms and into the game, and FaZe show some life. They get the first flag on the board. And for the first time in this series, FaZe are leading a game. They're up to 1-0.
And what a wild series of events. When we started that listening, we had 4 dead, and Optic Gaming pushing in with the rockets, as well as the next rotation beginning. Renegade spent a lot of resources on pre-rocketing the back of the base and then checking the back of the base. In the end, they get counter-capped on. FaZe takes a lead, as you say, 1-0.
So FaZe finally with something to talk about. Showing some signs of life in this series. Renegade does have the sniper rifle, and we'll find one. 2 dead here for FaZe as Optic continue to control this snipe side of the map.
And it feels like doing it in true Optic Gaming fashion, right? Never the easy way. Set up once again. If they want to do it in this game, it will need to be a comeback story. 5 minutes on the clock.
Renegade hears the footsteps. And we'll find the kill, but Falke did take one to the grave before he went down himself. FaZe have got just under 5 minutes to hold on in this game to get this game on the board. Nice body shot from Renegade, but not without damage being exchanged. Trippy flies in. Formal is there after the no-scope from Renegade to keep his teammate alive.
How much have those two been watching each other this entire weekend? It's been amazing to see. Renegade, by the way, 17-9. Some of the most unbelievable consistent stat lines we've seen in the opening 2 events of a season. And he's not done yet.
And now he's searching for a penguin. Can't quite find him, but finds the body of Suppressed. Knows the penguin's still alive somewhere or other. Gets the comms, gets the call out, will get the cleanup with this grenade. 2 dead here for FaZe, and still a bullet to play with that doesn't connect this time around for Renegade.
Comes around the corner with a sniper rifle and a terror for Penguin. He gets hit by both in the end. Rocket grab once again for Legend. Can they make it happen this time? It's the same exact setup. 3 dead, rockets in hand. Can they do it?
Legend's gonna have to be the flag runner here. Look at that kill feed. If it's a FaZe member that goes down, there's a massive opportunity for Optic to run this flag. Remember, Legend still has these rockets to play with.
Loses a second on the run, though. Loses a second based on the flag juggle. Has to burn 2 rockets. Has to burn both. And you have to wonder if the split second that cost them on the flag fumble will come back to bite them. It will. A triple kill for Trippy. 4 dead for Optic.
Optic fluffed their lines. Cannot get that flag back home. Cannot get the kills they required to make that flag run cleanly towards their base. And Trippy clutches up with an initial double. The rest of FaZe deal with the rest of Optic. And now Optic have got to be careful that they don't get capped on themselves. They're still 2 dead, and FaZe are moving this flag.
Formal's also weak here in the fountain. Good silver control from Trippy. Wins the battle. It's another killing spree for Trippy.
And we mentioned now they need big game Trick. Well, he's 20 and 15 right now. He might be looking to make it 21. Renegade will win the fight, but it's 3 dead on the side of FaZe right now, and Bound will get the kill onto Falke to slow this run down, but Penguin still alive, still being a nuisance under the base. Renegade has more work to do.
Legend has to work here with Renegade. There's a cave player here, Suppressed, who wants to get a touch on this fountain flag.
Now FaZe have a decision to make. Do we try and force this flag? Do we protect our own? The flag will be returned for Optic Gaming. As Renegade finds 2. A triple will open the door for Optic to get this flag moving. Formal moving in, looking for that final kill, getting that flag moving.
Look at the move as well. Doesn't even bother with Penguin. They leave Penguin back. He's putting it stopped. They did not kill Penguin. They didn't kill anyone.
3 dead for Optic, and another opportunity to run a flag slips through their fingers. FaZe with defensive plays that are heart-wrenching for both sets of fans. 2 dead here for Optic. Bound going to be taken down as well. Formal's last alive here on the elbow. He's going to be dealt with as well. It's 4 dead. Trippy can run this flag towards the elbow.
Renegade first spawner in the fountain. Mike at the kill.
Suppress killed him.
Does not cut him down. Suppressed holding down the snipe side angle. Second flag running for FaZe.
Suppressed with the game in his hands. Penguin finds one though. Formal challenging from the window. Flag is down. And so are pieces of Formal's visor. That is a nasty shot. Coming in from Suppressed. FaZe are running this one home.
And we're seeing FaZe and Suppressed as this second flag, yes, indeed, go home. Suppressed and the rest of FaZe fans showing up in a big way for the first time in this series. They are alive and they are leading by 2. That could be the dagger for game number 4.
3 dead for Optic again. And boy, did FaZe need this. It cannot be understated how much FaZe needed this to believe they can stay in this series, to believe that they can hurt Optic Gaming. And these kind of shots, as 4 Optic players will fall, will continue to build that confidence, kill by kill, shot by shot here for players like Suppressed.
Look at the damage from Suppressed there. Sit in front, diving board damage into 2 players. In the end, gets helped out as well. They're not done yet. 4 dead yet again. It's a frenzy for Suppressed in his first ever grand final.
And now he gets the rockets as well. 10 kills without a response. As he's looking for more, blind fire in the rockets, but it doesn't matter because FaZe have done enough. They run the flag home, and FaZe tell everyone here at DreamHack that there's more Halo to play in this grand final.
What a game from FaZe Clan. It took a little while for them to get hot, but once they did, they changed the course of this series. Now, of course, still a very long road as they trail 3-1, but I think most importantly for FaZe fans, as you said, it's signs of life.
It's signs of life, but there's also, you're starting to see those moments of brilliance, which is what we talked about with Optic so many times. A big play from a Renegade, a Formal Bound Legend. Pick your poison on the Optic side. But Suppressed and Trippy, one offensively with that sniper rifle, but one defensively. Trippy got so many important defensive kills to keep that game tied up initially at 0-0, where Optic was swarming all over their base.
So many times.
The great news for FaZe as well is once they got that flag moving, they did not make mistakes. They capped.
I cannot wait to see some highlights, specifically because Optic, time and time again, perfectly timed from the team in the back. If we take a look at some of the best moments from that game, and there were many. Time and time again, FaZe had 3 or 4 dead with the Rockets wrapping elbow side. And to everyone's surprise, certainly ours and certainly theirs as well, unable to get those flags properly off the stand. And this thing, let's not forget, 5 minutes in, we were still here 0-0.
It's amazing how FaZe get that first flag, and then they just look like a different team. Just completely look like a different team, and not the team that we saw. This was a big moment here. That looks like a big miscommunication from Optic. Legend looked like he wasn't sure where anyone was.
Looked like he was pre-firing. Also, as we said, he flag fumbled. If he doesn't flag fumble, that is about 1/2 second to 1 second where he's further down trench, and none of that takes place. He probably hits the G-slide all the way down to his side trench, and it could have been a 1-1 game. So look at this play from Suppress. I love it. Isolates, engages both, then ISOs the 1v1. The team in the back already knows we had to see it twice as the team finishes that. He wasn't done here. Comes up elbow, stays alive with even more help.
Wins the fight against Renegade as well. A little bit of help comes in to help him do so. But I think the biggest shot, in my opinion, that Suppress hits in this game is when they're running that flag. That's the killing frenzy, by the way. 10 without response. Don't see that very often, especially in the grand final. They're looking for that second flag. Last player alive is shooting the flag runner in the back, and Suppressed hits the headshot with that snipe on the elbow.
Look at both these guys, 25 kills, 50 kills with just the Suppressed Trippy duo. 1.32 and 1.39 KD, respectively.
Shooting good, shooting great. And they're going to have to continue to do that, though. If they want to pull this series back a little bit closer, it's 1 game on the board. It's the start of a comeback here for FaZe, and now we move in our series layout towards a Slayer. lost the first one, but like we highlighted before any bullets were fired in this grand final, FaZe's Slayers this tournament, outside of that game number 2, have been flawless.
Really, really surprising to see the way that went down for Optic Gaming. They had so many chances, and how perfect have they been today? It felt like every single push, every single break up until that moment was exactly what Optic Gaming wanted to do. But now FaZe, with a game on the board and maybe some momentum, can they stay alive in the series? Of course, Optic Gaming still just one game away from resetting the bracket.
Yeah, that's the bigger picture still for Optic here. One game is all they need to reset the bracket and send us to a second best of 7 in our grand finals. So Pressi's going to get that red gun early on, the Stalker in their control. As attention now moves towards the camo. Found in a 1v1 here with Trippy. Trippy wins it! And all of a sudden you're starting to see a couple of FaZe players win those big individual fights.
Absolutely worth noting just how slow the start of this was. We'll have a chance to talk about it after the camo grab, but Renegade gets away with the camo most importantly for Optic Gaming.
His teammates do an amazing job of keeping him alive because he was dodging bullets left and right. FaZe knew that he was somewhere, but weren't able to spot him out. He's also got the Stalker rifle in his hands, and FaZe aren't moving here.
Trying to bait the camo out. Trying to waste the time and see if they can ice. Oh. They don't know.
Finds one, turns 2. Renegade with a double kill here. It might be a triple. All 4 dead for FaZe. A beautiful push from Optic Gaming.
Beautifully done there. And honestly, FaZe tried to bait out the camo timing and play in pairs at both music as well as PD, but they get involved in the A battles, and when you do that, you can no longer try to eagle eye the camo, and Renegade plays it perfectly. The rest of Optic plays it perfectly, and now they have this 11-6 lead.
Okay, weak at the back of the tower as well as a killing spree bound. 5-1 for him at the start of this game. And 5 without response since that death.
Dangerous scenes here for FaZe because it feels like all the momentum off that last game with a 7-kill deficit and Optic doubling their score so far has all but been erased.
I mean, Bound is to be in the ultimate bait here. Every time he's no shields, a FaZe player moves in to clean him up, he just pushes him away with that repulse.
That repulse felt very on brand for Bound's personality.
It really did.
Nice little trolly. Give me just a second, I'll be right back with you.
Former versus Penguin. Penguin's going to win that one, just dancing around the palm trees. But still a 6-kill advantage here. Make that 7 for Optic. As FaZe steal away the camo. Foul's the last player alive here. Sees 4 more, has to take the fight due to the fact that he's already going to be seen as that camo was just taking a second to come back and give him full coverage. And Optic will shut that down.
Yeah, Val trying to do everything he can, as you said in 1v4. He'll be happy to have burned the camo, but S4 will fall for FaZe. Optic still essentially just about doubling their score of their opponent still at this mark of the game.
Stalker in the hands of Renegade as well. Thanks. What a push that is from Penguin, by the way. Wow. Most important kill on the map, the player with the Stalker rifle they deal with. Penguin looking to move in, but slightly aggressive in that situation. Maybe thought there was more damage than there was. And Optic will hold and take down 2 FaZe players once again. 26-14 the score.
I agree. It was a good aggression there from Penguin, but definitely thought that maybe the team comp on the map was differently to fly, not just through tires, but to fly laundry bottom mid front A. Essentially gets absolutely melted right away. So maybe a little bit of difference in understanding in the comms of exactly how much damage had been done and where. Even though we're seeing FaZe start to trade out just a little bit more and bring the game back within some sort of reason, it's still 27-16.
Yeah, Trade's on going to win the game here for FaZe. They need to get in a position where they're going 3 for 1, even 4 for 1 in some of these pushes, which is very difficult to do with a team that's so disciplined in these situations like Optic. Optic just know they have to stay close enough to trade each other's kills.
Bound, by the way, 10-3. More than triple positive at this stage in the game. And we're, by the way, past the halfway mark to be over triple positive. Not something we say every game, let alone every grand final.
Put it into context. FaZe have 17 kills. Bound has contributed to 16 kills. If you add those assists alongside the kills he already has. 3 dead though for Optic Gaming. Legend might be going down as well, but he still gets out of this situation. We've got just 1 kill, but 2.
Wait.
Trippy in the 1v1 versus Legend. Somehow Legend wins that one!
Take it, frame it, put it in a museum. If that doesn't sum up what Legend will do to your team as the last player alive, I don't know what does. And as a result, Optic Gaming is in the lead by 10 yet again.
Well, we hear the Let's Go Optic chant start as well. I want to know what that is in French. My French isn't great, but they're going to have to learn it soon because Legend has been unbelievable in those last player alive situations. No right to come out of that with 1 kill. A trade would have been brilliant. He takes 3 down from FaZe.
Can't let that happen. That's the type of sequence where you're watching the first kill and you go, shouldn't have gotten that one. Definitely shouldn't have gotten that one. And for the third one, I mean, that was just icing on the cake. 37 to 29.
Optic just got to not make mistakes here and they will reset the bracket.
Formal's in no rush. Love it. Just gonna screen watch here.
Hey, when you're in the cafe, sometimes it's nice to just put your feet up.
This is not a takeaway.
Get yourself an oat milk latte.
This coffee is for here.
I feel like Formal's more of a cold brew kind of guy. 38 to 29. Renegade finds another FaZe member to add to his tally. Suppress no shields. Formal finds him as well. FaZe are falling at the moment like dominoes. They're wilting a little bit here. They're down by 10. Optic only need 10 to send us to that second best of 7.
I knew the nade was coming and then just scurries away right after the nade. Blows up, beautifully timed yet again. And as you say, 9 kills to go for Optic Gaming, and with an 11 kill lead, it really is just a victory lap for them here.
Camo's going up as well, and they get that first kill once again in the team fight. The Legend sees that opportunity to try and get behind enemy lines here. All eyes on the Camo here for FaZe. All eyes on kills here for Legend. He'll win that one as well. It's another double kill for him. He's 12 and 6. Double positive in this game.
With 10 assists, by the way, double the assists of anyone else on the team. With a stat line like that, it's easy to understand why they're just 4 kills away.
Trippy down. Formal picks up another one. It's just 3 to go now. As Legend tries to hold off 2 members of FaZe. If there's anyone that could do it, though, with the work we've seen so far in this game, it's probably Samri.
49 on the board, just 1 kill to go here for Optic Gaming.
Trippy gets 1, but it's not going to be enough. Formal closes out, and Optic Gaming send us to a second best of 7. Optic reset the bracket. And now it's a shootout between FaZe and Optic as to who will be your champions here at DreamHack.
They do it again. And on Championship Sunday, we do not mind more Halo. Bring on the second best of 7. Optic Gaming, it only took 5 games. They send us the distance and 1 more series for the trophy here in Dallas.
Only the 1 game FaZe managed to get on the board there. And only 1 game that really felt like they had a chance in. The other 3, it was complete domination. Excuse me, the other 4, it was a complete domination from Optic Gaming, who just looks set and ready to lift that trophy you can see on your screens right now. But we also see sometimes some funny things, right? The first series can go one way, and then we have a much more competitive second one. Let's go back to Arlington, for example, where Optic ran through Shopify Rebellion in that first best of 7, reset the bracket, and then we end up going to the last second of a game 7 to decide who is going to be your champion. But 50 to 35, Andy, just incredible.
Not close, and Legend goes 13 once again. 13, 6, and 11 assists. The only player with double-digit assists in the game. And damage led by Bound on the side of Optic Gaming, the only player in the lobby on 4K.
Impressive stuff from all of Optic. Difficult to really pick holes in what we have seen from them so far. The CTF Origin, just a blip, it feels like, as they take game number 1, 4-1 on King of the Hill Recharge. 50-45 on Solitude, and then 2-1. But it could have easily been a 2-0, maybe even more for them on that Aquarius neutral bomb. 50 to 35 to close it out. Optic Gaming, they reset the bracket. Lot, Wes. Optic are looking for a second chip.
They certainly are indeed. It's very reminiscent of what happened the last time around. I will say this was very one-sided, and I'm not really surprised by that, to be perfectly honest with you. And I think we had a picture-perfect example of that the last time in Arlington, and it can be very difficult. I will say, I'm going to give something to FaZe, and on the side, getting that CTF across the board 3-0, that was clean. That was a nice little pit stop there, just to show us you have signs of life. And honestly, that's what I was looking for in this first best of 7. I wasn't necessarily thinking that FaZe were going to come right out the gates and totally knock Optic off of that main stage. I'll be real with you. So to see signs of life is promising, but I will say Optic, they have momentum. And not only that, Wes, they are just gaining the firepower. Every single member of the team has stepped up in whether it's whatever map or mode or moment, they are having these huge, huge kills that are just opening up the map. And FaZe, they just don't know what to do with it. It's just too much. So how are you feeling about Optic right now and their chances at really doing this once again?
I mean,
in the
it's
next
deja
one?
vu. It's deja vu all over again from Arlington. This is an Optic team that nobody seems to have an answer on how to stop, how to actually eliminate this team from a tournament. We saw them hoist the trophy in Arlington, and they look like they're prime and ready to go 7 more games to get another trophy into their hands. And right now, I mean, it's Formal that's the difference for me. His damage so far today has been unbelievable. And it's like that Royal 2 Anchor-esque position where you got Bound and Legend flying in, you got Renegade creating some space for him. And if the pressure is off Formal as far as like gunplay, then Formal's going to lay down enough damage for those guys to have the success that we are seeing. And that is a dangerous Optic, as you can see from the scoreline, 4-1.
I've got to say, Wes, picture perfect with that, because Formal, not only is he just doing his role well, he's doing it and some. The anchor that is coming from him is unbelievable, just peppering with shots. The damage that is coming across, I'm really curious to see where we're at in terms of damage and kills for him, like we saw in that head-to-head graphic between him and Renegade, because I can only imagine it's significantly higher and better. I mean, he is not only making sure that every single person has some sort of fight for them to clean up, but he's cleaning up the fights himself. We saw the kills. They were leading with Renegade. He was up there with him, and that is just unbelievable. That is just something that is so difficult to comprehend if you are the opposition. One other note I will say, I'm a little bit worried about FaZe. And they're going to have to dig deep here, Wes. And I wanted to talk to you about this because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but we've got a huge crowd in the building. It is unbelievable. And I know a lot of Optic fans who've coming over from, the COD League and coming over from Optic. Obviously, Optic being knocked out there. They're coming over to show their support to their favorite org. And that's something that FaZe is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, here's the problem. The atmosphere in the room is only going to get tougher to play against. And FaZe has been so steady all weekend long, but throughout this series, you saw individuals giving their lives when they didn't have to, over-challenging some situations. It shows me the nerves of the moment is getting to FaZe. I wish I could be just like someone in their ear during this backstage opportunity and be like, guys, relax. Like, you're in this moment, you belong in this series, you can win this tournament still. But you got to take a deep breath. You got to take your time. And individually, you are responsible for staying alive on the map, for dealing damage, playing good Halo, something we have seen FaZe do all tournament long, no matter who they were playing against. It seems like they're loosening up as far as how tight they were playing, and it's frustrating to watch from a third person.
Onset, I want to say with FaZe also in the building, I'm sure many fans rooting for them too equally. I think there's one guy you got to keep your eye on and keep your hopes on as well, and that's Big Game Trip. And he has been phenomenal this series as well, stepping up when it matters most. Trippy has been great, and I'm so excited to see what they can do in this second best of 7. What do you make of the FaZe roster right now, and how potentially they can inflate themselves after such a deflating first series?
I think it's, Wes has summed it up really well. You know, this doesn't become a bad team just from one series. This is a team that has gone through the winners bracket, has walked into the grand final from the winners bracket. I think just, like you say, go relax, have fun.
Yeah.
Have fun with it, like crack a few jokes, try and just like take the pressure off of yourselves and remind yourself that you're 4 very talented players and one incredibly talented team. And that can happen just with a game 1 going your way in a second best of 7. Forget about that, what just happened there. It's now 1 series, it's a grand final, it's 0-0, none of that has happened before. Come out and play your best Halo and make it simple.
Yeah, I use the term pressure, and I mean it in so many different facets, right? I mean it as far as, like, you're falling behind, you're losing the advantage that you have at the first best of 7. You see it game by game going. You find yourself down 3-0. There's a lot of pressure that comes with making sure that you take advantage of the opportunities you've given yourself, but also the pressure that Optic Gaming are putting on FaZe throughout the maps. Like, the actual pace of play itself in the server is something that FaZe Clan are struggling to deal with. You see them trying to match that style, and that's not how FaZe Clan are going to win this tournament. FaZe Clan have to figure out a way to play their own brand of Halo while managing the pressure that Optic is putting on it, not trying to match Optic's pressure and speed of game.
Indeed, I've got to say, you're looking right now across the stats here, the damage from Formal, just shy of 30k.
It's
just
unbelievable.
Crazy, crazy scenes from him. Just unbelievable. 90 kills he's got. 90 kills, and just trailing ever so slightly behind Renegade with 97. Just incredible scenes all around from Optic Gaming. And I will say, you know, we talk about FaZe and trying to have to dig deep here on set, but I do think there is some promise here. I think they need to improve, but they're warm now, and hopefully they can really put this to the test here.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to Bound as well, because you look at the KDs and it's 0.9. He's not positive, but he's definitely leading assist-wise. Like the amount of damage he's been outputting and the amount of assists that he has contributed to the team's success is why Renegade is hugely positive. Is why Formal is hugely positive. He is creating so much space on the map, and when he's doing that and the rest of Optic are looking at him when he's on the map, keeping him alive a few extra seconds, that can turn from a 4v4 situation into 4v2 very quickly if you just manage to keep Bound alive a second or so extra.
Yeah, the longer Bound lives, the more damage Formal's able to put down because focus isn't on him, it's on Bound, who's in the front lines. I think the difference right now between this Optic Gaming here and the one in Arlington, it was the Renegade show in Arlington. The big question was this Optic ceiling that we saw back at that time? Well, when he gets matched by Formal, even outdone by Formal in the damage department, this Optic team becomes even scarier.
Yeah, and honestly, I think there's something to be said here while we're looking at the championship bracket here on the winner's side, Brav, is the fact that I think a lot of questions were kind of posed when this roster came together. How is this going to work? On paper, this is wild. This is everyone's like fantasy team. This is crazy, right? You've got all the main slayers that you could ask for, taken from every single different facet of the HCS, put them together, but does it work, right? How is it possible that this is going to be a good team dynamic with good teamwork, right? I'm just honestly just so shocked at how selfless they can be at certain times. And it's working. It's working perfectly, Brav. How are you feeling about the dynamic at this point in time in the season and how they're progressing, especially with their teamwork?
I feel great, especially about these two as we take a look at their grand final stats. But I feel great. I feel like Halo Infinite, you know, and modern Halos, you could say the same about H5, is a game where when what you need to do is more influenced by where you spawn than your role on the team, right? So when you take the superstar kind of god tier roster that we're looking at, they know exactly what they need to do in any given moment. Are they getting snipe? Are they dropping snipe? Are they flying at the objective? Are they staying alive? And when you look at a Halo title like this, when you put talent like this together and awareness, this is what you get. And as we've said as well, they continue to get better with every series that they have on LAN as well.
And one thing we haven't even commented on, and every time we've gone to a listening with Optic, we assumed that Formal was going to be the IGL of this team, just with his known leadership. But listen to Renegade, the maturity from this kid, while putting up the stats that he's putting at. He's saying things on recharge like, guys, just watch, pick up the crosses, we don't have to push, we're good right now. Like, things like that go so far. You have to think teaming with Snakebite and FaZe last year really matured Renegade in order to, like, not just go. Not all the time do you need to be setting the pace. Some of the time you can go back into the traditional setup. And I think that it just adds to the beast that this Optic team is so much.
I think it just goes back to that argument as well, Mark, just before you jump in, that there is no IGL in Halo. And I think that has to be abolished at this point in Halo Infinite. It might have been in previous iterations, but right now it seems to be that the collective pro players agree there is no IGL. You call a play as you see a play, you trust your teammates to know what is happening on their screen is the most important thing, and that they have assessed the situation. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Optic.
There's always going to be a player on the map who can see more than everyone else, so you're relying on that communication and trusting your teammate to rely what they see as being the correct thing for you to play off the back of. And I think one of the reasons that Optic having so much success as well is, like, we talked a lot about chemistry at this event, teams.
Yeah.
You look at, like, natural tendencies of the players on Optic, they all interact so well together with the way that they see the game, the way that they read the game. It's like Bound, like we're saying, he's a frontline player. You've got a player like Formal outputting damage behind him. You've got Renegade, who's going to play a different angle, look to create an angle himself, and Legend, who just likes to take a 1v1 and be kind of a little bit of a hammer when it comes to those individual fights. It's a natural chemistry where no one really has to overthink things too much, because naturally their playstyles mesh so well together.
We saw the second best of 7, and I have so much I want to talk about on that graphic. All right, first off, FaZe, you got to win your Slayers if you expect to win this tournament. There's 3 of them in best of 7, obviously, but the new map mode combinations are what are going to keep you in this series. Optic have been vocal about how frustrating some of them are and how they do not favor them over the other ones. We saw how the Origin CTF was too late into the series for them to get into that series correctly. You saw Game 2 is going to be Origin Slayer, an opportunity. CTF Aquarius, something that they beat down good teams on. FaZe does, I'm sorry. Another opportunity. You see game 6 as well is going to be Fortress Bomb. Each of those games are going to be how FaZe can win this tournament. But Optic Gaming figuring out a way to stay in this series. By the time Origin CTF came up last time, it was too late. It was a matter of when is this series going to end, not if it's going to end in Optic's favor.
Indeed, you are ever so right there, Wes, and I cannot wait to see what happens because hopefully this will be a back and forth series like we expected from Arlington. I expect it this time around here. Can FaZe Clan pick themselves up off the floor? They have one more to do it, or will Optic Gaming just continue on that stride and just unbelievably good Halo that we're witnessing here this weekend? Well, folks, we are ready to go. The Grand Finals reset is ready, and I am so excited to hand on over to Onset and Brav for one more time.
Let's do it one more time. Let's see what happens in this second best of 7. Let's take a look at the map records then. Just to reiterate, if you're watching for the first time, you've been drawn in by the noise coming here from the stage, and you're watching some Halo for the first time. This is now a single best of 7 to decide who becomes the champion here at the HCS Open in Dallas at DreamHack. Quite simply, win the best of 7, you will be champions. Andy, what are you seeing from these map records between FaZe and Optic?
Tell you what, that game number 1 is so important for FaZe Clan for obvious reasons. They might have a winning record, but Optic Gaming's winning record is even stronger. The reason that game 1's important, I think they need belief, they need hope. Let's not forget, when we went into game number 1 in Arlington, Shopify was able to take game number 1. That gave them the gas to at least send the series to 7 games. And I think a lot of people are wondering, even though we saw moments of brilliance from FaZe in that game number 4, question is, do they have the gas in the tank to play another best of 7? We're about to find out here with this game number 1.
Well, the great news for FaZe is the fact that because they came from that winner's side, they are still in this grand final. They still have a chance to call themselves champions, but Optic Gaming will be full of momentum and full of energy heading towards this second best of 7, knowing that they could possibly become champions. But it's going to be 2 down off the rip here for Optic. FaZe seem to be just a little bit more relaxed.
Right, welcome along to your second best of 7 here. Nice work.
Suppressed it.
Outdone there by Legend, and a kill looked like he was going to get for free. 2 dead here for FaZe Clan with the camo popping, but welcome along here to your second best of 7. We hope you got your snacks, your drinks, and you're locked in for even more Sunday Night Halo.
Found was last player alive there, and Trippy was able to steal the camo away. So a great start to this game coming in from FaZe. They had control of the A and C strongholds at the end of the map and were scoring momentarily. They have given up A as the respawns now come in for Optic, but with the camo in their hands, they should be able to get into a position where they can put some pressure onto the Optic members, pick up a couple of kills, and look to recapture one of these strongholds.
Still 2 dead for FaZe, and Optic still scoring as they will now go into the lead here, and Trippy Ton do whatever he can with the camo, but he's largely been limited to just nest and C-plat angles.
Yeah, Optic got out a little bit too easily towards B there. Foul will find 1, and Trippy now has to kind of engage once his shields have come back. Foul pick up a second one as well, and finally, methodically, FaZe can start to move towards B. There is another player still alive here that's going to be Formal. And Formal at the back of B is being an absolute nuisance, but those shots from Trippy were so important to win. Bounty's on the pillars. Trippy with some more good shots, but not as good as Bounce. Trade will come in though, but still no conversion here on B, and Optic have moved towards C.
Those 1v1s will continue to be so important. They were so important in the first series, and that's twice now that you've seen players from FaZe in battles they could have won, but an Optic player answers back. However, FaZe Clan now scoring with an AB hold.
Another kill from Falcated as well, just taking down Formal. UT is up as well. 2 players going to try and force their way towards B here for Optic. 1 on the pillars, and 1 up on the nest. Val will be able to pop that Q2 if he wants to, just to give himself an out should it be required. And again, taken down. Great shots coming in from him, but elsewhere, Optic are making the push onto A and will be able to flip this, but a 42-42 scoreline is where we find ourselves as Optic start to score again.
Yeah, very nice comeback there from FaZe. They were trailing by about double. However, with a 20-point run, that brings them right back into the game. However, on the back foot yet again.
Just to explain once again, if you're walking by, you're watching Halo for the first time, the way the strongholds works, control 2 or more of those strongholds, get them in your control, you will be scoring. If you get all 3, you'll be scoring even quicker. As Renegade will find himself a camo.
Oh. A little bit of a surprising zoom in there, but not to worry. He will get the killjoy, ending Falcated spree. Of course, that spree a large part of why FaZe was able to get back in this game, but now it's Optic still with the AC hold they maintain, and Renegade with a sniper rifle in hand.
Yeah, really big reset there as well. onto C, keeps them scoring, and now they're almost doubling the score of FaZe. 3 dead for FaZe, and the snipe in the hands of Renegade. Knowing that FaZe have to move towards one of these strongholds, I get the feeling we might have some headshots in our future.
They will get B, and he immediately rotates because he knows that the only push might be coming from dummies in top mid, and he guessed right. Good comms here from Optic Gaming as Renegade will lock down top tower.
Penguin manages to find one. Suppress being a real nuisance, and Penguin will actually turn that into 2.
That's not played.
FaZe will be able to flip C, but the respawners from Optic already onto A. One thing I'm just worried a little bit about here from FaZe is a little bit slow to progress up the map once they get a couple of kills. They're letting Optic challenge and defend the second stronghold they have control of.
Yeah, it feels like if there is any opening and remaining damage, the first spawners are not taking any advantage of it. They're really being forced to wait for each other, which, you know, at certain times is a necessary strategy, but you certainly don't want it to be the standard case. You want it to be the exception in a game, not the rule.
3 dead here for Optic Gaming. Legend was last alive. Manages to survive. And now B, having been taken, A is going to be flipped here by FaZe as well. Flank coming in from Suppress, but just a little bit aggressive there, overly aggressive. As Optic did have 3 members on the map, stacked up in and around C as they tried to slow the scoring here from FaZe.
Bound just flies around. You can just tell that Trip wasn't even ready for that rat tunnel angle, but Bound just flies off of the cuts G-slide, gets that angle, and now, once again, gets all the way to A, and it will now be a C-hold. They continue scoring at the 85 mark.
And Penguin pick up a couple of kills though. It's 2 dead for Optic Gaming. Formal will find 1. Sval tries to finish off a couple of kills here and flip C back into the control of FaZe Clan. But even though they're inside, they got to worry about Formal. FaZe doing a really good job there actually to flush Formal out of the tower and make sure that he can't get a cheeky reset and keep that score in their favor. 3 dead, maybe even 4 dead here for Optic Gaming, and FaZe seem to have calmed down and seem to have found some rhythm in their gameplay here on Strongholds.
Very good timing as well. Look, still 2 dead as they continue to stack. Might lose B here, but they will flip A, so will still be an AC hold for FaZe, and most importantly for them, they are still very much in this game. They only trail by 8.
Might be a flip of the score here. Optic know they don't have camo as well. They're playing for A. Penguin is looking to make sure that there's nobody being sneaky in and around B. Instead, he's going to find a couple of players in front of them. There's Legend at the back of Green as well. But he's going to be, excuse me, it was Bound who's at the back of B. He gets taken down, so B will get flipped pretty convincingly here, and it will be a lead change as FaZe will start to show a little bit of life here. C being flipped by Optic. Penguin trying to make the move. Look at Renegade. Towards A. Renegade so sneaky, so elusive. Gets the kill and the reset on A. Brilliance from Renegade.
Renegade just tucks the knees together and looks like a stone pillar. Does not get spotted out. That will play spoiler to just delay the A flip. Eventually a Legend taken out as well, so a momentary man advantage for just a second. And if Bound wins this one in back A, things are going to get messy. 3 dead for FaZe.
Double kill for Bound, and again there was a reset on that stronghold in all of that carnage. Penguin now trapped at the back of B. He's going to be off the map. It was 3 dead momentarily for FaZe. They're all respawning around C. The double cap still being held here by Optic, but this is a tight game. But Legend can make it a little bit more comfortable if he can hit a couple of bodies or even a couple of visors with the bullets from this sniper rifle.
What a response from Optic. The fact that we got to see that first-person POV on what Renegade did. Look at the domino effect of Renegade staying alive at the edge of Rat Tunnel and what happens thereafter. Optic Gaming has had control of the game since that moment. In a big 1v1, catching FaZe off guard.
It's been a game of double caps so far. Nobody been able to get enough control and enough consecutive kills to look to secure a triple cap where we really will see the score get out of hand. Been more of a chess match than a checkers one between the 2 teams. Renegade finds a kill himself. Good damage coming out here from Trippy. Onto the players on the sandbags, but the damage is one thing. Optic still want to push. Trippy doing an amazing job to get 1 kill in that situation, with 3 players from Optic flying towards B.
So far the bait has actually worked. It's 2 dead. They do have the man advantage still, but Bound with his shields recharging here. In a momentary 1v3 or so at Green. We'll see what he can do. Nicely timed by FaZe yet again.
Optic managed to convert for just a second. FaZe will take it back off of them.
Big work from Trippy there to stay alive the way he did. He was essentially in a 1v3 for about 20 seconds.
Formal just got 2. Formal might be getting a triple kill. And Formal, once again, creates the space for Optic to jump back into B.
Enemy team score.
And start scoring again themselves. It is so tight, this game.
And how difficult is it with this Optic Gaming roster? Feels like you do all the work you need. You take down every single member, but the last player alive time and time again is going to play spoils to whatever advantage you might have had. And Formal not done, still racking up even more kills as the AB hold will continue.
One thing to note here is nobody is really having like a crazy performance out on the Optic side. It's actually Falcated, who's 18 and 9 on the FaZe side, who is having a big slaying performance from them. Optic really have outslayed FaZe the majority of the time, but with the triple cap momentarily in effect, the scoring is what really matters for them. FaZe starting to pick up a couple of kills though, but a 157 and 132, FaZe gonna have to do more than they've been doing so far.
Nice drop from FaZe once again if they can close out B here, but with 2 falling, it's actually gonna be an Optic B reset for a moment, and now 3 dead, 4 dead for FaZe. It's a devastating point in the game when Optic already leads here by 30.
And I mentioned how there hasn't really been a triple cap. Well, now we have the triple cap. Optic Gaming control A, B, and C. And keep your eyes on that score, because it is only going to go one way. It is flying towards 200 points.
Lots to talk about what the Renegade just did, but to be honest, the game's moving too fast. We'll break it down afterwards. Another kill comes in. Now, in a 1v2, it's Renegade who has to stay alive. Top middle, snipe popping now.
Smartly decides, as tempting as it was, to wait that extra seconds with no shields.
Enemy team.
He's gonna wrap around.
But instead, he's gonna go for the wrap. He gets spotted out. One bullet gives away his position. Legend is gonna collect that snipe rifle, I think, top middle for Optic Gaming. Indeed he is, and Optic are gonna make a play on the ends of the map here to try and take A! Legend again with a whip shot, bodies a second, sets him up! Trippy wins the fight though, how big could that be? 3 dead for Optic.
A must win there for Trippy.
Gets the reset as well.
The reset on A and keeps them just at the 200 point mark. This kill would be big as well to keep the spawn staggered.
Oh!
He does it!
Big plays from Trippy, and FaZe will need more of those. Formal gonna challenge as well. It's a triple cap now for FaZe, but Legend with the pick should be able to get A control back for Optic, but FaZe will keep scoring.
Trippy gonna just retreat with the snipe, hope he can get a pick, hope he can get the opening damage. B spawn's coming in, Bound's already up top mid, by the way.
Trippy with the no-scope. But Optic really looking to play the other side of the map. They want to try and play for C here. Suppressi's on the tower, trying to buy as much time as he can. Legend doing good damage, but elsewhere, look at FaZe. They're playing for A, for Optic get the reset somehow. Trippy gets a kill with that sniper rifle. Legend with his camo is dancing around, trying to survive. Trippy gets the beat down, can't get through the QT, but at least keeps C momentarily in control. The kill's now getting picked up. FaZe will control B and C still.
2v2 on the map, that snipe was down back mud. I don't think it had too much ammo left. Look at B and C both being capped here, and now a lead change as FaZe will lead 204 to 200.
The big moments in the series have been won the majority of the time by Optic Gaming. This is one of those big moments. What happens in the next 30 seconds will decide which side will be celebrating on our main stage when this game is done. B has been flipped by Optic, and now they have control of C as well. They will be the team scoring, but Falcated with that stick creates an opportunity for FaZe to move towards B.
Optic Gaming scoring yet again. Now they will go.
Big flank from Bound.
Into a narrow lead. Here they come to green.
Falcated is flying in as a solo here at the back of green. Legend was no shields. Bound! Perfect shots from him. Trippy last alive. B will be defended. Trippy trying to do what he can. Stays on! Stays on the map and gets traded out here by Formal. Desperate times now for FaZe. They have to push B here.
Very good timing there from Formal. Knows he needed to go to green to get the last kill just in case Trippy got it. And he did now. Still holding AB, and they look to hold back green.
First pick, though, is Penguins. Oh! Up into the skies goes Formal. Legend there to join him. Penguin flies through, though. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. An opportunity, maybe, for FaZe to look to cap B here. But it's going to be Legend inside of B, in the pit, who will slow down FaZe, pick up the double, and elsewhere at C, they will convert it, and Optic Gaming will close out game number 1.
And the Optic fans in the room, very happy to see Optic Gaming picking up exactly where they left off. And it was a well-fought game from the side of FaZe. You could say certainly one of their best games of the grand final so far, but that's largely due to the fact that Optic Gaming has simply been dominating every game, and that game was really worth more than the sum of its parts. That game is going to give a lot of momentum to continue the Optic Gaming run here in your second best of 7.
The big moments in big games, that's what it comes down to. It doesn't get bigger than a bracket reset in a grand final. And it's Optic when the game is essentially tied up at around 210 apiece, whose next 30 seconds are better than FaZe's. and that is what gives them a chance to close that game out. FaZe putting up a fight, but Optic showing that championship moments are going their way.
And I think for FaZe fans, lots to be proud of, lots to be happy about, but in the end, it's really our end game score that is all that's going to matter, and most importantly, it's another win in the Optic Gaming category. Like you said, Optic Gaming making it so difficult for every single FaZe push, and always making sure that they had the last member in to get the final trade or the last kill, just to make sure they're getting the resets. Worth noting, we saw FaZe tie the game up, get the lead actually at 204 to 200. Yeah. Once again, neck and neck with them till the late game, but Optic Gaming is showing not just ice, but specifically late game ice that has been unmatched this weekend so far.
Take a look at some of the highlights here. Falcated got out to a really good start here for FaZe Clan. A couple of plays in and around A for Optic. Again, the moments, it went their way. But I think the one thing that maybe FaZe will look back on this game was it took a little bit of time sometimes to think about what they wanted to do once they got a double cap. It felt like they were playing the safe option, play for the 2, look for the pick, instead of progressing up the map.
Big play from Renegade.
And looking for a triple cap themselves, but like you say, those kind of plays in and around A, that one Renegade in particular, and a reset here from Bound. Just those extra seconds, it makes the difference when you get towards the final score.
Really does. It's like they say, be like a pillar. Renegade took it literally. And he, you know, be a pillar of this team, be a pillar of the community. Okay. Renegade was like, I will actually be a pillar, and I'm going to pretend that I am part of this piece of stone. And it worked out very well for him. Trippy was an important 1v1 there, but it felt like that was the story. FaZe kept winning key 1v1 to just stay alive, but not enough in the end. I'm glad you like that one.
Yeah. First man to take be a pillar, literally. Anyway, Slayer Origin is our game number 2.
Big brain Halo there.
And I'm going to keep harping on about FaZe's record in Slayers. It wasn't great in the first series, but there wasn't much to talk about in the first series apart from the performance here on Origin. It was CTF that time around. Yeah. It was a 3-0 victory. And we are back on the same map, but this time it's much more simple for both teams. 50 kills, or whoever has the most after time, we've learned that this weekend, will be the winner.
Let's not forget the last 6 minutes of the game in favor of FaZe was dominant on this map. We'll see if they can do it again here in Slayer.
Penguin, low shields, manages to get one though. Renegade picks up the rockets here for Optic Gaming. 3-2, make it 3-3, but Renegade with his rockets has got to decide. He's going to play this one slowly or be aggressive. So Press is going to bait one out here on the cave. Renegade trying to find some angles. We'll get the clean up here onto Falcade, and it's 2 dead here for FaZe. 5-3 the score for Optic.
Goes for the airstrike there. When you have that height and you're looking down to BR and Fountain, it's pretty easy to pick up one. That's exactly what he does. Legend also just bodying anything that moves at minimum. That will give them now just a narrow 7-5 lead.
Trippy managed to sneak through the maze there and find one kill himself, but Legend will be in a position to surely clean this one up. Falcade down to no shields and plenty of sniper rifle ammo, to work with still here for the Frenchman. But he doesn't need to use it at the moment because FaZe are falling all around him. It's a 4-kill advantage here for Optic. And now that they're all respawning together, Legend has a chance to really put pressure on these spawners.
Yeah, Ordy's such a great start for Optic Gaming. Textbook, really. Rocket control, now the top cat snipe control, almost the fadeaway. Oof. Like I said, though, he generally doesn't miss twice. Hits the body on the second player now as the kills are traded out.
4-1 off the rip here for Legend. Just the one death. But he's going to get flanked here. That Commando peppering away at him. Needs some help from Formal, who responds accordingly. Try and trade this kill out. Falcated will survive a few seconds longer than he needs to, but Formal will finally not only get the kill, but recycle the sniper back to himself. And Optic Gaming, a killing spree here for Formal. That's 5 without response.
Thought Suppressed might be top rocks. Now he knows they're trenched. Look at the awareness there from Formal. Knew exactly where they had to be if they weren't top rocks, and then even lives to tell the tale and relay the info as he so often does.
Great reticle placement from him as well. That one's even better. Penguin challenges bottom middle, gets bodied as well. Formal continuing to output maximum damage every time we're on his POV.
Putting on a show here, it's another Optic chant, now a green wall chant. And you've got a potent combo here for Optic Gaming. Not only are they playing the way they have been all Championship Sunday, but you've got the hometown Dallas crowd. You've got all the green wall Halo fans, and as Lottie mentioned, all of the Call of Duty fans of Optic also now crowding in standing room only. A A lot of support for this Optic Gaming team here as 3 fall for FaZe Clan yet again.
The power weapons have been controlled completely and utterly by Optic as well. As I say that, Penguin will pick up one rocket that was used by an Optic member and have a chance to at least find himself an easy fight. 23 to 15 isn't a score that's out of control here though for FaZe, as silly as it sounds. Origin, one of those maps where you can start to put big runs together, but with 3 dead, FaZe have got to do a little bit better than they are at the moment. Optic continuing to extend this lead as the snipe pops again.
Formal, the man on your screen, he's already 9-3 in this game as they lead 26 to 18. Let's get into a listen in now with Optic Gaming.
They're BR, blue BR, blue BR, blue BR, blue BR, blue BR, blue BR, let's go. He's one shot blue main spin actually. He's one shot blue main spin on the left pillar. Blue main spin, left side bound. He's still there, bound, don't you go,
Okay, right over, right over. Red flag, red window, man, red window.
Help me now.
Two red, guys.
Yo, one shot red window, Falcon going, sitting on the, he's on the window still. And John Blue BR onto you, John Blue BR. He's flanking main already.
Nice shit, Sabri.
Red window, foul. What's on you, John? What's on you?
Blue sniper, pin. Two snipes. Nice, two snipes every.
We're gonna get a sniper. Red oven, we snipe. Yes, snipe red oven.
Are we gonna slow this down a little bit?
Yes, snipe red oven.
Show me. Top snipe, also.
Blue maze.
Red oven, watch out.
Watch out, blue silver, press. Blue maze trippy weak.
Yeah, one guy's stepping weak.
Watch it.
Another impressive run from Legend. While we were in the listening, you can hear the Optic. The other players were very appreciative of what they were seeing from his POV.
Yeah, I mean, how so easy to get gassed up on this team when you're looking over and you're seeing just players pull off unbelievable clips time and time again. Also, love what we heard from Lunchbox there, even though they were leading about 32 to 24 or so. You still hear Lunchbox saying, let's slow it down right now, even though they probably could have gotten away with just holding down the gas pedal, making sure that they're making all the right plays here, despite the large lead now by 10.
14 and 6 for Formal. Just patrolling around the map at the moment, picking up kill after kill, off the damage from his teammates and immediately putting pressure onto spawners. Poor old Penguin gets his feathers ruffled as he comes off of the respawn. Renegade and Bound are going to find 2 now, and Formal looking to move in. Collapse onto these last 2 remaining members of FaZe is 41 to 30. Optic look primed to be 2 up in this series.
Finally gets pinned down from the other side, but at least 2 of those do get cleaned up. So now it's still a 12-kill lead, 43 to 31. Rocks popping up right now.
Legend 14 and 7 as well. Make that 15. Adds another one to the tally. It's a battle between Formal and Legend at the moment to see who finishes this game with most kills.
If you're an Optic fan, it's a good battle to watch.
Rockets are up. 4 kills to go now for Optic Gaming to put themselves within 2 of becoming champs.
Nades coming in. Renegade gonna try to fight from the elbow and somehow does. Shields are coming back, so he might be down to fight even more here. Finally gets pinched into 2v1. However, just 3 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
16 and 8 for the man on your screen, the Frenchman. Having a huge impact on a grand final once again. Make it 17. 1 to go for Optic. Trippy will challenge. He will get the kill, but it's Formal who closes out the Slayer. And the bricks are starting to stack up here for the green wall. They get closer and closer as they go up 2-0 in our bracket reset.
We talked a lot about how the first grand final felt an awful lot like Arlington's first grand final. We can now say officially that the second grand final does not feel like Arlington. What was a very back and forth, evenly matched game between Shopify and Optic just a few weeks ago in grand final number 2. It's a very different series layout than what we are seeing so far, as Optic Gaming will take their second game of the grand final, their 6th overall, and now only be 2 games away from taking home an early championship on Championship Sunday.
50 to 39 the final score. Valkated, the only player to go positive on the side of FaZe Clan. On the other side, it was Formal and Legend who were in a race, it felt like, to see who could get the most kills. 17 and 9 coming in from Legend. And how many times have we talked about Legend having big Slayer game performances in really critical times of series? Another example of it here.
We're also seeing, I think, Legend time and time again, by the way, Formal, of course, 16 and 10. Not too shabby for him either. We're seeing Legend time and time again playing even more clinical Halo. With every time we're on his POV, he's not making mistakes. And beyond that, like we saw throughout the series so far, he is squeaking out extra damage, if not extra kills or two, that he should not be, especially up against the team in the grand finals.
This little run from Formal was a joy to watch as well.
Yeah.
Unless you're a player on the receiving end of that kind of shot that causes your Spartan to do the backflip that you don't want to be on the receiving end of. But he was just doing such a good job of just finding routes to clean up damage, Formal, in this little run. You can see everyone he's looking at is weak, suppressed, weak, moves in. Teammate already cleans that one up. Falcated moving towards him. He's already taken some damage. That's an indication of how well the unit is working here, which makes Formal's job so easy.
Perfectly timed here. Legend just waits for all the damage. Gets the call out. Oh, this as well, right? To not trade and just stay alive, just sit here in cave. I mean, it's plays like this that really sum it up. Because guess what? It's Formal who flies in. Easily get the last trade against Trippy. And close it out, as you said, 17 and 16 kills respectively for the two men on the end of the stage. And Optic Gaming will take a 2-0 series lead, overall leading 6 games to 1 so far.
2 to go here for Optic to call themselves champions, to go back-to-back. And you got to wonder if FaZe have got something left in the tank here.
Exactly.
Because this, like you say, 6-1 overall at the moment. And some of those games haven't been close.
They have not been. And it feels like FaZe needs something similar to Game 4 of Series 1 to get back in here, get some sort of mental edge, or at least an ounce of confidence to get back into these games, because despite being neck and neck at different points in these games, the end game has been very clear for Optic Gaming. Next up is going to be CTF Aquarius.
Game type that everybody knows and loves. One of the most iconic ones in Halo Infinite, but also probably the closest to the iconic game type that we have in the Halo history books.
Yeah.
Classic arena map. CTF, get it back to your base, first to 5 caps. Almost caps after time, will win that one. I think maybe one good thing here for FaZe is there's not power weapons to worry about in this situation. It's all about the bandits.
Also, interestingly, because we can look ahead to a guaranteed game number 4 minimum, that is King of the Hill Solitude. And we already saw Legend and Optic Gaming put on a show in that game type, slowly picking apart their opponents, and that's the man on your screen. We've been talking about his discipline, his approach, and it's hard to think of another player. There's a very, very few. You think of the Snipe Downs of the world. Honestly, not many other names on that list who have ascended the ranks the way that this man has.
Continues to write his own history at the moment. And he's doing it under the banner of Optic Gaming as well. Really has been
little smile there. Tiny bit of a smile.
Even Legend smiling at this point. Someone said something to make him laugh. I mean, my favorite thing about Optic Gaming as well is we go back to the Space Station days where Legend joins, and he was just known as Legend in the player comms.
Yeah.
But now they're saying Sabri.
Yeah, it's a great point.
It's good
great
friends
point.
now.
Yeah, it's a really great point.
Through.
It used to be bounce
One of
comms,
us.
bounce comms where Legend do this, Legend do that. And now instead it's just holy expletive. Nice, Sabri. Nice work. As he picks up another snipe kill.
Like the idea that he finally went into Bound's room and went, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, my name's
Sabri, good to meet you. He's been there for 4 months.
Here we go then.
Suppressed and Trippy on your screen. They're going to need big performances from both of these players here, FaZe, if they want to keep this series going. 1.32 on the side of Suppressed, 1.39 on the side of Trippy. Remember, the CTF was the one game that FaZe managed to take in that first series. They're going to need it now. Otherwise, the road looks too treacherous for them to come back.
And FaZe is also going to need to shake off what happened in Aquarius last time these two teams met, because y'all remember it was a blender of industrial strength that they found themselves in. First 2 kills and a camo right away, going to Optic Gaming off of the opening.
A lot of control of this power-up has been all Optics. It's that team fight beforehand that really does decide which way this goes. Falcated trying to get that kill on Will, so the camo will be taken down straight away. That's stage 1 of getting a little bit of map control complete here for FaZe.
2 dead here for Optic, though, for opportunity for FaZe to get some aggression. 3 dead now.
Trippy's running that flag. And Val, he's trying to watch for these overextenders on the respawn as well. And I tell you what, this could be a hot start coming in for FaZe. They need to take a second here as Penguin has fallen. He's let this moment slip. You can't let this moment slip though if you're FaZe. Found's gonna try and jump on this return. Trippy makes the right plays, gets the touch, but Legend, who else but Legend? Gets the double kill, gets another.
But it's
gonna be everybody in the death screen, and FaZe do not let that opportunity slip. They will put the first flag in.
Nicely done. It's a really good bait and switch. They're also just, as you said, the timing there on the util. It got nervy for a second, without a doubt, but being able to isolate that kill, and how about Trippy going into the util corner to get the back whack on Renegade? Without that play, that flag goes straight back to the Optic base. As you said, it's FaZe Clan who leads 1-0 off the opening.
3 dead here for FaZe though. Optic looking a little bit pissed off of how that first few moments went. They haven't bled too many times in this series, and the immediate hot start is being responded to by this run coming in from Renegade. Found picked up a kill in the feed. Suppressed is gonna have to watch this flag be run from the death screen. Renegade knows that things are a little bit too quiet there. Turns around, does a little bit of damage, but Penguin will cut down the run.
Interesting angle. Penguin gets to car 1 because he knew he had to take the car 1 angle. I like the play from Renegade, but Penguin, was wise to it. 3 dead here for FaZe Clan.
Gonna be able to get this return pretty comfortably. Nobody off the respawn yet to challenge it. As the camo comes up as well. Legends in a really sneaky position, actually. The damage came in from Formal just to cut that player down. Well, it will be collected here by FaZe. Yes, it will. Suppressed will get that camo.
And now with the camo play and a 1 flag lead, let's get into an early listening here with FaZe Clan.
You guys go on the street. I don't see anything. Yo, one's car 1. One's car 1 to Argen. He's a combo Argen. Combo Argen.
That's him.
He's okay, one was Argen. Nice nade. Hit him with that. Weak.
What's that Argen do? 2 there.
Okay, two.
Nice, that's green gun down there. Our low gen now.
He's going for that green gun.
Going back to guard. Come back.
Our connector.
Come in, car 2.
Watch out, blue connector.
Nice,
blue
Mike.
Going blue gen. Mike Chow, you call one. I'm behind him. I'm behind them. I'm behind these guys. Still blue gen, guys.
Yo, front base. Watch out. Car jump.
You guys talking to it?
Yo, look. Watch out, car 1 on me.
They're Peter in. I'm coming.
Watch out, their gen. Absolute their gen. Nice.
I'm be ridge. Maybe 2 here.
I'm in. 2 dead.
I want to
Shoot him, Seth.
He's like back flag or something. 2 there. Back flag. I hear that. Got 1.
They're first half.
2 shot flag. 2 shot.
Donnie.
2 shot on the VR. He's top trims. Dead.
Nice. 3-2. I'm trying to look. Where?
I don't see Jen.
Right.
Slip.
P1 right now. Watch out, Jen. P1. Weak Jen. Legend. One shot, Jen. Absolute Jen still.
One was our P1, guys. You guys are brick.
I died. Hear that? Going car 3. Okay, going car 3. Car 3 after that. Car 3, Mike. Car 3.
Let's go, Mike.
Car 3, Mike.
Car 3 still. One was car 2.
Nice, Mike. Watch out, car 3. Watch out, car 3. Watch out, car 3. Let's go, car 2 or something.
FaZe sounded pretty cool and calm and collected about things, and even though they got that flag all the way back and a triple kill from Falcated, Optic will get the return on it. It still stands at 1-0 here.
Yeah, huge return there. You thought for a second they were going to keep that flag alive. They're not able to do it. However, as you said, we heard Royal One talking about it yesterday. It's amazing to hear the calmness and the clarity in those comms. For a lot of people, it might have sounded too quiet, but this is how FaZe likes to play. We'll see if they can maintain this lead. However, it's not going to be easy with 2 dead and Renegade now pushing with the camo.
10 and 7 at the moment for Renegade in this game. On the other side is Falcade leading the way for kills, 10 and 6 for him. We're on the POV to watch him collect quite a few of those in the last few moments as well. But Renegade just looking to spot out some FaZe Clan members at the moment who are just toed up in and around that fridge. You want to try and play for a trade on this camo. And that's the thing that Renegade doesn't want to do. Doesn't get the beat down, gets 1. But that's the trade that FaZe wanted in that situation.
Gets a good camo trade there to stack 2 players' fridge. Optic kind of forced into that play, and Renegade was trying to find any easy pickings, but they were hard to come by. Even though FaZe loses another member, they're going to have to fight out of their base again.
Almost got a flank here as well. Checks his corners. Runs it into a FaZe wall. 3 players inside of the base. Respawn's going to reinforce the players as well at the back of the base. So FaZe, with 2 dead now for Optic, will be able to step out.
It's a good double team there, and there's a few things to talk about. Firstly, I think Optic was a little impatient compared to the other times that we've seen them play Aquarius. 7 minutes left on the clock, still a lot to play with, but I think also worth noting that FaZe did really well to time the entry on the pink door immediately. They make sure to 2v1 it without wasting any time. They were much more isolated in their pushes when we saw them play Aqua last time. However, after those exchanges, it was 3 dead for FaZe Clan.
1v1 on the map momentarily there. Both players on opposite sides of the map. FaZe still with this 1 flag advantage. Now trying to hunt down a couple of overextenders. One of them being Falcade. He will confirm that kill and now takes the 1v1, which will be traded out. 2 dead on either side of the stage at the moment. Formal looking to push it into the FaZe base though. He'll find Trippy, he'll get the kill, and he's got some support here to think about a flag run.
Good pre-nades as well. That's going to lock off bridge. Flag doesn't quite go out just yet, and to be honest, loses just a little bit of time with that flag not going off the stand, and it's 2 dead for Optic as a result.
The respawners just came in on the fridge there that made that a little bit of an awkward decision about where to run that for form. I think initially he wanted to try and run it down the middle and spawn them in and around each other in that gen, but the split spawns came in. LOS was too easy for FaZe to just cut down that run. Fallen Renegade will pick up a couple more, and another camo goes to Optic here. How many times can FaZe let this slip through their fingers?
Yeah, FaZe has done so well in CTF so far and across these series. Continued, as you said, camo control coming in now. 2 were dead. The flag is already running here, but suppresses top mid. Very important role.
The Legend got around the corner. And now you're going to see Bound with his camo, and Suppress last alive. He's top middle, he's taking damage from Bound. Bound will clean the kill up. 4 dead. Here for FaZe Clan. Respawn is trying to do what they can, but it will be Optic. He'll tie the game up. 1-1 now. But they got to avoid this counter cap as FaZe pick up a couple of kills themselves.
Nicely done there for Legend. He does not wait his shield for his shields to recharge. Renegade last player alive here for Optic, and now FaZe will continue with the aggression.
Minutes remaining.
Just under 5 minutes left in this game. Bound wins his 1v1 versus Penguin. And now Bound is taking his turn to be the kill leader for Optic Gaming. He's 14-9 in this game. Takes the 1v1 with Trippy. A little bit of a jiggle around that wall. He's so elusive.
Man, look at this.
They just cannot deal with him. They cannot finish him off. 2 dead. Optic have info on where the last 2 players are. The flag is running as well. Legend finds 2. Optic will run this one in as well. They're going to turn this game around. It's 2-1 to Optic.
And Mark, you called it. It was a little bit too close for comfort the entire time that FaZe was up by that 1 flag. It's going to be a staggered 3 dead for the side of FaZe, and Optic will continue with the pressure. They back-to-back cap, despite trailing for about 5.5 minutes of play.
Okay, it gets taken down as well. Formal has an opening, and he doesn't need to be asked twice. Picks up the double kill immediately. G slices flag across the map. Penguin trying to overextend at the moment, but Formal's hitting slide after slide. And I think he might have the timing here on Penguin. Doesn't even need it. Legends picked up the kill, and it's 3-1 now. Optic essentially go back to back with their caps.
And it does not feel like very long ago when we were mentioning that it was not a comfortable enough lead, with Optic just knocking on the door and continued camo control. The 4th camo in a row. Still 3 dead for FaZe. 3-1 game. Optic Gaming. What a comeback in this one.
Renegade on the flank now, 18-12 for him, leading the assist as well. And he's like, hey, you know what?
This looks safe.
I trust my teammates to pick up the kills on the way back. The pink side of the map looks pretty open.
I'll leave this here for now.
Let's get this flag moving.
Love this from Renegade. Like you said, it's an unorthodox run, but he identified the gaps in the setup. However, both flags are away.
Goes on a killing spree. FaZe are trying to counter-cap this. Renegade's just trying to stay alive at the moment. Legend will find one in the feed. It's 3 dead for FaZe. That flag is still away.
I'll pull it again. Not to worry.
Now with the opening and FaZe still 2 dead. Renegade said, first time it didn't work. This time we'll try a little bit more of a traditional route.
He's like, actually, I'm going to leave that flag there. If you could send your flag back, I can run this one a lot easier. And here he comes. Both flags still away.
Brings it into the back of the base, but a little bit of a flag standoff here as 2v2 is where we find ourselves on the map. Renegade now actually last alive. FaZe do a great job of winning the fight on that pink side to give themselves a chance at getting this flag home. However, time is a problem here now for FaZe. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. The longer this standoff goes on,
Optic loves this standoff.
the closer Optic are to winning. Renegade.
No, wait and bait. It's a tricky corner, but does get spotted out by Foul. Foul gets that for free with minimal damage taken. Actually, no damage taken, so he's going to continue pushing up the map. He wants the standoff to end immediately.
Yeah, they need to go fast, though. They need to get up onto the Optic base before Renegade respawns. Give themselves the numbers advantage. Trippy finds one. Bound's going to go down as well. It's going to be 2 dead. Last player alive is Legend in the back of the base. He will fall as well. Double kill here for Falcate. The return will come in. And FaZe have that flag back at their base. Now, if they cap this one in the next few seconds, there's a chance for a double cap.
Enemy captured your flag.
They will put that one home to make it a 1 flag game. And Falcate was still alive. Finally, Renegade will take him down. That's such an important kill for Optic, just to stabilize it.
Very important kill, going to buy them just a little bit of time to push out of their own base. Most importantly, there's only 120 left in the game, so even though FaZe makes sure to end that flag standoff almost immediately, they need to do it again. They've only got 70 seconds or so to tie up the game and send us to overtime.
Kills like that from Renegade are going to make things even more difficult. Optic will continue to push up the map as well. They know they don't want to play this too defensively and let FaZe take map control without being challenged. And by picking up these kills, and by clearing this space, we are getting closer and closer to an Optic Gaming win.
Essentially a 4 dead there that's staggered. We have Penguin already and Suppress as spawners, but now with only 45 seconds left, FaZe really has just one last push at most to get a flag off the stand and keep it alive.
FaZe have got to go, they've got to go now, but they got 4 more up in your gen. Look how aggressive they're being here, Optic Gaming. There is an overextension coming in from Suppressed on the pink side. And Trippy with that big win.
3 dead, 3 dead.
And Penguin with that kill.
Oh my.
There is an opening here for FaZe to run this flag. Suppress was the overextender and immediately starts moving this.
Wow, what an about face. He was about to hit a bottom mid run. Instead, he gets the call to get a gen run, and they're making it work here. However, Trippy does fall.
Trippy will fall, and they have to be careful that they get kills on the respawn here. It's not comfortable for Suppress. He knows that kills haven't been picked up. He will have to fight to secure this flag. Renegade's still the overextender. Falcade gets another one. Penguin with the 1. There's 2 more players from Optic inside of the base. Suppress needs to get these kills. He finds 1. He'll get 2. Trippy puts it in just in the last second. And we will go into overtime.
We said they had 1 push, and that is all they had. They make it count. And how about the overextension from Suppressed? To be in the right place at the right time as they get 3 dead. And how about the play call? He was about to fly G-slide bottom mid with the flag. Instead, he hits a hard left turn into gen. And the gen run not only works, but they perfectly time the wait and the bait. They isolate Formal top middle. They get that kill. And even though they had to fight a difficult 2v2 in the back of the base against Legend and Renegade, they get the cap. However, it has only bought them overtime.
Overtime, next flag wins. Formal's got a camo, and I was about to say, I was a bit worried for FaZe, having done the hard work, that they might be able to see the game slip away, because the flag was moving, but Foul will make sure he secures that flag. Back at the base, both flags now. We have a reset on the map.
Formal was just picking them apart. Luckily, Falcade gets back to Shrooms to help Trippy and Penguin. In the end, he's taken down, however, so it's a 4v2 on the push.
Big nade from Penguin, but look at the push still coming in from Optic. Threat sensor goes down. They know the flag is clear. They know everyone's trapped on the P side. FaZe do a really good job here. Really good job to trade that damage, get those kills.
They go for the mosh pit strategy. Just send bodies in there and start punching. And in the end, it works. They clear out their own base and allow themselves to now push out. 3 minutes 40 left in our overtime period. Of course, if we're still scoreless, we will go to another second sudden death overtime.
3 dead on the side of Optic. 4 more gonna be last alive. Falcade trying to pressure Falcade in a big win, but the spawns from Renegade has come in. Falcade will get the trade as well. It's 3 dead for Optic. Spawns do come in on the back flag though. Penguin's gonna have to fight again.
We have to mention here, 3 will fall for Optic Gaming, as we now have our biggest crowd of the weekend, unsurprisingly, for the grand finals. This is now officially in sudden death. Next flag will win the game.
Optic a little bit trapped at the moment. Camo coming up as well. And you can see that they're a little bit worried here, Optic, about that green gun as well. That's why Trippy connects. But Bound and Formal combine to take him down. Now there's an exit strategy, especially when Legend starts perfecting people. 5 perfect shots to win his fight against Suppressed.
They get 2 dead fighting from the back of their base, but this is big. A huge, huge amount of responsibility on Falcade's shoulders with the camo. 2 dead. And this series is gonna go 1 of 2 ways after this game.
Penguin's there. Penguin gets the kill. It's 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Penguin with the start step might have actually kept him alive as the grenade will go slightly ahead of where he was planning that run. And we're in a similar situation to what we were a few moments ago. At the last seconds of the game, FaZe tie it up. They've got 1 kill onto Renegade. They've got 2 kills now as Bound will fall as well. Formal will slow the flag down, but it's still 2 dead for Optic.
3v2 right here. Legend alive in the back of the base.
Formal gets 2. FaZe are gonna have to come off the respawn, and now they're pinched. Optic want a counter cap. Renegade gets 1. Formal gets 1. The counter cap pieces are starting to fall together. It's 3 dead. It's 4 dead. It's 4 dead. FaZe will fall. Optic will counter cap. And Optic will go on 3-0 in our grand finals. 1 more game for the Green Wall. And they will be your HCS Open champions.
has been all about the late game for Optic Gaming, and how many times have we seen them through this elimination bracket in a game 5? Tied up at the end of a game, in an overtime. They have a different level of ice, it appears, and it shows once again. That flag all the way back to Util and FaZe with a 3v2 scenario. But this time it was Formal and Legend in the back of the base, and guess what? Renegade was off spawn, and he was a flying car 1 to pinch in Util. It's a clean 4 dead, and as you called, the flag was already way off the stand.
Big moments won by Optic once again. A lot of teams would have folded in that situation. Especially after that last second regulation time tying cap from FaZe Clan. FaZe had everything they needed to win that game in that final moment in overtime. But Optic find a way. Take a look at some of these highlights, Andy.
He was trippy. Gets that nice back whack on Renegade. That was really what paved the way for, as we said, that first flag to come in. And despite the fact that we saw it 1-0 in favor of FaZe, it was not long before Optic got not 1, not 2, but 3 flags on the board.
And even though it was essentially back to back to back, FaZe didn't give up. FaZe showed some heart. FaZe showed that they still want to try and compete in this grand finals. This play from Falke is so impressive as well. Just bides his time, bound flies forward. That's 2 dead for Optic. And this is what starts the run for them. 3 dead. As the flag return came in from that flag standoff, but this was the play. The staggered run that came in from FaZe, suppressed with some big damage, having started that run. Trippy with the cap. But
Here
this
it is.
is the
Look at
moment. This is the moment.
4v2 it was before Penguin dies. So in a 2v4, Optic not only gets the stop and the pull, they also get the return and the run. And this is what we mean when we say backs against the wall. It was not just something where they got an easy 3 dead and pulled the flag. It was instead fighting from enormous disadvantage to win very key team fights in the back of the base. And now, once again, put another game on the board, undefeated in your grand final reset so far. And each of these games have been neck and neck at 200 or at 40 or at 3-3, but they've only gone one way.
Trippy taking the opportunity to have a few Cheez-Its.
Surprising time for it, but hey.
It's never a bad time.
When hunger strikes, it strikes.
Here we go then. Optic Gaming, 1 game away.
Gotta watch out for the Cheeto dust. That's the biggest factor.
But that's where the power is here for FaZe. 1 game to go for Optic Gaming to become your champions, to reset the bracket for the 2nd time this season. King of the Hill is where we find ourselves. When it comes to game types, Solitude gonna be the map. Do FaZe have something in store in what has been one of the most unpredictable tournaments up until today we've had in quite some time.
Yeah, and now a one-sided championship Sunday without a doubt. And now that Optic is only 1 game away from closing out the grand finals, you start to think, if Optic takes this tournament in this fashion, the story of the tournament changes. If someone asks about DreamHack 2025, the story will simply be Optic won again. All of the chaos of the weekend is forgotten. Can FaZe send us the distance in the series? That's the question here. Only 1 more game to go for Optic.
3 dead for Optic off the rip here. Pressure from Suppressed as well onto the final player. Nobody stepping in that hill as yet, as FaZe will finally dip their toes in. Suppressed still chasing down this final kill of Bound. Bound still alive, frustratingly. Trippy finds 2 himself though, so Trippy will actually turn 3, so that's 3 quick consecutive kills for the man in the screen who earns the POV.
You caught Optic's game earlier on this game type. It was an interesting one for a number of reasons. First of all, it was a masterclass from Legend in how to play this game type slowly and methodically. More importantly, though, it was a very low-scoring game. You'll remember we only had about 2 minutes left on the game clock as 3 fall, 4 fall for Optic Gaming. Renegade is your first spawner. It's going to be a loop spawn. Here they come on the press.
Renegade going to be challenging Trippy here. Back-to-back 4 deads momentarily for Optic Gaming.
2 players yet to get a kill as well.
Almost half that hill has now been capped by FaZe. But Optic making this a little bit scrappy. 2v2 right now, and inside of the hill is going to be Formal. Actually finds a double kill. from bottom middle. Renegade coming in to give him a little bit of support, and will do so. That's 3 dead for FaZe. And Optic, for all the good work and slaying that FaZe have done early on, are inside that bottom middle hill and have 2 FaZe members dead as they go into a lead.
And you, just like you said, somehow with 2 dead, Formal pulls off a double kill off screen, and Legend's not done yet. Now Optic takes the lead on the first hill.
Ammo picked up here by Optic as well. It's going to be Formal who grabs that power up. Not for the first time. I feel like I've said that sentence in this series. 3 dead again for FaZe. Penguin no shields, easy pickings here for Renegade.
Still 3 dead. 2 players spawning here on loop. Renegade knows it. He's just going to do enough damage and probably scurry away and let the team watch the angles. It is once again textbook as Optic closes out the first hill momentarily. The first one likely going on the board here.
They flush him out momentarily, but FaZe are 2 dead. Legend's going to step inside that hill bottom middle. Formal finds the double. FaZe have to watch the point go in from the respawn screen as well, because all 4 members of FaZe fall at exactly the same time. It's 1-0 to Optic. They win the rotate, and they're just looking like they're marching to victory now.
Yeah, and the wait and bait even pays off in more ways than one, right? Not only do they get a few extra kills, they get the rotate, as you said, as well. And now already scoring 25% of the way done on the second hill. And Renegade is still being an absolute nuisance at 7 and 5.
3 dead for Optic, 4 dead. Potentially if Bound is taken down here by Trippy. So something here for FaZe. They do manage to break the setup. Penguin in the 1v1. Top middle, Formal wins it. A double kill again. Just when you feel like FaZe are getting something going in this game, someone like Formal steps up. I mean, you can pick your name on this Optic Gaming roster, but who it is.
Jeez,
but there's always someone who just evens the numbers with a huge play.
Love the comms there. He knew exactly where he was behind the palm tree. Able to pick up 1, but now going to be a tall order. Lots of damage regardless, though. 2v2 on the map.
FaZe still inside of that hill. Legend trying to move in on some damage. Lopes out of there. Penguin will pick him off, though. FaZe still in control of this hill.
Good progress once again from FaZe, but still work to do. With 2 dead, though, and Camo popping, this is a big opportunity for them to not only get this hill, but really find a way back into the game and the series, if you're a FaZe fan.
Camo popping up as well. Trippy no shields inside of the hill, but so is Legend. Legend wins it, but gets traded out immediately by Falcated. 3 dead on the side of Optic Gaming. FaZe will secure this yard hill. We are tied up at 1-1. Camo's still up.
Yeah. That's the question. Camo's still up here. Formal is actually going to hold posters for a second, but eventually enough time had elapsed, unsurprisingly, that the damage had come in. Another free kill, so 2 dead. And there should be a late Camo grab coming in momentarily.
Oh, it's a triple for Falcated, though. And Trippy will get the Camo off the back of it.
Needs to be careful here.
Enemy team took the hill.
Regardless, a very big hill and a very big Camo grab. FaZe Clan is right back in this one.
Full on Optic a trap, though. Look at the damage. FaZe trying to move in through the blue area here of the map to try and flush these players from Optic out, who have now rotated just to try and survive towards the yard. Renegade has no idea that Trippy's here. Easy pickings for him. Bounce top into a double kill for Trippy. Formal is on the truck. Breaks some shields, but it's going to be Falcane who breaks his heart there. It's going to be 2v2 on the map. FaZe still with control.
Worth noting, that's the first time Formal was in a 1v2 as the last player alive and didn't win it in this game. That's the kind of danger that he's been posing to this FaZe Clan team. Val doing everything he can to stay alive. FaZe looking good in the 3rd hill as well.
To get picked off, though. Bound looking to deal with Trippy. Last player alive is going to be suppressed now as Renegade would deal with Trippy. Bound can take a second here just to get his shields back before moving in.
Look at the play from Suppressed. It's taken down, though, in the end.
Pulse wasn't enough in that situation. Optic still can't get near this hill, though. Finally, they do step into it.
That hits a little bit differently, and those 2 players get sent bottom mid, and Suppressed stays alive and spawns teammates blue. That could have been very different. 1 dead for each side now.
Beautiful grenade there from Bound.
Bowls it in.
Shock rifle coming up as well. And the Camo picked up by Optic again.
Burn. 2 dead for both sides here. Shock is up. You can already tell Legend trying to keep an eye on that. It will be FaZe that will have the advantage in terms of the option to grab. They will. We'll see what they could do here. Just all tied up here on the 3rd hill. So much riding on where this hill goes because the game clock is at 1:30.
Falcade has a little flank around the side here. You can see that Optic were trying to keep control of blue. They wanted those spawns, but they've given a lot of the map up here to the rest of FaZe. Falcade finds that kill. 3 dead here for Optic Gaming. Renegade gonna challenge. But nobody's still able to get close enough to that hill. It's a real battle at the moment just to get enough control to be able to step into it safely.
And just like the last time we saw Optic play this game, it's going to go down to time. It's 1-1 here, still tied up with exact progress marks, essentially, and only 60 seconds left on the clock. These next few kills will determine where the game goes.
Okay, and the patience pays off. It's 4 dead for Optic. Finally, FaZe can make their way towards that hill and step inside of it. One more push here for Optic. And Valkyrie, it lines up bound. And that could be a game-winning shot from him.
Trying to stay alive here on S4 if he's able to. They might be able to close it out. They need more kills, however, still 2 dead. They might be able to close it out here.
Doubling up on this hill. Legends trying to fly through the hotel. Penguin does die inside of that hill. Renegade finds one. Bound finds another. Bound finds 2. Valkyrie is on his own. Optic with a huge, brilliant last-second push to break the hill.
Once again, it's Legend behind enemy line. Somehow stays alive in hotel while the rest of the team causes chaos around dip and driveway. And Optic Gaming might steal this right here and right now.
40 seconds left on the game clock. Optic have control of the map. FaZe felt like they were destined for a win here, but Instasplode coming in. Legend picking up a perfect as well elsewhere means that Optic still have control of this hill. Optic can't get it done quite yet, but are now moments away.
With 3 dead, Renegade here and Formal going to work together. All they need is 1 more tick, and they're okay with time ticking down here. They can wait, and they can get this hill even late. Formal's going to go with camo.
Formal's going to move in. He's playing it patient. He's waiting for the camo. 2 come back. He steps in, secures the hill, and Formal might have secured another championship here for Optic Gaming.
Could very well be the game-winning hill and the tournament-winning hill. 14 seconds left. FaZe Clan needs to start controlling right now. It's 2 dead for Optic. It's still possible.
FaZe are inside of the hill, so the clock will stop. But 1 break, 1 push from Optic.
Not even.
And this will be their championship. Penguin and Trippy trying to do what they can. Formal challenging everybody in front of them. He knows it's done. He gets another kill. And Optic Gaming will be your champions.
And you see it there from the green wall as they rush the stage. Back to back for Optic Gaming. In one of the wildest tournament brackets we've seen in Halo Championship Series history, the end result is the same. It's a new adversary, but it's the same champion. Optic Gaming will go back to back.
DreamHack, give it up to your champions who have fought their way through the elimination bracket once again. Your champions, Optic Gaming.
And what a way to do it, even though it's another win in a second best of 7. It is a completely different set of game types. Optic Gaming looking so dominant, and it is once again the same story that despite a closely fought and well-contested battle down to the end game, it's Optic Gaming that finds a way to squeak out a win in the final moments.
Unbelievable things from Optic Gaming. Yet again, another weekend, another tremendous journey through the elimination bracket, doing the absolute unthinkable. Elimination round 1, folks. They built their way up, having to take down so many different titans on their path. You really cannot put it against them in Formal. You can tell how much this one also means to him. I think he's just really happy with a streak at this point that isn't a second place. It's a streak of first, and it's a streak of greatness, Wes.
This is a completely different story from Arlington, in my opinion, for Formal, because he talked about in the interview post the win in Arlington about how he didn't know if he had it anymore. To me, Formal was the MVP of this grand finals. He was the MVP for this Optic team this weekend. An unbelievable tournament, and that grand finals was pure and utter domination. This team, when they formed, there were questions. They are exactly who we thought they were.
They certainly are indeed. That is terrifying. You're looking at a grand final reset here. Absolutely magical. I mean, from the first one, obviously, FaZe managing to squeak one map out into that series. But this second one, you were hoping for FaZe to have some kind of, I don't know, sign of life, to keep this alive, to keep things going. Yes, it got a little bit close at times, I will say. FaZe fought back. There were moments where I thought, oh, this could be a turnaround here. But Optic always seemed to have an answer to anything FaZe dealt them, including a potential overtime cap that was in FaZe's favor. It was literally in their gen. It was ready to go. Penguin had his hands on it. And Formal, like you said, MVP, the iciest of nades into that gen, just deleting every little ounce of advantage they had to get that last cap, to get something on the board. It just seems like Optic, you can just never count them out. You may think you have one up on them, you don't.
To win a championship, you got to win the close games. And that second best of 7 had 3 out of 4 of the games very close. But Optic showing the resilience, showing the iciness that they bring to the table as well as the dominant performance. And I mean, we got to give our hats off to FaZe for as great of a tournament as they have, but man, did Optic show up ever since getting into the elimination bracket, and they showed out every damn time.
They certainly did indeed. We're looking right now at some highlights, and I've just got to say it's flawless work, isn't it? It really is some high-level Halo Infinite, and it's always on display with Optic. Yes, they may have, you know, some of these small instances where they trip up, they fall short, and obviously end up in the elimination bracket. But honestly, at this point in time in the season, Halo Infinite is full of margins. It is such small little errors that can send you packing into the elimination bracket. And what matters most is digging deep and knowing what your team is worth and being able to build back up again and doing what it takes to win. Wes, I want to ask you about the level that Optic always seem to hit on a championship Sunday. It is untouchable, isn't it?
When it's go time for these boys, and they don't like to do it the easy way. The championship bracket did not feature a ton of Optic on the winner's side, but it was all Optic Gaming come elimination bracket back against the walls. And we act like we're surprised, but they did it again after the Arlington run. I mean, Bound, I'll kick this off. Welcome to the couch, boys. Congratulations on the championship. But Bound, we talked when you put this team together, and you mentioned, was this the greatest team of all time? And whatnot. I'm like, you guys haven't even played a series together yet, but with the 2 runs that the 2 opportunities you've had and the 2 runs you put together, you are writing one hell of a story.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty crazy. To do that twice back to back, it's pretty surreal.
Unheard of.
It really is. Honestly, at this point, it's a little bit of a troll question, but are you guys just, you just like that? Do you want to play more Halo?
I do a little bit. Yeah, I do like to play.
It gets you going. It's like it's a challenge at this point. It really is. Honestly, historic runs back to back. I think it's unheard of. I don't think many people would be falling into elimination round 1, going all the way and getting 2 best of 7s done back to back, and then doing it again in another event, literally repeating. So unbelievable stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous at this point. Formal, I want to ask you a little bit about, you know, the way that this roster was built together and how you saw this working, because I think there were a couple of questions that were posed about, listen, you're taking 4 of the absolute best ever Slayers to ever do it on a stage, putting them together. How is that going to work? Is it going to be too selfish? Is the teamwork going to be there? How's that dynamic working with egos, etc.? But what did you see in this roster for you to really like say, let's do this, guys?
I mean, like, these 2 are on like a 6-peat, so obviously they know what they're doing. And then me and John, like, we both had the similar style year last year, where we both came into this year like hungry as hell to just win again. And like with these 2, like, dude, I don't know, man, they're so fun playing with these guys.
It looks like a lot of fun.
Formal, I got a question for you. Last tournament, obviously a breath of fresh air. The comments you made about not knowing if you had it anymore after the second place. That weekend, I feel like Renegade was really the MVP for me. And come this tournament, you guys got backs against the wall early on, but it was you as an individual that I think really stepped up and matched the level that John was slaying at from Arlington. You're my MVP of the tournament personally. How did it feel to find your flow state like you did today and be the MVP asset you can be to a championship squad with guys that, I mean, he's MVP of last year, Bounds in the conversation every single time. John's done it before as well. Arlington was a hell of a show, but you finally had that individual performance that I think there should never be a doubt in your mind.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was blacked out today. Yesterday, like, I was so mad at myself the way that we lost to Shopify, the game 5. I mean, you can ask them. That's probably the most mad they'll ever see me. I was just enraged at the way I played the game 5. So I just knew, come today, like, if we make it this far, like, I'm giving them my all. I'm making sure, like, it's not for nothing. And yeah, I mean, I'm just proud that we played as a team the whole night.
It showed, man. Not only do you still have it, you're just unbelievable. Honestly, goated. It's insane to watch every single time. It's just a different level that is hit by all of you guys. Renegade, hello, mate.
What's up?
I gotta say, you are just unstoppable, aren't you? Every single series, every single map mode, whatever it is, it doesn't matter to you. You are always hitting the exact same level. Your consistency is undeniable. It's incredible. I want to ask you a little bit about that transition and now coming into a team that is just winning absolutely everything. Do you feel like a pressure is lifted, or do you feel like you have a little bit more pressure now to go and win absolutely everything?
I think we have more pressure to win absolutely everything because the way we won the first tournament was, you know, loser bracket round 1. And I was like, you know what, we won it that way. Let's come to this tournament and like try to, you know, win through winners finals, have a dominant event.
Dominant. Now you said you want it that way again.
I did not want it that way again. But it happened that way, and I trust in these guys, and we had trust in each other in our game plans, and we knew that if we just fixed everything, that we would win.
100%. You had plan A, didn't work out. Plan B worked perfectly fine. You've done it once again. Legend, unbelievable. Très bien.
Thank you.
Absolutely unbelievable. I will also say that you performed out of your mind today. The past 2 days have been a little quieter for you. Still phenomenal, but today, you were unbelievable, incredible.
Thank you.
What is it like heading into a championship Sunday with the rest of these teammates who are just incredible as well? But they're lifting you up clearly because today was a different level of Halo Infinite that was met for you.
I mean, I feel like with this team, like, we're able to do like anything we want. Like, even when we're back against the wall, like for example, the Game 5 against SSG, like, we had them 10 kills, and we had the ice to like come back and win it. So that team is pretty insane, and yeah, like I said, I feel like we can do anything.
Yeah, I feel like I've gassed everybody up other than Legend. And Legend, earlier today, you start the series of the day with Shopify Rebellion. Arguably, you guys are looking at the bracket saying Shopify's here. If we can just get past them, we can beat everybody else that's selected in this bracket. But to kick that series off the way you did, specifically, you were the best player in that series by far, and the fights that you were winning were crazy. What was the morning routine like? Like, how did you, like, because it was like 10 a.m. Like, that's early. I know John struggles at that time of the day. I know I would.
What'd you eat for breakfast? Was it candy bar?
No, I ate some Snickers and like.
He always eats the Snickers.
And I drink a Monster.
And a Monster. And a Monster Energy.
Kill to be young again.
And a Monster Energy.
What the hell?
That's it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. There we go. Breakfast of Champions, Monster Energy, and a Snickers bar. You heard it here first, folks. I've got to say, incredible stuff from all of you guys. Congratulations once again. An historic run. I don't think any of us will be forgetting this one anytime soon. But I do want to bring one more very important person to this puzzle in, which is, of course, Coach Lunch.
Jason.
Lunch, get on in here. Come on. We're going to bring the prize results up here because you guys have won a whopping 60K, which is not too shabby, to say the least. Bam, would you mind popping your headset over to Coach so I can have a little chat with him, because I want to know everything. Hello, Lunch.
Hello.
Lovely to have you on the sofa. First and foremost, congratulations, GG's. Another one done. Wow. First, I asked the boys about the fashion in which you're winning these tournaments, because it is just insanity. What are you doing to allow them to dig deep, you know, in these series, knowing that you've got a massive journey ahead of you, a ton of Halo Infinite to play, and having to do it again with a bracket reset? You know, what's the game plan for you specifically in how you're helping them in implementing a win?
Well, first of all, I don't like starting in losers bracket round 1, but these boys show that it's not a problem. So 2 events in a row for them to do that is insane. And, you know, they're just max confidence no matter what. We lose a series and, you know, they just keep their heads up and move on to the next one. So I'm just super proud of them. This is why they built the team. And unfortunately, this is the competition's worst fear, that they win the first 2 events of the year, because, you know, they formed this team to do that. So just proud of them.
You might have to have the guys running ladders or whatnot if it happens a 3rd tournament in a row. Some kind of level of punishment to make sure you guys don't drop into the ELM bracket round 1 like it seems to be the theme. But Box, obviously you're a historic player that's gone on whatever runs and whatnot, has many championships. It feels like these guys are catching up to you. What's it like to see the new next age pros, and you have the first-person perspective to be right behind them? These guys are great, but I'm sure your perspective on this is, how good is this team? Bound, I mentioned this when I asked Bound the question earlier, but Bound, when I was talking to him about when this team first formed, he said, "Is this the greatest team of all time?" He asked me that. I go, "You guys haven't even played a series yet." As the wins start to amount up, I know we're only at 2, but what's the ceiling for this team?
I mean, the ceiling is limitless. I think they've shown that the first 2 events here haven't taken the path that we maybe wanted, but I think these guys might want it. They like playing more games at the tournament, so it's worked out in our favor, and I've got no complaints. I just try to stay out of the way.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's working. Whatever you guys are doing on and off the sticks, it's incredible. So thank you so much for making history once again. Lads, stay on the sofa while I quickly close out the show, because this was an insane weekend of Halo Infinite. You can see the roadmap. We have so much more left to go. And you heard the lads. They want to win everything back to back to back, and all the way down to Seattle, the Halo World Championships with $1 million on the line. So much for stake, so much left to go in this season, and I cannot wait. Wes, thank you so much. Lads, GG's, congratulations once again. Your dream hack winners, the champions, Optic Gaming. Folks at home, I hope you've enjoyed the show. I certainly have indeed. We'll catch you on the next one, where we're going to bring plenty more Halo Infinite and plenty more crazy things happening coming your way. So we'll see you in the next one.
Right now with I Got Your Pistol from Triggers Down, and let's listen in with TD for this opening rush.
Hey,
One shot R1. R2 one shot. R2 one shot. R1 brackets on the map. R1 made one shot. L1 and R1. Go to our flank. Or no. No left to snipe. Grab our flank. He's going lobby. Flank. He's going lobby. Two shots. He's 2 shots. L1. Gotta get out. R1 as well. L1. R1. Putting one hit. Shot on flank. Good. Shot. One shot still.
And you gotta love that play from Hysteria Scott. Now, I was kind of questioning him when he decided to go looping around instead of rather going down low. He comes back of his base, jumps up in the attic, stops the flag carrier, and then hits T-squared once. And rather than just trying to move up top middle and be vulnerable to shots, he goes around, goes over the man cannon and catches him with a headshot. And on the way back, he connects with a no-scope for another kill. Hysteria is playing out of his mind right now.
And that's what they need from Hysteria right now. Hysteria just has to be consistent and let his 3 teammates do everything and him just sit back with the sniper.
And it looks like Straight Rippin' is warmed up. Meanwhile, I'm watching as Heinz, Pistol, and SK, they're kind of struggling to start this game off.
You know, when you haven't played in a while, you just got to pretty much take these first couple minutes versus a top team like Straight Rippin' just to get used to everything again.
Man, speaking of warming up, I just got down there and warmed up that crowd. I'm all warmed up right now because I just gave away 4 of our brand new lids hats that's going to be in stores November 15th. So make sure you guys go to your local lids store and get those $21.99. And don't forget, I gave away 4.
Oh, look at that. No, keep talking about lids.
I gave away 4, but I'm giving away 4 more to you guys out there viewing the live broadcast right now. Go on Facebook.com and log on to our MLG page and post your pictures of you enjoying the live stream, and you too can win one of the live hats.
And Hysteria, well, he just caught Snipe that with a bit of a surprise. And now he's going to run the flag here. It looks by the sniper. Oh, he fumbled the flag, and he's going to be taken down from behind. We're jumping on board with Legit and Straight Rippin'. Let's listen in with the Straight squad.
15 seconds till new snipers.
T-squared and Legit on opposite sides of the map. Let's see how he plays this one versus Hysteria. Oh, Hysteria, you get my screen.
Hysteria is playing out of his mind right now, Chris.
I believe we've said that, and I'll say it at least 2 more times. In this game alone, here we go. We got Pistola hiding behind the mauler. We just saw a player coming over the man cannon. Pistola's going to call that out. And Hysteria's going to have to focus, though, on Snipe Down, who's doing the same thing he is doing back from the Straight Rippin' side of the lobby with another sniper rifle.
Another thing to note, too, between these 2 teams, they've won 8 of our last 9 tournaments in Halo 3, just between these 2 teams.
There's only been one other team in Halo 3 history that has won an event, and that was Final Boss at our very first one. Since then, these 2 teams have been the juggernauts. These 2 teams have been the only teams that you can really even predict to win an event. And, you know, I can't tell you who's going to win this one. I hope this one goes to a Game 11. Because that would be incredible. Right now I'm watching as Legit picked up the rocket. Sorry, I had to stutter there for a second because I was confused by what Straight Rippin' was doing. It looked like they had T-Square jump down, grab the flag while Legit was going to hold on to these rockets. T2 unfortunately gets hit by a grenade, but Legit is right there to protect Elmite Warrior as Elmite's going to run those rockets down low. And 2 pucket rockets from Legit is going to cause a false flag run there, and it's going to be returned here. I got your pistol with the sniper rifle.
And Scott, you play a little bit against some of these teams here. These 2 teams actually, between Triggers Down and Straight Rippin', you know, you want to pick a different team, like your allegiance to Carbon. Some people like Instinct. Why is it so hard to pick between these 2 teams to win an event?
Because all 8 players on these teams are absolutely out of their mind, and it comes down to the end of the day which team is more on fire. And it's incredible to say that because in the past it's normally strategy and whatnot, but in this it's who's on more fire.
Right now we're watching as SK trying to stay alive. That's going to be 4 dead momentarily here for Triggers Down. We're jumping on board with I Got Your Pistol. He's got a sniper rifle and he's sitting in his lobby. And a straight chant is starting here on the main stage. All 4 members of Triggers Down stuck in their lobby. You see Elmite Warrior trying to push in. The nice team shot will take him down with the battle rifles. And now they're going to be able to push out, but Legit's coming in on the flank. And a nice job by Pistola to shoot him in the back, make him think about him, and finish off strong with that battle rifle. Now they're all going to push up, and Pistola's got the sniper in his hands.
Unlifted. There's 3. Their snipe was glitched. L2. Our cannon's one shot, I think.
Yes, legit.
Alright, 2L2.
Nice. Top right.
Top right. Right pocket. You got him. Right pocket. One shot.
Nice.
Top right. One shot. 3 dead.
We're spawning. That's all right now.
Let's just try the flag. Jacob needs help.
Who's watching flag lobby? No one's watching.
The flag still on. Hitting you. I'm coming, Jacob. Hitting you again. Jacob, run. Get the flag. Push there. I need help. We're both on one lobby. Someone's just went to the lobby. L2. Get a shot on him. Alright, he's behind R2. There's 2 by the ramp.
Finn.
R2.
He went R3.
One shot.
Dead. R3 again.
There's snipe.
R3 again. R3 right now.
R2 one shot across. L2 one shot. Shot her. Rockets her. Stay alive. Stay alive. He's gonna do an airstrike. One shot top mid. 2 of them, they're mid. No one's airstrike. I'm lifting. I'm lifting.
L2 with rockets. Top mid. Top right. 2 guys top right.
Both are one.
Run away, dude. Back up. L1's one hit. He's one hit.
He's still weak in our snipe.
Get ready to throw it up.
This guy in our lobby.
Yeah, he's over.
L1. 2 guys in our lobby. Hold on, I'm running away. He's coming back. Our lobby looks so nice. One dead. I think they have a... Nose our flag.
Left box. Left box.
Dude, where is he?
I don't know.
No, lobby still. Still in lobby. Watch out.
Our flag. I got it out.
One shot at flag. One shot.
Snipe down our flag. Shoot left.
Our flag again. And one shot our lobby.
Top left, low shield.
No.
Back. 2 guys on flag.
We got lobby.
2 there. Our back flag. Snipe.
Our flag.
Snipe some seals. I have to snipe on my... Both shields. He's got it.
Top right.
Push up top. Stay alive. L1. I got it.
Come in. Top right.
Our pin. L2's flag.
Our pin. One shot.
Dude.
And Straight Rippin' is able to pull the flag and get it all the way back to their base, but we have a big return coming up here from Hysteria. He stopped the flag momentarily, but it's still alive in the hands of Legit, and Heinz is going to go down. He was the last person in position to stop it, and Straight Rippin' is the first on the board.
Kind of surprising about that, Chris. I'll be honest with you. I thought Triggers Down would come out here and get the first cap and establish control very early.
Their side's flag.
We have Straight Rippin', they were fighting for that flag forever. You saw a few returns there by SK and friends back on the base, but Straight Rippin' did not give up. They kept pushing top middle and then through the back of their lobby, and Legit is heating up with the sniper rifle. He's going to watch Snipe Down's back, and Snipe Down's going to sneak in over on Man Cannon side. Meanwhile, L-Mite and T-Squared are going to try and push middle and distract, while Legit is going to just sit back here and snipe around at, it looks like Hysteria.
I am long.
And he's going to hit Pistol once in the body. Heinz is going to push out as well, and that's going to be easy cleanup work here for Snipe Down. And now it's Hysteria versus Legit.
I'm cannoning. Brian, you're last one alive.
And Legit's the last one alive. You hear from Straight Rippin', and he's doing work here with just 2 shots left from the sniper, 1 shot left, and he hit Hysteria in the cankle there.
L2. We gotta focus on rockets.
And now the Legit chant starts on the main stage, Scott.
I like how they say Legit. But I mean, they have every right to cheer for Legit. I mean, he's incredible right now. He's got what, 8 shots hit?
I don't even know what you're trying to say, but that's awesome.
8 shots hit.
He was definitely doing work with that sniper rifle. Now I understand. And we're checking out as Snipe Down lifting over here, and SK. He's over on the Straight Rippin' side of the map. Snipe Down's going to call him out, put a few shots, and Snipe Down, even though Heinz got the jump on him, picks up the kill.
We guard 2. R1.
Our snipe,
R1, our snipe. 1 shot. In our lobby.
Speaking of our lobby, Pistol.
They may try to go for a cap. They may go for a cap. Work together.
And their flag, 1 shot.
And Snipe Down is going to pick up the kill on Pistol back at his base. Now he's moving in to clean up the kill on Heinz. Can he get the triple here, basically, on SK? He throws a grenade force and SK back, and now Snipedown is doing it all, guys. Check this out as he's pulling the flag and he's moving up R1. The only player alive to stop him right now is I Got Your Pistol, and Pistola is back in his lobby. This may be a second cap early on here for Straight Rippin'.
And that's the play call he should have made right there. He made SK pop back because he knew he was no shield. Grab the flag, gets it all the way to his base. That's exactly what you need to do in that situation.
But check this out. Hysteria was able to sneak in for Man Cannon. He's pulling the flag. They get the return. And it looks like we're going to have a counter cap here from Triggers Down. And that is just a heads-up play from Hysteria. Rather than going for the flag return, buy your team some time, hold the flag, move it down low, make Straight Rip and worry about you. Your teammates move in behind, get the return, and now the game is all tied up 1-1. And guys, we have just 4 minutes of regulation time left on the clock.
Back up, back up, back up.
Two more other slides.
Back up.
Two more other slides. Jeremy Main can't go. I got it. I'm running it.
R3, hide. Back up.
I can't believe it's been 11 minutes already, and here's Straight Rippin's second flag cap moving down low. And I'm looking as Hysteria is once again the last person in position to stop him. He was distracted, though, by a player top middle and will not be able to stop Elmite Warrior as Elmite puts in Straight Rippin's second flag.
One shot our snipe, our power up. One shot our power up. One shot our power up.
Look at one shot. SK one shot, L1. SK one shot. Snipe's down at our snipe on. He's got one go back.
And Hines is going to connect with a no-scope on Snipedown, and you know that's going to make his family proud. Hines has a lot of family members here in the audience. I was talking to his father earlier last night, and he said they're all here to support him. They don't really understand what's going on in Halo, but every time his face appears on our screen, they go nuts. And right now, SK is moving the second flag here for Triggers Down. He's going to go down, but Hysteria is going to back Legit off with his BR long range, and he's going to keep this flag alive, moving it into his lobby. Perfect play here by Hysteria. Once again, he's an objective mastermind so far, Scott.
Yeah, it's incredible to see what he's doing. He starts off the game as a main slayer. He's starting off sniping, and now he just goes right into objective because he knows he wants to win.
And this is a crucial game here for Straight Rippin'. If they win it, they tie up the series at 3-3. If not, they're going to be down 2 games, and Triggers Down will just need 2 more games to become your Anaheim champions and the first ever back-to-back champions in Halo 3 events. Hysteria picking up the assassination, picking up full rockets. Now this is huge, Scott. They have Hines sitting top middle with the sniper rifle. Hysteria about to go over the man cannon as Straight decides to charge out of their lobby. And unfortunately for Hysteria, 2 players just respawned on the man cannon. He's going to be taken down. Let's check out how Straight Rippin' is going to handle this situation now that they have the power weapons out of the Triggers Down hands.
I got rockets.
And let's just listen in for these last 3 minutes. It's all tied up at 2-2, but that means we're now basically in sudden death overtime. The next flag will win regardless of the time limit.
One shot lowest one. One is cannon. L3 sniping Hines. One cannon. Last guy alive, cannon. Look at power pieces.
I got sniper rockets. I got sniper rockets. Can you take it? Anyone take it?
Give it to me. They're sniping.
Main cannon spawn. SK. They're main cannon normally? I don't know. Main cannon power.
L2. Nice!
Elma just pulling off a sick no-scope for the killing spree, trying to keep the flag alive, but he's going to be taken down by SK from behind. We're jumping on board with Legit and Snipedown trying to work their way back to the Triggers Down side of the map. As you see Legit running down SK, and now it's a one-on-one battle versus Hysteria. And he charges in, cleans up a kill on Hines, grabs that sniper. How does Legit play this?
He's going to play it aggressive, and he's angry.
And he's got help. He's got 2 players on his team pushing in through the lobby. He's got the sniper, and he's just going to back up and try and spawn camp with this. And they got to look out because Triggers Down is going to be spawning here on the flag side of the map because all 3 members of Straight were momentarily on the man cannon side. We have a big beatdown at the flag by T-Squared, and T-Squared is going to be running the flag while Legit is covering. He's watching those man cannon spawns, and T2's already got the flag halfway across the map. He's going to be taken down, though, by SK, who is shooting from his flag.
2 cannon power up.
No shields.
And 2 players coming over the man cannon. You hear Hines is coming in to stop the flag. He's going clutch, picks up the king. killjoy, and he gets the flag return. So Hines coming up clutch, coming over the man cannon, stopping the flag. It is still in sudden death. This one, either team's game right now. Neither team really in position to make a push, but Hines has the sniper setting up top middle.
And it was all because SK took the angle of going to power up and shooting the flag. If it wasn't for that, Straight Rippin' had that game won.
And there we go. After 15 minutes, it's all tied up 2-2. Hines doing work with that sniper, hitting T-squared once, hoping for one of his teammates to finish. No one does, and T-squared picks up the kill. Let's jump on board there with Hysteria. How does he play this with T-squared in his base? SK sticking a player over on the other side of the man cannon.
He's dead.
Meanwhile, you have T-Squared and Elmite down for Straight Rippin', legit and Snipe down, trying to push out of their lobby. But this is going to be a great opportunity because all 4 members are alive here for Triggers Down, and they are pushing top middle together. Hysteria leading the charge, and that is going to distract while Pistola picks up the rocket launcher. And Pistola's going to be cleaning up kills now. That's a double kill. And T-Squared, though, is going to be back in his lobby. I probably would have left him there.
Yeah, I probably would have too, but I definitely would have charged the guy with the flag because I have rockets.
And he had a perfect play there on Elmite, who had the flag, and now we have a flag in the hands of Hysteria from Triggers Down, and Hysteria is going to try to move that towards man cannon, and Straight Rippin' knew exactly what he's going to do, shut him down, and now it's going to be up to Pistola and friends to push in.
Pistola just has every situation engraved in his brain. When you watch his screen, you never see him hesitate. He's so fluent. He never second guesses himself.
And we have a sniper in the hands of Hines as well as SK. So 2 snipers for Triggers Down. On the other side, nothing but battle rifles here for Straight Rippin', as they're going to be trying to push in on the TD base. And I don't know if I like it when Triggers Down has a sniper in anyone's hands but Hysteria, basically. They seem to be a little bit more passive, and when you see Triggers Down really force, it's because they're all pushing together with those battle rifles.
Yeah, and that's mainly because the team doesn't know how to react, because online practice, Hysteria gets every sniper. So in tourney play, when someone else grabs a sniper, they're not used to it.
Well, check out the ammo here for SK. He's got 15 as well as the 4 in his clip. So 19 shots to work with, and he's got 2 teammates pushing in on the Straight Rippin' base. It's SK's job now to provide the long-range cover fire. And he cannot do it as he's taken down by some nice BR shots by Elmite Warrior. And Elmite picking up a second kill before being taken down. Who are you pointing to, Scott?
I picked up Hysteria because he had 14 ammo on Sniper, but he's done.
Yeah, he's dead. All right, we're sitting on board with Snipe Down. Just picked up the double kill. Looks like we're 17 minutes into this game. Snipe Down and T-Squared working together down low at the Triggers Down base. And Hysteria going to work, playing a bit of defense here.
That's the thing I love about Hysteria. Even though he has sniper, he never gets in the snipe mode of where he's just going to keep out the sniper. He always is going to switch to his VR.
And we got the flag in the hands of T-Squared. You see Elmite Warrior trying to provide that long-range cover with the sniper across the map. Triggers Down knew where that flag was, picks up the easy return from above, and now Elmite finally connects with a shot with that sniper rifle. T-Squared's going to go for another attempt here at that flag, and Elmite's just going to sit back on his power-up.
I don't know what's going on. Where are they? L3. They're all alive again. L2. I'm flanking.
L2's kill me. L2, one shot.
Elmite pushing up here. Very interesting decision here by Straight Rippin'. T-Squared gonna keep pushing. They got cover fire here from Legit and Snipe Down. T-Squared waiting for shields to come back. Perfect running of the flag by T-Squared as Straight Rippin' has all the cover fire in the world. And here goes the Straight Champ. It looks like no one in position as Hysteria is taken down. T-Squared running the flag in. And finally, Straight Rippin' is going to win it, tying the series up 3-3.
That rotation up there looks anti-cyclonic rotation. You see it? Just to the right a little bit.
Then we gotta go south.
Big solar field's fixing to get slabbed with hail.
Yep. That's gonna squeeze it all out of us. We're about to get a major hail core, folks. Cell merger.
Smells great.
May reposition to the southern meso. Perfect. An emerging supercell scenario right now with a right mover that's nosing up to this one. After they merge, I bet the southern mesocyclone will dominate on this one, so we are going to blast a little bit south and punch through all of this hail and get to the south side of this new storm. It's a cluster of 2 supercells now. Look at this radar. We're right in the notch as it's about to merge. We're in the notch of this main supercell that we've been on for a couple of hours, and the new one is about to merge with it from the south. Man, it's tight back behind us, isn't it?
Oh, that's a really old scan. Okay. We're having a data problem out here in this spot.
It must be when we saw that tight spin. Seeing a lot of eddies today. One big wall cloud inclusion.
One mile, you're going to turn right.
We're not going to spend the night in this ditch here.
Can you straighten it down up front?
Yep.
Lovely, front.
Have you seen that tornado warning, or has that been there?
No, that's new. That's a tornado warning.
That's new then. I've got a... Are you want to tell you where? Yeah, that little rainbow, cool.
Got a new tornado warning.
We're headed that way.
It's recorded.
Oh, it's loading.
Got a new tornado warning with our
We're just fighting through data issues, but we just had a tornado warning come through on the storm that we're headed down to.
There's our right turn.
Through this mass now.
The 2.3 is going to take us to that main south option. Perfect.
Yeah, it might be in front of us now. Kind of this dark mass, but we got to get through this storm.
I just dropped up front.
And then we'll see the rain-free base of the tornado
warning so far.
How does it look on velocity?
Pulling it up.
Oh, crazy. Yeah, there.
Well, this rip south in 1.7.
Are you going to be on this road for a while?
1.7 miles.
That rotation is just sitting. Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Literally sitting. You see that?
Yeah.
They've already produced.
Oh yeah.
I had a feeling with that merger.
We're fixing to cross into the tornado warning zone about right now.
There it is.
One mile, it's going to curve left. Then we're going to turn right, rip south. I think may have produced just sitting out there.
Yeah. Did it have a correlation drop on it?
0.7 by the way.
Then it probably produced.
Nothing insane.
Yeah. mile.
Let's go right into a hail force.
Big hail here, folks, coming up, and a lot of rain, and then we just got to get to the south side of this. And there may have been a tornado attempt. I think it was that curtain of rain, wasn't it?
Alright, start to see.
Okay, we'll get ready in point 2. Yeah, right at that blinking stop. We saw it, that rain curtain. Had to be it. We'll ramp up again. We can just keep going south on this. I do. Yeah, circulation just went poof on radar, but this storm is still vigorous, tornado warned, pulling an inflow. We're just trying to get to the south side of the storm now. Might have just had a little head fake tornado there, but it's not confirmed right now. We don't see any evidence of it on radar. There it is, wall fall down there. Will side. There you can see it. Base. Maybe just lifted back up on the side there. See where those scud fingers are.
They might almost be through here, but they're trying to get right here. This is the bear's cage right here. This should, it's still kind of completing the merger, and we'll see what happens once it does. But then you might see more of a hook, more of a well-defined hook, and then this would be the bear's cage, and that's where they're trying to go. Also, Brady joining in a minute here, but back to the guys.
I can see some motion in that wall cloud. Changing shape. Thanks everybody. Dominate that like button. Yeah, snow tomorrow. We are chasing tomorrow though. We just need it. We're on this tornado warned supercell here now. I'll walk out this rain. Do you see anything closer to the rain over there? Figure out one thing. Yeah, there is kind of a lower dark feature in there. There is some a little closer to the rain.
We can go east in 3.8 if we need to.
West?
East if we need to. We can
west?
also go west on that. Okay. A lot of cars.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. This is what we talked about.
A lot of chasing convergence here in this road. It's probably back in there, tucked into the rain, maybe. Or this new feature could be a little up. Watch out.
sometimes this happens if we're around a gigantic hail core like this. Because a lot of their chasers, they don't get the connectivity problems that we do because they don't go underneath this hail core like this. So that hail core is quite strong. And the storm is, let's just double check. I'll give you right back to them in a moment. The storm is 55,000 feet high, as you can see right there. So it's 10 miles of ice and water in the sky. Okay, so it can interfere with some connectivity sometimes, especially if you got brass balls, you know.
See anything good in there? No, not yet. West of us. Don't see anything yet.
All right, while we're waiting for this to return here, we got Brady. He's a real meteorologist, despite the shirt. I am not, despite my confidence when I speak sometimes. So, Brady, what are you seeing with this strange storm that's been sitting here for like 2.5 hours?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fighting against, the natural inclination is for these storms to go north, and it's fighting against that, and that's what's causing it to kind of dig against the jet stream and really help it be a supercell, almost stationary supercell. And we just, like Brian was talking about, and guys, seeing everyone in the chat, thank you so much. So glad to be back here, Brian. But this storm is really just hasn't moved. Right? And I don't see any signs that it's going to really move. The problem is there's so much chaser convergence that this is the one storm that every single chaser is targeting. So that's what Reed and team are talking about when they say there's a bunch of cars along the side of the road. But I could see this storm trying to do it here, especially if it continues to dig to the south. But once it kind of completes this merger, that's when we'll know for sure, right? It try to make a little run at it right there with the rotation that Brian was showing you, and once it completes that merger fully, might be another storm to the south as well. And we're looking at the Cape. There's plenty of fuel for storms right now.
Yeah, this is the Cape. This is the Cape Valleys. This is a lot. So it's there. It's like a Venn diagram of like 50 different things that need to happen for tornadoes. But this Cape it's almost 5,000 Cape. That's a lot. Now, we did have the opposite of Cape happen last night, which is Sin, and this is not really getting hit by much Sin. So the ingredients are there. It's just strange. It's like this storm was born on this boundary, and it's just been chilling there. It's just been chilling there for like 3 hours.
I know. Well, and sometimes those are the best storms to chase because you don't have to move a lot. You get out of the car and look at it, right? But today is almost kind of like the opposite of yesterday. Yesterday we had plenty of wind shear, we had plenty of fuel for storms, but we didn't really have that kick to get them going. Today we've got the kick. We've got the spark. It's a little bit of a short wave moving over as well as a dry line that kick things off. We're going to have plenty of storms today. We don't have as much shear. Now, having said that, this is Texas, this is May, and when you have a lot of storms like these, they can interact with each other, and you can get spin-ups, you can get tornadoes pretty easily. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a tornado or two over the next couple of hours. And that's kind of phase one, Brian, and then phase two, these things are going to form into a massive line and push off to the east.
Gotcha. Oh, wait a second. Is this early indication of this line?
Yeah, it is. See those storms just off to the east of where our storm is?
Yeah.
All those are going to continue popping. There's going to be storms popping to the south, storms popping potentially to the north. And I'm telling you, like from Oklahoma City down through almost in Abilene and Dallas, a huge line is going to roll through, and a big-time wind bag is going to evolve tonight.
Copy that. Let's see if these guys are better established here with their connection. Doesn't look like it, but we might be hearing more information from them. If it's still struggling, we'll come down and give you guys a little preview of that line. We'll get the models ready.
Yeah. Do you see some easterlies down to our southeast there, Carson? I'm moving to our southeast right now. Southeast. You got some curtain action out there. Curtain action. Yep. Those winds are all trying to stream toward it. May have one about to happen. And that area is pretty consolidated there too. It's moving pretty fast there. I don't know if that's some condensation even. Let's try it out there. There goes a little funnel cloud in the middle. See it? Look at that. I think this guy's pointed toward us over here.
Right in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, I see it. New warning. It's trying off to our southeast, folks. Wait for that thing to plant. We're in a traffic jam, though. Everybody's stopped. This is hilarious. Field rain curtains. Yep. It's trying just to our east, southeast. Does that guy stop up there? No. Someone stopped in the road. They might think we're in a wedge. Trying to develop to our east. You gotta get east. Come on, folks. Got to transform into our south.
All right, well, it's definitely getting gnarly where they are. I can say that. This is the gnarliest it's looked on the ground in a little while here. Yeah. I don't know. I'm tired. What's up, man? I always say I'm tired on the stream. Even when I'm not tired, I feel like it's just a go-to. It's just we chase a lot, guys.
Well, it's been, Brian. I mean, if you think of the past 10 days, there's maybe been 1 or 2 days like that we haven't had. It's been almost constant.
Yeah,
severe weather.
I'm gonna bring up the chasing for the past month here. You drive for a couple minutes here.
Yep, I got it. So guys, one really interesting thing is watch on the right. The merger is complete, right? This was 2 storms. It's now 1. And notice we've got a little bit of another mini storm just off to the south that could act as almost like a nudger for those that are aware of like that nudger theory. Sometimes that can enhance tornado potential as it kind of helps the rear flank downdraft. Those are the winds on the backside of the storm wrap around. You can already see a little bit of a hook, a little bit of a notch developing. And one thing, if you take one thing from this stream, notches make NATOs. That's if you're looking at the radar and you see a notch, that's where the potential tornado is trying to form. So this thing's got a pretty healthy notch. You saw the wind on the stream. This thing has inflow, much stronger inflow than it did yesterday, much stronger outflow than the storms did yesterday. So this thing is a fully formed, healthy supercell, and that's why it's got a tornado warning on it, because the National Weather Service is like, hey, the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service, who issues these warnings, is like, hey, this thing's going to have a chance. And they did just reissue that tornado warning too. Ooh,
16,000.
Oh wow. Yeah, we're pulling up where these guys. Okay, I'm gonna switch. Oh yeah, we can switch this. But you can see this storm off to the right, ingesting the storms to the south. That means the inflow is really healthy. It's really sucking all these storms in, and that just shows you this thing's gonna make a go for it.
But yeah, here, real fast. This is from 420 to 525, so a little over a month. This is 16,279 miles of chasing.
Wow.
Many tornadoes in between. You can see we've spent a lot of time in the Panhandle, and we're back here now. But yeah,
Crazy.
it's a lot. Harder on the guys, but I still complain. Anyway, back to this. This is another radar program. You can see here this box here. This is the tornado watch. So things in this area, you know, people, if you're in this area, you've been getting a the alerts on your phone. Hey, you're in a tornado watch, so pay attention to the weather. Let me look at what their data is right now.
And just a note too, while Brian's doing that, this is the only tornado watch in the entire country. Now, this is not the only place that can get tornadoes. There is some threat in Alabama and Georgia, actually a very similar place that Reed and team intercepted the tornado not too long ago. I think that actually one of the same areas was under a tornado warning there. But this is the main area in the entire country that we think the potential is for tornadoes. So, and really, they issued this watch just for this storm. The other storms are kind of trying too, but by far, this storm that Reed is literally in the middle of, it's got the best chance to produce here. So we'll see if this works out. But this, compared to the storms we looked at yesterday, Brian, this storm looks a lot healthier and has got a much better chance, I think.
I just don't have that much experience with just like basically stationary storms. It has not moved in a while. Like it's just been oh, here we go. Coming back now. All right, let's see if anything's changed. You could see that bright spot up there. That might be a clear slot. Let's see if these guys are getting free. It's nice when they get in this area right here, because then they don't have 10 miles of hail and rain and all that above them. And I think that's what they're trying to do. They've been core punching, which means going through the core and ending up on the south side. Any second now, guys.
And guys, if you look off to the right, I'm telling you guys, see that notch getting more pronounced. The inflow is big time picking up. Oh yeah, go. We got it.
Bam. No, just I looked away for a second.
Yeah, it's ingesting that storm. That little nudge on it. If that little notch at the bottom juts out a little bit more, it's going to try to produce. And this is probably the best this storm has looked for probably about the last couple of hours here. So
yeah, we have a new severe storm up here, but this is definitely, I mean, this is the most interesting thing right now.
For sure. I'm curious what the velocity looks like. Hold on, let's look at the winds.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Let me switch. Let's switch. Yeah,
I switched it. You get it.
So big time, guys. I'm just going to draw on this here. The really strong wind starting to wrap around the backside, and you can see right in there, a little bit of red next to green. The storm is really starting to pull in inflow here as well. Big time hail right in this region, right where you normally get it in supercells like this. So this thing is a full-blown supercell, really pulling in a lot of air and really starting to wrap around the backside. If it can kind of fully wrap around, and then the inflow and the rear flank downdraft meet, that's going to be a problem, guys. It really is. So I don't think it's ready to produce just yet. I think it's almost there, but there are a lot of chasers in this region, and they're all trying to get south. And that's probably why with the hail, the connection But this is a dangerous situation because you got a lot of chasers on these roads right here. You got to be really careful. So if we do have any chasers watching this stream, please be careful out there because you're going to pretty much have to go right through the hook of this thing to get to the south.
If you're not experienced, don't do it. Don't do it, guys.
No.
That's how you get experience with somebody who knows what they're doing. Don't just. Anyway, I won't do that thing. All right, let's look back at this here, and let me keep bothering these guys.
Yeah, look at that, guys. Look how that notch, that hook on this thing is starting to get very pronounced. Every single scan, starting to jut out a little bit more. And there are no other storms to the south that are going to interfere with it. So if this thing is going to do it, it's going to do it here in the next 5 to 10 to 15 minutes here. So gonna have to watch this storm very carefully. This is definitely the storm to be on. This is the storm to watch. Storms to the south don't have my attention. The ones to the northwest don't have my attention. This one by far has the biggest chance to produce basically the entire state. Chat, thank you guys so much for being here.
Yes.
Anyone that's here in the channel,
thank you.
Smash that like and subscribe button. Thank you to
Please.
all of our members here.
Just zooming out for a second because we have a moment here. So this is just so everybody's aware, these are the warned areas today. You can see there's a couple tornado warnings up in northeast Georgia or south Tennessee.
I mean, that's almost in a similar spot.
Whoa! All right, wait. This
go
could
ahead.
be interesting right here. This is definitely a lowering that these guys are closing in on. Let's see if we can hear them.
Right, it's going crazy. Right there. Yeah.
Let's do it again.
Major rotation. Yeah, it's got to be pretty crazy. It's going to pipe all these chasers. Might be just on your side now, Carson. A second, I think. This is Fred.
Are we coming back up? We went down to like 38.
Yeah, we're up at 1.2.
Rapid rising, little turret in there. No, I think still just straight ahead, right straight ahead, yeah. Rapidly rising scud in front of us. Yeah, right there.
Tilt it up. There you go.
Maybe the north option at some point. That wins. Watch it for a sec here. Look, it is trying to wrap back behind us. Oh, yeah.
I have this option north if we need it in a little bit.
It is rapid big time back here. Look at that one moving right to left. About to converge, maybe. That might even be a funnel in there. See that thing cooking? Uh-oh. There you go! Big stone.
Gas.
Yeah. It's all spinning, but it could wrap. See back behind that low piece back behind it, down low. See how it's cutting right in front of it? Yeah, right over the back of the car. I'm gonna need to see your storm chasing licenses. Just kidding. Oh! Are we in your way here?
See those birds out there riding the updraft?
Are they going nuts?
Yeah, look, right over there.
Yeah. Is it not trying? Yeah. It is trying.
Right there?
Yeah.
You can see it?
Yeah.
See if it surges around.
It is trying westerlies.
Is it wrapping around the car?
Yeah.
You can see it, right?
Yeah.
It's going right behind the dynamometer.
Should just start wrapping right here, right above us.
It's getting a little unsafe for you guys here. Yes, you're doing some great work. Sorry. How's it going?
Not too bad, man. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Too.
You guys collected some awesome data with that thing?
Trying to.
That is bright.
It's about 30% brighter than the sun.
Oh, really?
All the lumens together, it's a little bit brighter than the sun. So.
Nice.
But with that, we can get those slow-mo stones going all the way into the base.
Oh, wow.
We're out here doing some hills.
How are you doing? Nice.
Let's go.
Good work.
Yeah.
Is that thing trying to touch down over there?
Maybe.
Yeah, you're on it. I don't see any big activity back there, but
My hat's gonna fly off.
Yeah, probably won't do it. Maybe that wall cloud northeast could do something eventually.
A tough storm.
Yeah.
yeah,
That was definitely the cut.
it's being stubborn.
I'm doing future nav on it. So.
It's very windy out there, dude.
This thing looks intense. Jeez. Circulation, that was it. Surge of curtains to our south.
Are we transmitting in here still, or are we in a...
Yeah, no, we're transmitting good.
See it over there anymore?
Not as much. We gotta go east a little.
You got an update?
Yep. We just had a circulation pass right behind us back there, and it's still going off to the south. It weakened a little bit. We've had a lot of tornado attempts with this, or at least to get started. And we just probably need a little bit more low-level wind shear or storm relative inflow, which if this storm were to just get a kick in the rear end, it would be nice. Okay.
I think my cable in my mixer bag needs to be reseated. So hold on.
Just kind of split that right up.
That looks good. Perfect. Was it glitching or what? Yeah.
Storm motion must not quite be favorable here.
Alright, everybody, ready checks?
Yep.
Alright, let's take it. Alright, read my check.
Check, 1, 2.
Alright, Matt.
4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. 4.
Yep, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah. Big cable is loose. It should be better now. Brian said that was 8. I just now get text messages.
Right up here to our left.
See anything?
I just see the same stuff. I think maybe a little cone feature there that's probably not rotating.
Straight niner.
There's Tiv up there.
Well, there they are.
No way.
Tip 2.
And they are.
There they are.
Can you imagine both of us wedged up together underneath it?
Look at it. There's some dirt coming up that hill. We were both on a tornado in 2021.
Oh, yeah.
Ran over up in Montana and they stopped. Yeah, look at that dirt. Surge on the right. Oh, it's rotating above it. See that? Look, it's rotating above it.
We can keep going south.
Let's get on that.
Yeah.
It's coming.
We need to.
You got it, Will?
Tornado about to happen.
Right on the front until you're ready. You see right there?
That's a tornado. Okay. No.
Got it on the front. Coming in.
Hey, south. Keep doing it.
Might have to pass these people because they're probably going to stop before it.
Yeah, Tim definitely
See
is.
it on yours yet, Will?
Well, it's got a funnel.
Yep.
I can't see without getting my eyes blown out.
Got it on the front. Yeah, we got it on the front. Sucking it in.
Taking about 10 to the left here. Right, it's not right in the middle. You think keep going or another easterly? Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah.
Going right at it.
Yeah. Probably just some kind of a surge, but rising scud above it.
Yeah, no, it's pulling it in. I can see it all in the front cam.
Need that east
I
out
can get
coming
it
up
by in
here.
a second.
Turn east. Just an RFD surge, I think. It's got rotation in front of it.
Yeah, right off the rover. Something's happening.
It's an RFD surge, I think.
If we want to go east, we have to turn around. I don't really know good east options.
Gotta go back to that
Yeah,
other
let's
road.
do that.
Where's it pulling it in from? I can't tell anymore.
It's right above us. You can't see it.
It's all outflow. Oh, there's some surge. It is ramping up here to the east.
Alright, yep. You're good. Come on. You're good.
Oh, yeah.
You're good. You're good. got like 20 feet, 30 feet.
All right, gotta get to that east option up here.
Is it on the right now?
It will be, yeah. Whatever it is. There were no east options going that way. Right up here. There's a big surge, about 0.5. Is this it? Going 0.3. A little more. Right here. Boom. Looks like it's wrapping up to the north. Oh yeah. Up here. Spinning. It's all spinning. It's gotta be up north now. Your side, I think, Carson. Yeah. You got this feature off to the northeast at about 11 o'clock.
Well, you're not gonna be able to. He's got to give the dash cam.
Just a little bit outflowish. Maybe that new circulation there to the north. Nothing over here right now. I'd say left to right with that turn. It is to our north, isn't it? It's out there.
I think you got the cable too wet.
Yeah, a little collar. We'll be clear of this rain in a second.
Yeah, but in a second they're gonna switch to slow.
It's a pretty low wall cloud up there. It's connected to anything. That we have right now. Might even need a north. I think we go north. Yeah. I'm gonna tee this up. Yep, that's it. Good try.
Alright. Camera's holding again.
Yeah, you're looking north.
At 9 o'clock.
That's the main wall cloud now. Main circulation is now just to our north. You're looking at it. It's pretty low up in there. Definitely a little bit of motion too. It changed its storm motion. It's moving a little bit more northeast. Northeast. Might be about to do something. It's over the canyon. No north options, right? Small Not right now, no. No. Rain's wrapping around that wall cloud now. Look at that sinking motion up here, Carson. It's getting a huge clear slide. Oh my God.
You're on it? Yep.
Carmen.
Yeah, right there.
Oh boy. It's going to make an attempt. That looks insane. This road option might be good in our favor here.
It's like a tiger's eye.
Oh yeah, look at it. Oh yeah. carved one out, I think, finally. Got shear vortices on that. Billowing. See the front part? Almost looks like it has a little funnel on it already. It is trying. That might be. Look at that funnel up here. Just look. It's elevated up a little bit. It's a big cut. It's called a big clear slot there. Gonna go clear.
Yeah, from what I can tell. Yeah.
Cut in front of it, maybe. It's trying to wrap a huge blue clear slot.
Very blue.
Tornado warning.
Extended the warning, yep.
Are we transmitting video? Are we back in a better cell?
Yeah, we're good.
Like triple inflow bands. Wow. It's going into the canyon.
Triple inflow band. Oh.
Are there any got us doing it? Well, even on that lip. May not complete it. Could be that lowering too, right in front has some motion. I think back there. Or there or there. The back one's trying to close off. This road goes back north, doesn't it? It's a little bit, yep. Let's go up to that. This is our best. Back there. See how it's kind of wrapping, you're getting a little collar around it. That's for rotation on radar. Yeah. Get there.
Yeah.
It's got some greenage on it. Blue, green, huge.
Come a little right and catch. Keep this front right there. Keep that in it.
Yeah, right there.
How blue that is.
Yeah.
It's got some stuff out in front of it. Blue that thing is. On the screen, I see it. Oh, it's trying down there, look. Underneath it, it's got a little pipe on it. It's probably non-rotating. Non-rotating pipe. That clear slot's trying to meander back south. We should stop it. Hey, there they are. See it way back there, Carson? Looks pretty low and cold.
Yeah, it's you're on it.
See the big blue cut?
Yeah. Should I go wider?
Crazy blue storm here. You see that massive blue-green clear slot on this?
Yep.
Wow.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, that's the rear flank downdraft wrapping around inflow air. So it is trying to go through the motions a little bit for tornado genesis. You want to look on the other side of the clear slot. What is he doing?
Yeah, that thing pegged out.
Yeah.
She had her
You
pins.
got a little excited there.
It's that minivan that came by at 8,000 RPM.
Whee! This is amazing color on this. It's almost going orangish. Even back there's some lowerings. That's moving right there, see?
I had no idea so many people did this.
Yeah.
There's some a little action back in there. Look at it. That'd be about to happen. Turning around's gonna be tough on this. It's trying. That's a funnel cloud. See it, Carson? Left or back here, right back there. Zoom in at that base.
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna try to turn around here if we can. Yep. Clear.
I can't see behind. Better hope. Oh yeah, you're good. You got it.
See those rain curtains?
All right, you're at the front.
Right there on the other side of the clear slot.
You're at the front now.
Here it is. Oh yeah. Rain curtain. Go. Eat that. It's a ribbon. See, these rain curtains are rotating on this ass end of this. It's not going to happen, but turn back around. Yep. See the curtains right in front of us? Anything to the north? Oh. Man, this thing is spinning, whatever it is. Turn around here.
nicely. Alright, the rain's coming in on all sides. That was a nice little fishtail you did there, Bella.
Thank you. Taking my tail feather. Shearboard system. It might be shot. We sampled the spin, didn't we? There was a wind shift there. Yeah, we tried to sample a little tornadic activity on the backside with a streamwise vorticity current. There was some spin, but it just didn't have enough inflow to wrap all the way back around to it. But it looks like a more easterly or even east-northeasterly storm motion might be a little more favorable. And we're about to get hammered by Gorilla Hail here. They're saying observe tag on the storm. Really? Radar? Weather spotters. Wow. Was it us? I'd imagine. Is that it? Just to our east northeast? Got an observed tornado tag. Take this thing out of here. That's where it is. We're trying to go for it. Back in there. I see rotating rain curtains. Got no visual on my end. A lot of rain curtains back there. We're going to go north in just a little bit here. Rotating rain curtains in there. Back up. Yeah, definitely. Is that dark mass, I think?
Guys, there's going right here. This to us looks like there's a tornado there. Honestly, like this is a really tight couplet right here. So yeah. Brady, am I speaking out of turn?
100%. I checked 3 different radars and they all showed the same thing. Really tight spot of rotation. So I think we likely have a tornado on the ground.
Okay. So it's probably in there in the rain. So let's see what we could say.
Definitely that cotton that we saw, probably. I don't think it did. It's gonna curve. There are some rain curtains way up there. See the edge of it, maybe. That's it. See that white? It could be a tornado. Might be a stovepipe up there. It's hard to tell. See it? It's a little white. Turnip. Yeah. See it in there? Possible tornado. We're looking off to the northwest.
Maybe like 10 now.
Yeah. See that kind of white shaft in there. Yeah, that might be it. Come on, Aaron, get the light out here. Just
road curves back east in a second, so.
That's where it is. Could be a big rain wrap tornado. I think you can start to see it now, maybe. Must have seen it from right here. I'm looking in the area. It's that dark mass. Kind of see it in there. There's the TIV. There's the TIV coming, Carson. Hey! Did you guys see it? Yeah. This is radar. Gravity radar. Boy, I don't know. Definitely a rain-wrapped circulation in there. Oh, there's rapid movement. That's probably a tornado. Look at that. There's rapid movement in that. Back here, see that little horizontal thing raising? Right there, that dark mass, but sure looks like outflow. So coming toward us pretty quickly. Yeah, 9. Looks good. That's the old tornado cyclone, that dark area. Surging here now. There, right at the base. See it, Carson? If there's the tornado, that would be it.
The darkest?
Yeah, that dark little nugget in there. It does have spin above it. Probably the TIV that reported that. They got their I'm gonna drain my lizard here real quick, Kate. We gotta get off this road too, I think. Did you guys see it? Maybe there. It probably was never there though. Yeah.
So I put it on your, it's right behind you, on the other side. Other side, I'm sorry. Like if I shoved it in the crack right here.
All right, let's go east.
Okay.
Down here. Isn't that whole vast there? Is that a rain shaft? Because might be it.
I got us doing this. It's the best way, only way.
Okay. It's got to be the hail core back.
5-inch hail in that thing.
Yeah. You can see the start area here.
Yep, stand by.
Yep, whenever you're ready.
5-inch hail in it. Rain curtains wrapping around us now. Ooh.
Yeah, around the front. Can you get the wipers?
See the rain curtains coming right to left. Got a 5-inch diameter hail core back behind us. This is meso mist. Yep. Say I might have produced up here.
Coming up on Dumont, Texas. We are
south of Children,
southwest of Paducah.
He's looking southwest.
We're 20 miles southwest of Paducah.
See anything back there? Notice a lot of folks looking that way. I don't. Rain surge. Like 5. Is that a new storm to our south coming up?
There's this one coming up from Aspermont. And then we have that coming up.
We have a wall cloud back behind us a little bit. Maybe a wall cloud down there.
That.
That would be it. See that down there?
Major hail coming up soon.
Yep, that hill. That's the tip of a hook. Look, that debris, that ball in there. Ball of reflectivity about to hit us. It's got a nice ramped up hook just to our south. got time. Yeah. Look back in that rain when you're going. Look back in that rain. Storm went up just west of Happy, Texas. Carson is taking a leak right now. There goes the Tiv. Big outflow boundary went way south. Look. See that? We're about to get hammered. Maybe we should go back west and get that hail. It's going to be huge. You think we should go back and get a 5-incher hailstone real quick? We're going to get a 5-inch stone in there. See the milk out there. We're gonna go for hail. We're gonna go for hail. It's at your own risk. We're gonna try to pound into it and see if we get a 5-inch hailstone. We've already seen reports. See all this white? It's going to be a hog fest. Yeah, this is a Gorilla Hail producer textbook. Here we go. Hold on to your butts. It's gonna be crazy. Oh boy. You hear one? Nope. This is a major windbag here. Come. Yep. Wind driven. Oh yeah. Oh. Yep. Oh my God. It's expanding. It's gonna be good. Here it comes. Yep. Yeah. Here it comes. Stinger cam. Stinger cam? See if anything gets ripped off. Oh wow, we're getting shredded in here. Yeah, we're getting wrecked. Whoa! This car's gotta be shot. That's Aaron! Ajax and half ripping it. Oh yeah. And a lot of splashing out here. And a mom is still up there. Ooh. south. Bigger one should be right on the back side of the